Chapter 101. Richard was somewhat confused about the situation. He had just been firing annihilation bombs at the White Wizard army, but in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this eerie place. He looked around. The place he was in was a dark, enclosed space, surrounded by darkness and nothing else. What was even more terrifying was that this place seemed to have a magical power that caused any sound he made to disappear into nothingness, so that he could clearly hear his own heartbeat and even the sound of his blood flowing. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dark space. "You're called Richard, correct? I remember you." Richard found the voice very familiar, yet he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, as the figure approached, Richard jumped up from the ground. "Lord Headmaster!" The Black Tower Great Wizard raised a hand, and Richard promptly shut his mouth. The Black Tower Great Wizard took out an annihilation bomb and suspended it in the air. "Richard, how did you come by the knowledge of this thing?" "I don't remember your lot having this," the Black Tower Great Wizard said with a calm voice, but within that calm, Richard sensed something amiss. But before he could figure it out, he found himself answering the question involuntarily. "Lord Headmaster, I designed it myself." "Designed it yourself?" The Black Tower Great Wizard's voice raised slightly. "That's quite interesting." With that, the Black Tower Great Wizard waved his hand and the darkness of the surrounding space receded like a tide, revealing its true form, a room simply decorated. Aside from the Black Tower Great Wizard, there were 5 other people in the room, each of them emanating an unfathomable presence. The leaders of the other 5 academies. Richard thought to himself. "You see, my student didn't cheat. He designed this thing himself, which conforms to our rules." Richard suddenly shuddered, as if awakened from a dream. How did I suddenly answer the question just now? Richard thought in horror. The Black Tower Great Wizard had used some spell that made him answer the question involuntarily, with no intention of lying. "Designed it yourself?" Great Wizard Qingshuang snorted coldly. "Kid, this device has almost reached the status of strategic magic equipment. You claim this is your own design?" Before Richard could open his mouth to explain, the Black Tower Great Wizard interjected. "What's the matter? Qingshuang, do you think I'm covering for this young man?" The Black Tower Great Wizard's tone was slightly menacing. "Or do you think I can't even influence the mind of an apprentice? Why don't you let the young man explain his design thinking?" Qingshuang challenged without backing down. "Design thinking?" The Black Tower Great Wizard retorted. "Qingshuang, before you ask someone else about their design, where's your sincerity? How about you also tell me about your design thinking for your eternal frost?" The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense and confrontational. "Cough cough cough, let's not harm our relations," the Secret Keeper Great Wizard stepped forward to mediate. "It's only a small issue. I have a suggestion, let's have the young friend here share his thinking, and if there's no problem, Qingshuang, you give something to compensate him." With the Secret Keeper Great Wizard smoothing things over, the atmosphere in the room improved considerably, although the Annihilation and Void Great Wizard seemed somewhat disappointed. "Richard, explain your thinking to this old man. As long as your reasoning adds up, the headmaster guarantees you a big profit." Upon hearing his words, Qingshuang turned to look over, and her icy blue gaze sent a chill down Richard's spine. "Well, my thinking is as follows," Richard steadied himself and began slowly. "The concept isn't complicated. After I encountered the concept of the realm of annihilation, that is, the model of the water and fire annihilation spell, I had an idea. Since it's so difficult to constrain concentrated fire elements with magic power and rune arrays, why not use solid materials to contain them instead? Many alchemy materials have good fire resistance and aren't particularly rare. So, I concentrated the 2 elements separately and then stored them in 2 solid containers, added a magic array between them, so that when the annihilation bomb is subjected to a strong impact, the magic array would explode the 2 containers, allowing the 2 elements to undergo an annihilation reaction." Having finished, Richard nervously lowered his head. He didn't know if his explanation would convince the powerful wizards before him. A few seconds later, the Black Tower Great Wizard spoke up. "Qingshuang, do you have anything else to say? Isn't my student's line of thought clear enough?" Saying so, the Black Tower Great Wizard levitated the annihilation bomb into the air, flicked his finger lightly, and the bomb disassembled into individual components, with the 2 chambers containing the concentrated elements being particularly eye-catching. Qingshuang remained silent and conjured a crystal ball out of thin air. Within the crystal ball, a rune faintly appeared. "This is a dark water rune," Qing Shuang explained tersely, then flew it toward Richard. He, Richard, here's your reward, the Black Tower Great Wizard said with a mischievous laugh. Oh, Richard hastily put the crystal ball into his magic pocket. So how do we count this competition? The Void Great Wizard suddenly asked. I think the Black Tower's lad can absolutely win. Upon hearing this, Qing Shuang shivered, and a frost mist dispersed from her, her voice tinged with annoyance. We'll consider it your win this time. Seeing this, the Annihilation Great Wizard couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Qing Shuang, you've truly lost both your wife and your soldiers this time. Since the problem was resolved, the Black Tower Great Wizard sent Richard back to the academy and gave him a scroll. My boy, you did well this time, the Black Tower Great Wizard said cheerfully, this is a wizard scroll. After you get back, give it to your mentor Yalad, and when your spiritual power is sufficient, have him take you to the Tower of Truth for your promotion to wizard. After saying that, the world spun around Richard, and when he recovered his senses, he found himself at the entrance to the 300th floor staircase of the central Black Tower. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Richard was stunned for a moment, then his face broke into a radiant smile. With this scroll, I'm halfway through the door to becoming a wizard. Descending from the 300th floor, Richard quickly arrived at the 99th floor laboratory. At the moment, Yalad was conducting experiments. Knock, knock, knock. Yalad paused in confusion and stopped what he was doing. Who would be looking for me at this time? Alex? Doesn't that old guy prefer to come in through the window? With some puzzlement, Yalad opened the door, and outside the room, a familiar figure stood there. Richard! Yalad exclaimed in shock, has the apprentice war ended? Richard nodded, and then he pulled out the wizard scroll from his magic pocket. Teacher, take a look at this. Yalad was startled and took a glance at the scroll after receiving it. A wizard scroll. Yalad's pupil shrank, where did you get this from? Before Richard could answer, Yalad slapped his forehead and answered himself. Look at me, asking such a silly question. It seems you've already met the headmaster. Yes, the headmaster told me to give this scroll to you, and said when my spiritual power is sufficient, to have you take me to the Tower of Truth for my promotion to wizard, Richard explained, and then asked curiously, Teacher, what is the Tower of Truth? I've heard you mention it before. The Tower of Truth, Yalad stroked his beard, the Tower of Truth is the holy land for wizards, the residence of the 5 truth wizards. In the entire wizard world, all wizard promotions are to be conducted at the Tower of Truth. Besides that, the Tower of Truth itself is also a massive wizard city. Each Tower of Truth is home to several million wizards, and the headquarters of the majority of the wizard commerce, advanced research laboratories, as well as the floating cities for conquering planes are all located there. Richard nodded, understanding that the Tower of Truth must be like the capital of a nation or a top-tier megacity. Yalad secured the scroll, patted Richard on the shoulder, and said, now you're halfway to becoming a wizard too. Relax for a while, don't just read books and do experiments. There are many cities in the academy, go out and explore, get your mindset right. In a few years, I'll be attending a friend's gathering, I'll take you to the Tower of Truth then to become a wizard. Richard agreed and left the 99th floor. Upon returning to his bedroom, Richard stared blankly at his room. His room was filled with books and notes, and the walls were adorned with various specimens traces of his hard work over the years. And now that he had qualified for wizard promotion, a sense of uncertainty suddenly arose in his heart. He had always strived to become a wizard, and now that he had what he wanted, he suddenly felt aimless. Richard lay on his bed, filled with a sense of relief as if a weight had been lifted, which mixed with his uncertainty about the future. Hey, no wonder the teacher said I need to adjust my mindset. After 20 years, Richard had almost forgotten why he wanted to become a wizard in the first place. Forget it, no use overthinking. I'll just sleep on it. Soon, all the battlefields of the apprentice war had concluded. The outcome of the war was somewhat beyond Richard's expectations. Besides his own region, there was another zone where a black wizard had won the war. With the war ended, the Academy issued rewards for the victors of the War Wizard Scrolls. But among these people, Richard did not see Ali. There was no way around it. I almost got killed by those white wizards and missed quite a bit of the war, Ali said, complaining while lying on top of Richard in his room. On the eve of the war, Ali happened to encounter a senior white wizard apprentice and after a fierce battle, she emerged victorious but heavily wounded. Don't be so down. With your abilities, becoming a wizard is just a matter of a few more years, Richard consoled her. Ali, as Master Susanna's official apprentice, was virtually guaranteed to become a wizard. Let's not talk about that, Ali said irritably. She showed her fangs to Richard. We haven't seen each other for half a year, you have to keep me company tonight. Richard raised an eyebrow. My lady Ali, you're already lying on top of me, how could I possibly let you get away? Chapter 102. After the Apprentice War, Richard's life began to change. Following his early qualifications for wizard promotion, Richard no longer stayed immersed in studies at the academy but, as Yalad suggested, went out for a journey. The Black Tower Wizard Academy was located on the edge of the Wizard Continent, close to the surrounding archipelago. Richard hailed from the Golden Bird Flower Kingdom, situated on one of the larger islands in the archipelago. There were more than one kingdom like this among the islands. Richard rented a large ship and traveled back and forth among these islands, personally witnessing the facade of the wizard world. Most countries on these islands were still in the feudal era, with lords and kings constantly warring against one another. Richard traveled through them for a year and witnessed many joys and sorrows. A year later, Richard sailed to the distant seas. Although the islands were sparse there, they contained myriad breathtaking scenes far more beautiful than the human conflicts. In the distant sea, huge whales the size of islands surfaced, spouting streams of water nearly a kilometer high. Sharks as large as ships constantly swam day and night. They swam all their lives and only stopped when they died. Schools of silvery flying fish leapt out of the water. They were the birds of the ocean, migrating along ocean currents annually. Swarms of luminescent plankton moved underwater, resembling fireflies in the sea at night. These wondrous sights inspired many emotions in Richard, and he began to study these phenomena spontaneously, without any ulterior motives nor for the sake of power. Richard simply wished to uncover their secrets and enjoy the process of exploration. Richard stayed at sea for 2 years, during which his inner self was purified. He no longer focused on the purpose of his studies but began to appreciate the process itself. The education at the Black Wizard Academy often led a wizard into traps of utilitarianism, where every study was driven by the desire for power. But for a wizard, power was merely a byproduct. The true treasures were the knowledge discovered. After 2 years, Richard went ashore and started touring the cities under the Academy's governance. The Black Tower Wizard Academy's management of its cities was extreme, either it cultivated them carefully or left them untended entirely. Like in Gale City, which Richard had visited before, where the development was quite impressive, and ordinary citizens received good education. But in the Golden Bird Flower Kingdom where he was born, the medieval lordship system was still in practice, and the populace under it was incredibly ignorant. Richard observed these well-developed cities and noted that they all fell along certain trade routes. They served as landing points for the wizard commerce's flying airships. The flying airships of the wizard commerce always took breaks during long transports. And these well-developed cities were strategically positioned at these stops. It seems the wizard commerce plays an important role in the wizard world, Richard muttered as he watched the flying airships continuously take off and land. He had toured the cities under the Academy's governance for 2 years, meeting many graduated wizard apprentices. Some of these apprentices were still researching, while others had fully integrated themselves into ordinary human life, enjoying the privileges of the elite class. Apprentices graduating from the Academy usually worked for the Academy for 100 years before being assigned to reside in a city governed by the Academy to watch for any crazed apprentices. These apprentices were the most welcomed guests among the upper class of mortals, as their transcendent powers could solve many problems for the elites. However, some apprentices wished not to do so and would often join mercenary groups to commence travels across the wizard continent. As wizard apprentices, these individuals generally did not encounter danger in the current wizard continent. After his travels, Richard returned to the Academy. By then, his spiritual power had reached the critical value of 49.9, with no room for further improvement. Upon returning to the Academy, Richard immediately sought out Yalad. "Not bad, you seem much better after going on a journey," Yalad said cheerfully after observing Richard. Several years of traveling had greatly transformed Richard's demeanor. He now appeared more stable and reserved, exuding a mature aura. "Teacher, I'm ready," Richard said. Yalad calculated the time and felt it was about time to attend a gathering at the Tower of Truth. "All right, I have a meeting at the Tower of Truth tomorrow, we can leave together." That evening, Richard and Ali met. Although they hadn't seen each other for years, their relationship remained unaffected. Over the years, Richard kept sending letters to Ali, sharing the wondrous sights he had seen. "You've returned this time to ascend to wizard at the Tower of Truth, haven't you?" Ali said softly while lying in Richard's arms. Yes. My spiritual power has already reached the limit of an apprentice, and the teacher is also going to the Tower of Truth, so it fits well. I heard it's quite dangerous to ascend to wizard. A 30% failure rate, Richard said lightly. Ali suddenly sat up, turned around to face Richard, and said earnestly. You better not fail, Richard. I've been waiting to spend the next 10,000 years with you. Richard smiled. I'll succeed. The next day, Yalad took Richard aboard the flying airship. Teacher, do wizards also need to ride airships? Richard asked, puzzled. Generally speaking, wizards do not need to. Yalad entered the cabin of the airship and turned to close the door. But if I bring you along, it's different. Taking you to the Tower of Truth would cost at least 1,000 magic stones, and we'd have to endure the elements. Saying this, Yalad patted the large bed in the cabin. By taking the airship, we avoid sleeping outside, only spend a few hundred magic stones, and don't have to fly ourselves. Switching between airships a couple of times, I can also show you a real wizard city. No matter how you look at it, it's a bargain. Richard, at a loss for words, honestly found a chair and started studying runes. The dark water rune given to him by the great wizard Qing Shuang had been his subject of study for years, and he had made some discoveries. The dark water rune, unlike the common runes Richard encountered, was a rare rune, each akin to natural magic. Once activated with magic power, like the dark water rune in Richard's hand, it could produce a mass of black liquid that absorbed light and was highly corrosive. Through his tests, Richard found that this liquid was actually a variant of the water element, meaning it was still water but could undergo annihilation reactions. Richard tried to have it undergo an annihilation reaction with a common fire element, and the results surprised him greatly. Because the dark water absorbed light, it would partly absorb the light emitted during the annihilation reaction, thereby enhancing the core power of the spell slightly. This discovery thrilled Richard. He had a thought: if he could find another fire element rune that also had the ability to absorb light like the dark water, perhaps he could significantly enhance the power of the annihilation spell. But rare runes were treasures to any wizard, and acquiring such a rune was no easy feat. For this, Richard was mentally prepared. After riding in the flying airship for a month, Yalad finally disembarked. And as he did, Richard was instantly stunned by the sight before him. Boy, you've never seen this, have you? Yalad looked at Richard's reaction with some pride. Before Richard lay a massive airship port, with hundreds of airships landing and taking off. Beyond that, various bizarre buildings came together with towering wizard towers, forming a fantastic, large city. In this city, alchemy machines shared roads with horse-drawn carriages, people of all shapes and colors walked the streets without any surprise at the spectacle. Between the wizard towers, beams of light flashed by, which, upon closer inspection, were apprentices riding on magic equipment. Alchemy workshops' chimneys spat black flames, the hot steam being channeled from underground boilers through thick pipes into the workshops, and opposite them, a tavern opened inside a tree welcomed patrons. Beastmen, dwarves, and various oddly shaped patrons, resulting from bloodline fusions, arrived by alchemy machines, carriages, or even riding magic brooms, and drank merrily without any hesitation. On the streets, peculiar alien creatures ate or swept, cleaning the pathways. Above, small flying airships hung banners advertising newly opened alchemy shops. The city was a mixture of various fantasy elements, then mixed in some steampunk and modern aspects, making it look extraordinarily vibrant. The White Wizard Academy likes to integrate the academy with the city, and wizards directly manage every aspect of the city, Yalad explained. What you now see is both the Golden Dragon Wizard Academy and its city. This is a bit too fantastical, Richard murmured to himself. However, Richard quickly accepted this reality. As a world at the forefront of conquering other worlds, it wasn't unusual for the wizard world to be slightly fantastical. Shall we go in and wander around? Richard asked. Wander around? Yalad shook his head. We only have 2 hours. After this, we need to transfer to 3 more airships to reach the Tower of Truth before the end of this year's promotion period. Promotion period? Richard inquired. You didn't think you could just go to the Tower of Truth anytime for the promotion, did you? Yalad glanced at his disciple. Every year, from July to September is the promotion period for the Tower of Truth. Miss it, and you have to wait till next year. From what you're saying, advancing as a wizard seems to require the tower's equipment. Richard asked. Equipment? Yalad shook his head. the materials needed for the promotion ceremony can be gathered by any academy, but the most critical thing can only be accessed at the Tower of Truth. What is it? The origin of the Wizard World. Chapter 103. Wizard World Origin. Richard repeated the phrase in confusion. Does one need the power of the Wizard World Origin to become a wizard? Yalad slowly said, any creature from any world, when it seeks to ascend to a level 1 creature, needs the help or recognition of the world origin. Only when recognized by the world origin does a creature formally step into the sphere of level 1 beings. What if it's not recognized? Richard asked curiously. Then you would be identified by the world as an invader, just like when wizards invade other planes, targeted by the creatures of the entire world, Yalad stated indifferently. Seriously? That harsh? Richard inhaled sharply. Being targeted by the creatures of an entire world sounded utterly frightening. Actually, the wizard world did not used to require going specifically to the Tower of Truth for wizard promotion, Yalad said with a hint of melancholy. When my teacher was promoted to wizard, the wizard world origin was not as closed off as it is now. Some wizards with exceptional talents could communicate with the world origin through their gifts to complete the promotion ceremony. According to him, theoretically any ultimate apprentice could have contacted the world origin during those times. Unfortunately, we weren't born in better times. Due to the damage to the world origin and the receding tide of magical power, it has become increasingly difficult for wizard apprentices to establish contact with the world origin, to the extent that now one must purchase wizard qualifications from the Tower of Truth to be promoted. Wizard qualifications, Richard thought of the scroll given to him by the Black Tower Great Wizard. Do you know how many magic stones your wizard scroll is sold for at the Tower of Truth? Yalad suddenly asked. How many magic stones? Richard swallowed, thinking the price must be exorbitant. 1,000 magic essences, which equates to 1,000,000 magic stones. Yikes, Richard was startled by the figure. 1,000,000 magic stones. That's expensive. Did you think accessing the world origin would be cheap? Yalad snorted coldly. That's the core of a world. 1,000,000 magic stones to access the world origin, and you should feel content. While Yalad's words made sense, Richard still felt the price was exorbitantly high. Converted to his selling concentration potions, that 1,000,000 magic stones meant at least 250,000 bottles. That was just too expensive. My wizard qualification really is valuable, Richard murmured to himself. Valuable as it may be, it's not for sale. Come on, let's go meet an old friend. With that, Yalad pulled out a magic wand from his magic pocket and waved it lightly. Richard felt a lightness in his body as a gentle force lifted him up, forming a thin membrane in front of him. And then, Richard experienced what fast really meant. Teacher, need we go so fast? Richard, watching the constantly flowing scenery around him, spoke with a sense of trepidation. Fast? Ha ha ha. Yalad laughed heartily, then sped up even more. Is this even anything? After about 1 or 2 minutes, Richard arrived from the airship field on the outskirts of the city to the top of a wizard tower near the city center, covering at least 30 kilometers in the process. Yalad landed on the apex of the wizard tower and took out a crystal ball, shouting a couple of times. Gerald, open the door. A rough voice came from the crystal ball. Yalad? You old thing, what brings you here? With that, the top of the wizard tower cracked open, and Yalad led Richard inside, then navigated through the wizard tower with practiced ease. As they walked, Yalad introduced Richard to the owner of the wizard tower. Gerald is an old friend of mine, a wizard of the alchemy school specializing in bloodline research. If you have any minor bloodline issues in the future, you can spend some magic stones to get some guidance from him. During their conversation, Richard arrived in front of a room with a huge arched doorway. It was only then that Richard noticed that every door he had encountered since entering the wizard tower had been extraordinarily wide, almost as if the owner of the wizard tower were a giant. Yalad knocked on the door, and a deep, rough voice came from behind it. Yalad, come in. Pushing open the door, Richard felt as if he had entered a giant's room, with everything inside, whether chairs, tables, or even cups and books, several times larger than usual. In the center of it all, a giant at least 3 meters tall was reading a book, wearing glasses on his face, with thick hair covering everywhere but his face. As he saw Yalad, he closed his book and stood up. Rising, it was like a wall erected in front of Richard. Yalad, it must have been 50 years since we last met, the giant opened his arms. Yalad floated up and embraced the giant. Not bad memory, since we last met at that gathering, Gerald." After the embrace, the giant Gerald looked at Richard. "This your student? Seems to be pursuing the path of bloodline alchemy." Richard has done some research in bloodline alchemy." Speaking, Yalad pulled Richard close to himself. "This is Master Gerald, and we have a friendship that spans 2,000 years. Richard politely bowed to Gerald. "Master Gerald." Gerald pat Richard, and a force like that of a wild giant beast made Richard stagger. Not bad, physique can do." Gerald nodded at Richard and then looked at Yalad. "What did you bring him here for this time?" "To wash off the bloodline seed and change the formula." "What for?" Yalad tapped the ground with his magic wand. "Gerald, you said we haven't seen each other in 50 years, so what do you think I am here for?" "Oh, right. The society meeting day has arrived," Gerald suddenly realized. "So, is this lad going to be promoted to wizard? But isn't it not a graduation year in the Black Tower Wizard Academy?" "That's right, a promotion to wizard." Yalad found a chair and sat down. "Recently, our dean and a few great wizards organized an exchange contest, and the final prize was the qualification for wizard promotion. My student did quite well and brought back the grand prize." "Apprentice Wars?" Gerald suddenly became interested. "Your academy actually participated in the Apprentice Wars? How effective was it, and can it be promoted?" Yalad shook his head. "Hard to say. I heard the dean saying they are revising the rules, and although this experiment reached its goals this year, there were some accidents." "Accidents? What could great wizards possibly overlook?" Gerald grew curious. "What could they overlook?" Yalad glanced at Richard. A lad came up with a piece of strategic magic equipment, forcing the great wizards to abruptly end the contest. "Strategic magic equipment?" Gerald's voice rose 2 octaves. "An apprentice could come up with that? That makes Merlin look bad, doesn't it? He's spent more than 1,000 years and hasn't designed a single piece of strategic magic equipment." "What can you do? The great wizards have already acknowledged it as strategic magic equipment," Yalad said with enthusiasm. "No, look at your smug face." Suspicion flashed across Gerald's face, then he turned his gaze to Richard. "That device wasn't innovated by your student, was it?" "What do you say?" Yalad corners of the mouth showed a hint of smugness. For these aged wizards, there was no better entertainment than showing off their students. Gerald walked to Richard with gleaming eyes and scrutinized him up and down. "Kid, I see you are following the path of bloodline alchemy, why don't you come with me? Yalad's synthetic beasts will only hold you back." Gerald revealed a kind smile. "To hell with that," Yalad waved his magic wand and flames hit Gerald, singeing quite a bit of his hair. "This is my student, keep your ideas to yourself." "Your student? How does the saying go, a fine bird chooses the tree it rests in? Your student is wasted under your guidance." Watching the arguing wizards in front of him, Richard's mouth twitched. Thousands of years old, yet they behave like they are in their 50s. After a while of bickering, Yalad finally started on the main topic. "Gerald, this meeting, I want my student to join the society." "Join the society?" Gerald raised an eyebrow. "Joining isn't out of the question, considering he managed to create strategic magic equipment as an apprentice, his intelligence passes. Plus, he is your student, with your connections, getting endorsements from 5 veteran members should be enough." "But, he's not yet a wizard, and you know the perils of wizard promotion." "Society?" Richard asked curiously. "It's an organization among wizards, mainly for sharing some information, exchanging research, and occasionally trading," Yalad explained. "The society I joined is called the Golden Dawn Society, and all its members are wizards from the alchemy school." After saying this, Yalad looked at Gerald. "It's always better to prepare beforehand than to scramble at the last minute. What if one of you suddenly participates in a plain war? Then I'd have to wait for a few hundred years." "All right. I agree." Gerald smacked his lips and took out a seal from his large magic pocket, and Yalad also took out a scroll. The scroll initially had only 1 stamp, and with Gerald's stamping, the number of stamps turned to 2. "All set, the stamping is done, then I'll head to the Tower of Truth first." Yalad gave Richard a knowing look, then stood up and walked towards the exit. "So quick to leave? Aren't you staying for a meal?" Gerald also stood up, trying to stop Yalad. But he saw Yalad, agile and swift, grabbing Richard by the side and flying out of the room. No. Any later and we'll miss the airship." Richard saw Yolad's face change suddenly, his heart filled with puzzles. Teacher, why are we leaving in such a hurry? Hurry. Yolad gave Richard a wry smile, if we don't hurry up, we'll really end up having dinner here. Do you really want to try undercooked green-striped demon snake with dark moth sauce? As he said this, Richard suddenly saw the large door in front of the hallway slam shut, instantly cutting off their path to the rooftop. Yolad, why are you running? This time I've made something that's guaranteed to be to your liking. Half an hour later, the two sitting aboard the airship were pale in the face. From a practical standpoint, if digested completely, the meal should have given Richard a near 5-point physique boost. However, the practicality was the only good aspect of that meal. Teacher, next time we need to run faster. Chapter 104. Having left the Golden Dragon Wizard Academy, the wizard apprentice and his master took several more airships. During the journey, Richard witnessed many wonders, like the uninhabited region he was looking at now. This area, according to the map, should be called Bartow Peak. Yolad pointed to a large basin not far away and said, during the Wizarding Wars, this peak was transformed into a fortress by the Alchemy School. A great wizard from the shape-shifting school destroyed the fortress and left a nearly permanent space distortion phenomenon here. As he spoke, Yolad waved his magic wand and sent a fireball technique hurtling towards the center of the basin. With a booming sound, the entire basin's space suddenly twisted, and space rifts appeared out of nowhere. Elemental surges burst forth, rapidly creating an elemental storm within the basin. Anything that was swept into it was torn apart into its most primal elemental form. These space rifts lead to the four elements territory, the elemental beings we summon all come from there, including your fire element giant. Richard watched the spectacular scene in the basin and couldn't help but start recording data. Years of travel had ingrained in Richard the habit of documenting any strange phenomena he encountered. Yolad glanced at Richard and nodded in approval, his eyes full of admiration. The most important thing for a wizard is the heart that seeks knowledge. After leaving Bartow Basin, Yolad took Richard towards the Tower of Truth. Is this the Tower of Truth? Richard asked, looking at the shadow in the distance that was like a mountain range. That shadow connecting heaven and earth didn't look much like a tower at all. If Richard were to describe it, the term heavenly pillar couldn't be more appropriate. Both yes and no, Yolad replied. What does that mean? Richard was somewhat puzzled. Yolad sighed as he looked at the shadow of the Tower of Truth, because that is merely a part of the Tower of Truth. The true core of the Tower of Truth is hidden within the void, visible only to those granted permission to glimpse a fraction of its entirety. Having said that, he waved his magic wand, leading Richard as they flew toward the Tower of Truth. Yolad's flying speed was very fast, but Richard always felt the distance between them and the Tower of Truth never seemed to decrease. It was the first time Richard experienced what was meant by a watched pot never boils. After about a day of flying, Richard and his master finally reached the foot of the Tower of Truth. And Richard got to witness the appearance of this gigantic tower, a towering, heaven-piercing world tree. Richard found it difficult to put into words the grandeur of the tree because no matter how magnificent the adjective, it seemed powerless before it. The canopy covered hundreds of kilometers in radius and almost blotted out the sun. Flocks of fireflies, big as hot air balloons, flew beneath its canopy. Although it was daylight, Richard felt as though night had fallen. Seeing all this, a term popped into Richard's mind: world tree. Only this term was worthy of this immense tree. The primary structure of the Tower of Truth consists of 5 world trees from other worlds, growing endlessly by absorbing magic power. The venerable truth wizards nurtured them with a vast amount of magic stones, ultimately forming the main structure of the Tower of Truth, Yolad explained as they flew. The entrance to the Tower of Truth was a deep blue teleportation gate at the base of the giant tree, resembling a colossal eye. The gate was enormous, allowing even flying airships to pass through without any difficulty. A multitude of wizards, each exuding an unfathomable aura, passed in and out of the gate. Let's go, hurry and advance to wizard, Yolad urged. Stepping through the teleportation gate, the familiar sickness surged again in Richard's chest. However, now that his spiritual power and physical condition had improved, the sensation was not as unbearable. As the scenery before his eyes returned to normal, Richard arrived in a dazzling space. In front of him, countless wizards flew across the sky, tracing brilliant paths. On the ground were buildings of various shapes and sizes. Some looked like office buildings, while others resembled nests made of tree branches. Placed together, they gave Richard a surreal impression. He looked up and discovered that the sky above was not a ceiling but a real sky complete with a sun. Is this a secret realm? Richard asked uncertainly. You've guessed right. Yalad led Richard through the flight, and during this time, Richard saw many strange creatures that must have been slaves brought from other worlds by wizards. Finally, Master and apprentice arrived at a teleportation gate identical to the one that led into the Tower of Truth. The layer we are now on, the first 30 floors of the Tower of Truth, is for the dwelling of wizards who live in the Tower of Truth. They are the main force in the plane war, Yalad explained. The main force? Richard was somewhat confused. Aren't the wizards trained by the academy enough? Yalad gave him a glance as if Richard had asked a silly question. We are from the Black Wizard Academy. Where do you think the White Wizard Army comes from during a plane war? Moreover, the wizards trained by the academy aren't sold to the academy. As long as you've participated in a plane war for the academy once, you are theoretically free. This dwelling layer in the Tower of Truth is for those free wizards. In addition to the free wizards, the Wizard Academy also establishes wizard communities in the residential area, allowing those who have signed contracts with the academy but do not wish to become teaching staff to live here, making it convenient to summon them for plane wars. Richard's cheeks reddened, and he gave an embarrassed smile. He indeed hadn't thought about these things. Passing through the teleportation gate, Master and apprentice soon left the residential layer. The residential layer was situated above the commercial layer, where the wizard commerce of the wizard world sold bizarre products from all over the world and even from other worlds, along with all kinds of otherworldly slaves. Yalad took Richard around for a tour, and in just that short encounter, Richard had witnessed more than a dozen different types of otherworld creatures. These otherworld creatures wore slave collars on their bodies. Though their aura was weak and listless, Richard could still sense that these creatures were all level 1 creatures. Are level 1 creatures really just sold as goods? Richard asked in disbelief. According to his assumption, level 1 creatures, as they were, should be relatively superior slaves, and most wizards ought to use slaves with the strength of an apprentice. After all, most wizards were only level 1 creatures, or one-ring wizards. Don't think of level 1 creatures as so rare, Richard, Yalad said with a smile as he explained. You now feel that level 1 creatures are unattainable because you are a wizard apprentice and have seen too little. In fact, level 1 creatures are the most basic of infantry in the plane wars. Only when one reaches the level 1 creature status do they qualify to enter the plane battlefield. Each time a plane is conquered, wizards can capture tens or hundreds of millions of slaves from the conquered plane. A small proportion of these slaves are sold on the market to compensate for the losses of great wizards in the plane wars, while the majority are kept by the great wizards to serve as slave armies. After all, we face off against a world with an academy. If we didn't have fighting forces to deplete the strength of the natives, our losses would be severe. Richard nodded thoughtfully after listening. It suddenly occurred to him that the limbs and fragments of these slaves upon death seemed like excellent materials for cultivating synthetic beasts. If 10,000 slaves died, the remaining flesh could form quite a few synthetic beasts to continue serving as cannon fodder. No wonder mastering the technology of synthetic beasts was essential for every academy. Of course, don't underestimate yourself. Yalad paused, feeling somewhat uncomfortable telling such things to Richard, an apprentice about to be promoted to a wizard. His student had fought tooth and nail for the qualification to advance, only to end up as infantry on the battlefield, which sounded quite disheartening. So he comforted. Wizards and these things are not the same. Although both are level 1 creatures, we are far stronger than these native aliens by more than just a star. After leaving the commercial layer, Richard immediately felt the density of magic power in the airdrop as he looked around and saw the cold metal replacing the soil. Looking up into the sky, magic stone lamps replaced the bright sun. He was now inside a steel hall, which was full of wizards. When Yalad appeared, they all turned their attention to him. We are now in the working layer, directly governed by the Judicial Department of the Truth Council, and any violation of the law will be strictly punished, Yalad whispered. I've heard that the punishment for breaking the law here is twice as severe as outside. Richard nodded nervously, following Yalad to a corner of the hall. Wizard promotion. Yalad handed the wizard scroll to the staff member. The staff member took the scroll and channeled magic power into it. A beam of light shot out, hitting the crystal stone on the staff member's forehead. All right, is it this child who wants to be promoted? The wizard asked, looking at Richard. Yes. Child, come here. Upon hearing the call, Richard did as instructed and approached the working wizard, who looked almost like an ordinary human except for a colorless crystal stone on his forehead. He asked Richard to extend his hand and placed a magic mark on it. The mark is complete. You have 3 minutes left to talk. After 3 minutes, you will be automatically teleported to the promotion room, the working wizard stated indifferently. Richard looked at Yalad, and Yalad looked back at him. Mentor and apprentice exchanged no sentimental words, but Yalad walked over and patted Richard on the shoulder. There is a phase in wizard promotion known as soul darkness. When you fall into the soul darkness, you will enter a space that is nothing but endless darkness. In that space, your sense of time will become distorted. Some wizards even feel as though they've spent an epoch there before awakening. But I want you to remember, don't panic. As wizards, boredom and loneliness are enemies we can't shake off. When you are engulfed by the soul darkness, just remember one thing. That is to persevere. Yalad's voice was as calm as it was during his usual teaching, but those familiar with him could instantly tell that his voice was lower than usual. The promotion to wizard was a matter of life and death. Yalad had many students and many of them had fallen at this hurdle. I understand, teacher. Richard smiled and then, as time elapsed, he vanished in a burst of white light. Chapter 105. The place for becoming a wizard was an enclosed room, with neither windows nor doors, accessible only through teleportation. The room wasn't large, approximately 20 square meters, and seemed to be made of wood, as if directly carved out of the trunk of the world tree. The walls and floor of the room were covered in many patterns, and these patterns converged to form a complex design that was somewhat dizzying at first glance. Paired with the scattered runes amongst the design, the whole room resembled a three-dimensional magic array. In the center of the room was a crystal ball. After using spiritual detection on it, Richard received a message. It was the instructions for using the room. Rotate the crystal ball clockwise once and then meditate. Richard glanced at the crystal ball. Becoming a wizard is that simple. Having said that, Richard followed the instructions and rotated the crystal ball once. Then, a faint ripple of magic power permeated Richard's perception. With the input of magic, the patterns in the room began to light up, and a surging life aura filled the entire room. In addition, an inexplicable fragrance seeped from the walls, instilling tranquility in anyone who smelled it. Incense. Richard muttered to himself. At the same time, Richard felt an extremely profound sensation. He felt as though he had returned to his infancy, back into the arms of his mother, secure and comfortable. Without any hesitation, Richard immediately began to meditate. In the comforting and peaceful atmosphere, Richard quickly entered into a meditation state. But unlike ordinary meditation states, this time Richard didn't enter the Sea of Souls, but rather arrived in a void space. In this space, the only light came from a distant, somewhat dim glowing orb. Upon seeing this sphere, Richard instantly recognized what it was. Wizard World Origin, so this is what it looks like. Instinctively, Richard drew closer to the Wizard World Origin, much like an infant draws near their mother. The Wizard World Origin seemed to sense his presence, this child, and thus a warm beam of light shot from the Origin, leisurely entering his forehead. In an instant, Richard felt a gentle energy enter the depths of his soul, unlocking an invisible shackle. After unlocking the shackle, that energy left a mark in the very depths of Richard's soul. It was a mark left by the Wizard World, signifying that Richard was recognized by the Wizard World. After leaving the mark, Richard's consciousness briefly blurred. It felt as if he had been diving and was suddenly pulled out from the water. When he regained his senses, Richard found himself in a space devoid of any light. At the same time, the walls of the room began to seep drops of resin-like viscous liquid, which flowed along the magical array's patterns and eventually converged upon Richard, enveloping him as if he were encased in amber. In the distant past, the two biggest challenges faced by wizard apprentices during their promotion were the soul darkness during the increase of spiritual power, and how to survive the physical exhaustion during the promotion process. The transformation of a wizard apprentice into a wizard required a long time, often measured in years. During this period, the wizard apprentice would remain in a vegetative state. At this time, the wizard apprentice needed a plan that could protect them and also provide nutrition for their body. And this amber was the solution prepared by the Tower of Truth. Resin rich in life energy from the world tree, blended with various ingredients, ensured that even if a wizard apprentice slept for 100 years, they would still spring to life energetic as ever. In the darkness, Richard gradually understood what Yalad meant by perseverance. In this pitch-black space, with no points of reference and devoid of any sensation, Richard had no way to determine how long he had stayed there. He also lacked any tools to pass the time. It was outright torture. In this space, the utterly bored Richard began recalling his memories, from his past life to his current existence, from experiences in his previous life to travels and tales in this life. These memories became the only support preventing Richard from going mad. He couldn't sleep, for in this space Richard never felt fatigue, his mind always lucid, completely free of the need for sleep. If he chose to force himself to sleep, it would spell his demise. Once, twice, 3 times. His memories, initially vague, gradually became clearer, until they played out before his eyes like a movie. Over time, Richard could even recite each frame of this film from memory. Boredom, tedium, then anger, madness, and finally, everything settled into tranquility. After Richard had revisited his memories countless times, the darkness before him suddenly shattered. The magnificent scenery of the Sea of Souls unfolded before Richard's eyes. The soul darkness had ended. The magnificent starry sky awakened Richard's numb heart, and in that moment, tears streamed down his face, his mouth open, yet unable to emit any sound. He had even forgotten how to speak. After a long while, Richard finally roused his instincts, murmuring to himself. Is it over? He could feel his body in the Sea of Souls constantly changing. To put it inappropriately, during his apprentice days, Richard's body in the Sea of Souls was like a plankton. But now, Richard had finally evolved from plankton to a small shrimp. When his soul completed the transformation, Richard felt his body suddenly sink, as if falling into water, and the scenery before him changed as well. It seemed he had come to a deep sea, surrounded by countless floating lights, and he himself was one of them. Looking upward, the starry sky was still the same starry sky, but it had become somewhat distant from him. So I was just on the surface of the Sea of Souls before? Only now have I truly entered the deep Sea of Souls, Richard realized in sudden enlightenment. Entering the Sea of Souls for the first time, Richard felt an incredible novelty all around. The waters of the Sea of Souls continuously nourished Richard's soul. He could feel his spiritual power strengthen with each minute he spent in the sea. This speed far surpassed his meditation speed during his apprentice days. Richard attempted to move his body, but now, being a light point, he had neither hands nor legs, and moving like a human was impossible. So, he tried to use his spiritual power as propulsion, moving his body forward like a squid by jetting water. In the Sea of Souls, Richard's application of spiritual power became more wildly imaginative. His spiritual power was continuously compressed by Richard until it reached a limit. Richard locked onto a target an adjacent light point and fiercely released the amassed spiritual power. In the next instant, Richard's distance to the target light point abruptly closed. I did it! Richard exclaimed somewhat excitedly. As he made contact with the light point, he finally saw what it was, a wizard's name written in wizard language. Maggie. It seems these light points are imprints left in the Sea of Souls by wizards, Richard speculated. To verify this hypothesis, Richard continuously made contact with multiple light points. The contents of each light point varied, but all were symbols of sorts, which matched Richard's speculation. Richard continued his exploration and soon encountered a different scene. There were creatures in the Sea of Souls. He observed a creature moving in the Sea of Souls, which, in its appearance, resembled a constantly twisting light strip, like a water snake swimming through the Sea of Souls. Is it hunting souls? Richard hid behind a giant light point and cautiously observed the creature. His state was peculiar now, perhaps due to his advancement. He found himself unable to terminate his meditation, only able to wait for it to end on its own. While Richard was observing, a light point suddenly disintegrated. The light snake, as if spotting food, swiftly swam towards the disintegrating light point and integrated its fragments into its body. Is it feeding on disintegrating imprints? Imprints left in the Sea of Souls by wizards generally do not disintegrate. If they do, it indicates that the wizard's life has come to an end. Richard watched for a while and noticed that the light snake showed no interest in intact imprints, only in those that were disintegrating. This provided Richard some relief. After all, the vicinity was filled with imprints left by wizards in the Sea of Souls. If there were dangerous beings hunting souls, the great wizards, even truth wizards, would have taken action long ago. Nonetheless, he remained cautious, using light points as cover and swiftly leaving the area. After exploring the Sea of Souls for a while, Richard saw many light points of varying sizes and colors. He guessed that the size of these light points represented the amount of spiritual power, bigger meaning more, smaller meaning less. The color indicated the age of the soul, brighter being younger, dimmer being older. Souls also have ages. According to wizard research, a creature's soul can exist for up to 10,000 years without reaching level 4. Once it surpasses 10,000 years, the structure of the soul undergoes irreversible collapse. This marks the limit of wizards' lifespan. For wizards, creating a body is exceedingly simple. Cloning magic can easily replicate the most authentic bodies of wizards. But no one is capable of restoring a collapsed soul. After some time, Richard suddenly felt a pulling force. His entire body involuntarily soared towards the surface of the Sea of Souls. Is it time? Richard guessed. The advanced meditation method could only maintain an 8-hour meditation, and judging from when he had entered the Sea of Souls, it seemed time should have elapsed. But as Richard reached the surface of the Sea of Souls, he unexpectedly noticed a ripple wave through the otherwise silent Sea of Souls. A white light burst from the depths of the Sea of Souls, breaking into smaller, feebler fragments during its flight. Is there a creature battling in the Sea of Souls? Or has the World Master left means of resurrection in the Sea of Souls? Many speculations flashed through Richard's mind, but before he could discern their meaning, he saw the white light coming towards him. In an instant, his consciousness returned to his body, accompanied by the white light. Caw caw caw! I, Ulysses, the Master of Crows, have escaped. Abyss scum, you'll never catch me in this lifetime. What the heck? Chapter 106. In the soul space, the master god of the Crow realm, Ulysses, was struggling in terror. A melter that looked plain and simple spurted flames before him, but as a divine entity, even with only a residual soul remaining, he could still feel the terrible rule power within the melter's flames. In his current state, even a single spark from the flames would reduce him to nothingness. What is up with this youngster, and why does he have such a terrifying thing in his soul? Ulysses cried out in horror. Such a status was something that, even in the pantheon, only a divine king would possess. Why was it now appearing in someone who was not even a demigod? But before he could figure it out, another dreadful piece of news arrived. He could clearly sense that only a single body separated him from a world will, and that world will was vast, even larger than the world will of his own Crow realm. If he dared to step out, he would be shattered to pieces in less than a second. Have I entered the body of a divine king's offspring? Ulysses wailed. Having just escaped the clutches of those abyss demons, he now found himself in such a perilous situation. With wolves in front and tigers behind, he wanted to play the game of swapping places through seizing another body, but he couldn't get past the terrifying melter, and attempting to escape outward would draw the attention of the world will. Alien, what are you? Richard's spiritual projection suddenly appeared in the spirit space. Just moments ago, Richard's spirit had returned to his body, and he'd caught wind of the ravings of this otherworldly creature known as the Master God of the Crow realm. What am I? Ulysses, looking at the suddenly appearing Richard, was angered in his heart. Since becoming a divine entity, nobody had dared to speak to him like that. But the moment he saw the terrifying melter nearby, the flicker of anger in his heart was immediately extinguished, replaced instead by fear. To be able to grow under the protection of a world will, and to carry such a terrifying melter. The youngster's background must be extraordinary. I am the Master God of the Crow realm, the Lord of Crows, Ulysses. Just now, I was battling a group of abyss demons and was chased into the Sea of Souls. Thanks to your timely appearance, young friend, I was able to escape from the dangerous situation. Ulysses was very cautious with his words, revealing both his identity and the reason for the events. If Richard was really, as Ulysses suggested, the offspring of a divine king, then he might really be safe. But unfortunately, Richard was neither a divine king's offspring nor was he a creature from any world that Ulysses knew of. Master God of the Crow realm. Richard suddenly uttered a strange laugh, another self-proclaimed divine entity native to a world mastery. I guess you came into my soul space with the idea of seizing it, right? Ulysses's heart sank. Not having heard of my name and calling me a native. Could it be that I am not in the Pantheon world community but have come to a new world community? Ulysses's mind raced, his situation dangerously critical. If he did not demonstrate his value, once this youngster consulted with an elder, he would no longer have any choice. You jest, young friend. How could I engage in something that only an evil god would do? Ulysses pretended to be righteous. You do not know my name, but have you heard of the Pantheon? I am a general of the eternal God King of the Pantheon. If you could send me back to the Pantheon would surely reward you handsomely. Ulysses prayed in his heart, hoping Richard had heard at least a little about the Pantheon, giving him a chance at freedom. The Pantheon? Never heard of it, Richard continued to deny. At that, Ulysses's heart chilled. Where on earth had he run to? The Pantheon's fame spread across several neighboring world communities, yet this extraordinary youngster had no clue. So, Ulysses, how do you plan to resolve this matter of entering my soul space? Richard's voice was calm, but it trembled through Ulysses like the devil's own voice. He was trapped. Ulysses tried to keep his composure, aware, or believing, that he did not have many options. Creature from another world, I am willing to serve you for 3,000 years to atone for my mistake. Ulysses, drawing from his experience, guessed that this creature must need to compete for affection under the care of his parent, just like the 99 offspring of the eternal God King. To vie for favor, one obviously needs strength. Ulysses's current state was dire, with his divine soul severely damaged and his divine form incomplete after escaping from the Sea of Souls. However, if he could get help from a divine king's offspring, his injuries should be able to recover swiftly. He hastily made such an offer to serve, hitting on that very idea. In his eyes, it was a win-win deal. 3,000 years. Richard was intrigued. He was merely bluffing to scare this world master, not expecting to actually scare up something tangible. But Richard's hesitation made Ulysses's heart sink further. 3,000 years seemed not enough to satisfy the youngster. If you are not satisfied, how about 5,000 years? Ulysses upped the offer. 5,000 years was quite a length of time for a divine entity, and for a soul-damaged divine entity like him, who knew how many tens of thousands more years he would live. 5,000 years already constituted a significant portion of his remaining life. 5,000 years. Richard was somewhat shocked by the World Master's generosity, but at the same time, another thought occurred to him. Richard tried to manipulate the miracle furnace, and after becoming a wizard, Richard felt he had some control over the miracle furnace. Now, he could move the miracle furnace within his own soul space. He could see that the World Master was very fearful of the miracle furnace, and this fear was just manipulable. 5,000 years is not enough. Richard approached Ulysses with the melter while saying coldly. The movement of the miracle furnace kept pushing Ulysses back, but he was now in Richard's soul space. No matter how much he retreated, the miracle furnace inched steadily toward him. 10,000 years. I am willing to serve you for 10,000 years. Ulysses exclaimed in panic. Very well, Richard said, barely smiling as he stopped the melter, but how do you plan to fulfill your promise? That's easy. Ulysses breathed a sigh of relief, assuming all would be well as long as Richard agreed. I will sign a destiny contract with you. The binding force of this contract is absolutely reliable, and those who breach the contract will be punished by fate. If you don't believe it, you can ask your elders, and they will tell you how dreadful a destiny contract is. Destiny contract. Richard was familiar with the name. The contract he had signed with Yalad was a crude version derived from the destiny contract by the Tower of Truth. Even a truth wizard would be bound by such a terrible contract, which was the most frightening among all agreements. All right, I will sign the contract with you, Richard agreed. The destiny contract did not have a physical form, its carrier was the soul of a world master level creature, the only kind of soul that could withstand the weight of destiny. Ulysses agonizingly used fragments of his own soul to create a destiny contract and signed it with Richard. The contract stipulated that Ulysses would serve Richard for 10,000 years, during which Ulysses must not betray Richard in any form and must obey all of Richard's commands. The contract was very strict, but under the intimidation of the miracle furnace, Ulysses signed anyway. In his view, serving the progeny of a divine king for 10,000 years was no disgrace, and since Richard possessed such a treasure, he was likely a favored progeny. Perhaps by following Richard, he could even regain his former strength and carve out a territory in this unknown world. The contract was signed, and both Richard and Ulysses breathed a sigh of relief. Very well, now that we are allies, I'd like to ask you some questions, Richard asked with a smile. Please go ahead. I will leave nothing unsaid as long as I can speak of it, Ulysses replied cautiously. I want to hear about the Pantheon and the abyss you mentioned. A force that can command a being as powerful as you and pursue you to the Sea of Souls intrigues me. That's simple, Ulysses readily agreed. I don't know if you are aware of the concept of the world cluster. Richard shook his head. Perhaps the wizard world was familiar with the concept, but he had only just advanced to wizard and was unaware of much information about the wizard world. The so-called world cluster refers to a world structure where tens of thousands of small and medium worlds are densely adjacent to one or more major worlds, centered around them. Both the Pantheon and the Abyss govern a unified world cluster civilization. Civilization. Yes, civilization. The pantheon is also known as the god's civilization, and the formal name for the abyss is the abyss demon civilization. After saying this, Ulysses added, the major world you are currently in is called a civilization seed in the world cluster. If a divine king who wishes to pioneer ventures into the star realm to expand territory, then your current world could also become a civilization. Richard took this information to heart and then asked. So, how does your god's civilization rank the levels of power? According to our classification, from low to high, they are powerless mortals, professionals, legends, epics, demigods, gods, high-level gods, main gods, and the greatest of all, the god kings. Richard compared these ranks with those of the wizard world. Professional likely equated to wizard apprentice, legend epic demigod corresponded to first, second, third circle wizards, god high-level god main god corresponded to fourth, fifth, sixth circle great wizards, and god king corresponded to truth wizard. How many god kings are there in your pantheon? There are 3 god kings, Ulysses said with slight pride. Generally, one god king could create a civilization like the god's civilization that boasted 3 god kings was quite formidable among the neighboring world clusters. Then it's settled. Richard suddenly smiled, and his projection disappeared in the spirit space. The wizard world has 5 truth wizards. Even if the god's civilization were to conflict, the wizard world had the advantage, or rather, the wizard civilization had the advantage. Leaving the spirit space, Richard found himself sealed like an amber. With a slight effort, his amber casing cracked audibly, breaking into several fragments that fell to the ground. Richard stretched his body, finding that although the rebound effect had brought him to a physique of 50, moving around felt completely natural. It seemed his body had adapted to the sudden increase in physique. How long was I in that space? Richard exclaimed in surprise. But before he could figure it out, the amber fragments on the ground turned into a sticky liquid and were absorbed by the floor. Immediately afterward, a beam of white light appeared under his feet. As the white light vanished, he found himself back in the steel hall where he had advanced to wizard. Congratulations! A voice came from behind Richard, and he turned to see the working wizard who had marked him with the magic mark still standing in place as if he hadn't been gone long. Apprentice Richard, your advancement took 12 years, and now I should address you as Wizard Richard. With that, the working wizard handed Richard a magic pocket. This is the benefit issued by the Tower of Truth to newly advanced wizards, including 100 years of free usage of the residential floor, 50 magic essences, an alchemy school wizard robe, and a map of the Tower of Truth. After finishing, the working wizard extended his right hand toward Richard. Welcome to the world of wizards. Chapter 107. After about an hour, Yalad's figure finally appeared in the hall. Haha, Richard. I just knew you could hang in there. Yalad walked up to Richard and gave him a hard pat on the shoulder, his joy apparent for all to see. For Yalad, there was nothing better than seeing his own apprentice safely advance to a wizard. Richard scratched his head and, out of self-preservation, his brain had automatically diminished the memory of what happened within the soul darkness. Now when he tried to recall it, all Richard could feel was boredom. Never mind that, Yalad waved his hand, indicating for Richard not to dwell on the memories. Now that you've become a wizard, you should enjoy the life of a wizard. With that, the two left the work floor. The commercial floor was still bustling, but as Richard stepped into it, he found his sensations somewhat altered. Is this what it feels like to be a wizard? Richard looked around at the otherworldly slaves shackled in chains, knowing that before he became a wizard, even though these slaves were bound, he felt he could easily be killed by them. But now, he felt that these creatures were very weak. This misalignment in self-awareness excited Richard. After reaching the commercial floor, Yalad didn't take Richard straight to the residential area, instead, he led him to a shop. Put on your wizard robe, apprentices are not allowed to enter this store, Yalad instructed. Richard complied, pulling out his wizard robe issued by the Tower of Truth from his pocket. The style of this wizard robe looked no different from the apprentice wizard robe, but the silver pentagram badge at the chest had been replaced with a heart wrapped in gears. Seizing the opportunity, Yalad also explained the differences between the symbols of the different schools to him. Each of the 5 major schools has its own emblem. The alchemy school's emblem is the gear heart, symbolizing the union of machinery and flesh. The undead school's emblem is a golden Ouroboros, symbolizing the circle of life and death. The shape-shifting school's emblem is a golden pentagram, representing control over earth, wind, water, and fire through the mind. The soul school's symbol is a half ethereal, half-tangible brain, signifying the spirit and soul. Lastly, the curse school's emblem is a bloody cross, representing the first curse in wizarding history, the blood cross. What about dual schools? Richard asked. Ollie's mentor, Susanna, was a dual school wizard of curse and shape-shifting. A dual school wizard will display both emblems, with gold representing their major and silver their minor. After changing into his wizard robe, Richard entered the shop with Yalad, a place that didn't allow apprentices, and what the store sold genuinely startled Richard. Are these not people? Richard looked around at the humanoid creatures locked in cages, somewhat panicked. While the wizard world permitted the existence of slaves, these were limited to other races, and wizards were not allowed to enslave other humans. Look closer, Yalad coolly pointed at the scales on one of the slaves. These are subhumans, offspring of certain wizards who couldn't control their baser urges, creating mixed bloods. Mixed bloods are not recognized by the wizard world, so they are considered part of other races. What about those wizards who engage in bloodline fusion? Richard couldn't help but ask, wouldn't their children also have mixed racial bloodlines? It all comes down to whether those wizards are willing to spend magic stones, Yalad said leisurely. As long as one is willing to use magic stones to purify their bloodline, these subhumans can become members of the wizard world. But obviously, the wizards who created these subhumans are not keen on spending that money. Richard fell silent for a moment. Do these people have the same rights as other races? A little better than other races, said Yalad lightly. A humanoid form fits better with a wizard's sense of aesthetics. These subhumans are more likely to spend their lives as servants in a wizard's laboratory rather than being used as experimental materials or food. I brought you here to pick 2 subhuman servants. If you're not willing, let's forget about it. Richard looked at the subhuman servants around him, his emotions gradually calming down. As a black wizard, Richard had killed plenty of pure-blooded humans, so although these subhumans looked pitiful, they did not stir his sympathy. Do these subhumans have skills? I'd like to find one that can cook, Richard said evenly. The physical body doesn't automatically feel happiness during the enjoyment of food, it's a great form of relaxation. Although food had become unnecessary since becoming a wizard, Richard still liked to eat and drink when conditions permitted. Yalad's face showed a smile. Of course, there are. After circling the subhuman shop, Richard ultimately chose 2 female subhuman slaves, costing Yalad 40 magic essences. Both subhumans had normal intelligence levels, with beast ears sprouting on their heads, and they were young and cute. One was proficient in cooking multiple food ingredients, the other robust, gifted with precise control over her body, capable of helping Richard handle some alchemy materials. Upon returning to the residential area, Richard no longer needed Yalad to fly him there. Richard took a deep breath, and at that moment, the cells throughout his body came alive. These cells greedily absorbed the magic power from the air and then converged inside his body, transforming into a magic rebound under the guidance of his spiritual power. After a physique breakthrough of 50, the body would naturally form an energy cycle to sustain bodily functions. In addition to this, Richard's spiritual power also underwent change. He released his spiritual power into the sky, and this time it wasn't limited to just a few meters in front of him but extended to about 50 meters around. The transformation resulted from a qualitative change in spiritual power. If Richard's spiritual power before was raw iron ore, it was now refined steel. With the same amount of spiritual power, Richard could see and explore further, mobilizing even more magic power. With 50 points of spiritual power, Richard could maintain a magic rebound that was 9 times more powerful than when he had 49.9 points. How does the leap in life feel? Yalad asked. Fantastic! Richard exclaimed excitedly. Following Yalad, Richard had made his way to the Black Tower Wizard Academy community on the 2nd floor of the residential area, where a considerable number of wizards from the Black Tower Wizard Academy resided. Entering the community, Richard felt the strong presence of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. These wizards' buildings were all miniature versions of the central Black Tower, giving Richard the feeling of being back at the academy. Arriving at a Black Tower, Yalad stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A subhuman servant opened the door. The 2 wizard lords, please come in. Whose wizard tower is this? Richard curiously asked. Take a guess. Richard walked into the parlor and surveyed the surroundings. I can't tell, but I'm certain it isn't Brother Chax's. Oh. Yalad raised an eyebrow. Why isn't it Chax's? Richard pointed at the empty table in the parlor. How could there be no wine in Brother Chax's living room? Ha, you got that right. Not long after, a graceful figure hurriedly came down from the upstairs. Richard. Richard looked up, and the graceful figure descending was none other than his long-lost senior sister Anna. Sister Anna, long time no see. The two embraced as soon as they saw each other, while Yalad remarked from the side. You siblings really care for each other, becoming wizards 3 terms in a row. Those from earlier terms are too far apart in time, there's no sentimental feeling when they meet. After the hug, everyone took their seats, and Yalad pulled an owl out of his magic pocket and spoke a few words to it. Chax, during your trip to Anna, your junior bro has become a wizard. Soon enough, a portly figure entered the wizard tower. Hey, Junior. I always knew you could make it. As he spoke, Chax opened his arms to Richard and the two hugged each other. With everyone gathered, the subhuman servant poured a cup of red tea for them. The red tea smelled aromatic, bearing a calming effect. Its origin as a demonized plant was evident from the scent. Sister, you're showing favoritism. Chax took a sip of the red tea and complained to Anna, I've been here a few times, each time, it's just ordinary tea. Today, just because the junior bro finishes his apprenticeship, you bring out the treasured magic tea. Anna glared at him, regular tea is good enough for you, you're such a drunk, can you even appreciate magic tea? Why wouldn't I be able to tell, sister, you're just biased. Watching the two bicker, Yalad couldn't help but rap on the table. Be serious, you two. I've come here today for a reason. The two stopped and turned their attention to Yalad. Now that you siblings have all graduated, it's a good time to tell you about the society, Yalad began slowly. The Golden Dawn Society is a wizard society within our alchemy school. At the usual academic salon, members of the society share some of their experiences in alchemy, and offer paid assistance to solve problems. It's very helpful for novice wizards like you. To join the society you need the recommendation of 5 senior members. Right now, several of my old friends are in the wizard world, so that's not a problem. However, there's another requirement to join the society, which is that you need enough wisdom. This requirement demands that you showcase your achievements, no one can help you with that. Saying this, Yalad turned to look at Richard. Richard, you were able to create strategic level magic equipment during your apprenticeship, so clearly your wisdom is sufficient. But you two, Yalad turned his gaze to his other 2 apprentices. Your work obviously doesn't meet the mark. Anna, it's been over a decade since you became a wizard, hasn't it? What have you researched in these years? What have you achieved? Anna's face went slightly red. Indeed, she had been somewhat slack since becoming a wizard. As for Chax, Yalad looked his way, but the man was acting nonchalant, prompting Yalad to give him a stern glance. Chax, it can't even be said that you've slacked off. You're simply wasting time. With that, Yalad took out his magic wand from his magic pocket and angrily tapped Chax on the head a couple of times. Don't think that just because you're a wizard, I can't discipline you anymore. After scolding Chax, Yalad stood up. I've told you about the matter, the choice is yours to make. If you plan to join another society, I won't stop you. Some of your fellow senior brothers and sisters have joined other societies. Having said this, Yalad looked towards Richard. Richard, what are your plans? Me. Richard stood up, I definitely choose to join the Golden Dawn Society. Chapter 108. Very well, Yalad said with a satisfied nod, but joining the society requires attending a society gathering, which you might have to wait decades for. That's no problem, Richard said nonchalantly. Having become a wizard, Richard's lifespan had instantly soared to 1,000 years, so waiting a few decades was not an issue at all. After leaving Anna's wizard tower, Yalad took Richard to find the wizard in charge of construction in the community. Ancha, build a wizard tower for my student, Yalad greeted. In front of him, a wizard whose half-body was mechanical was directing a group of otherworldly slaves to build a wizard tower. Oh, Yalad, your student has also succeeded, Ancha glanced at Richard, his red crystal eyes flashing with a dazzling red light. Which of my students hasn't? Yalad boasted. Richard took out a black crystal ball from his magic pocket and handed it to Ancha. This crystal ball was a 100-year residence permit issued by the Tower of Truth. A red light shot from Ancha's eyes, confirming Richard's information, then he pocketed the crystal ball and handed him a map. All right, the new black tower number 4 in Zone 2, everything's ready inside. You can move in there. Richard nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then followed the map to his wizard tower. Outside the wizard tower, Yalad and Richard said their goodbyes. Okay, everything's set up now, I'm heading back. Won't you come in and sit for a bit? Yalad waved his hand with a smile. The wizard towers built by Ansha are all the same, nothing interesting to see. With that, Yalad floated up, transforming into a streak of light and flew off into the distance. The wizard tower had 4 floors, the first floor was a reception room, the sub-first was a storeroom, and the second and third floors were bedrooms and a laboratory. Richard released 2 demi-human slaves from his magic pocket, a specially made artifact that could contain living creatures, a gift from the slave trading company. Get familiar with the rooms. From today on, this will be your dwelling, Richard instructed indifferently. The 2 Kemonomimi immediately bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Yes, Master. Richard did not give names to the Kemonomimi. He chose to refer to them by number. The cooking Kemonomimi was number 1, and the sturdy Kemonomimi was number 2. These Kemonomimi did not have a long lifespan, 100 years often marked their limit. Not naming them was Richard's way of reminding himself not to get emotionally attached. The second floor was a laboratory, and the walls of the laboratory were equipped with a silence magic array to keep the laboratory quiet. Richard closed the door of the laboratory and took out his experimental equipment from his magic pocket that he had used during his apprenticeship. This included various tools and alchemy materials, as well as the annihilation flame tentacle that Richard had brought with him. Before ascending to wizard, Richard had prepared it with sufficient nutrient solution and magic stones, and after 12 years of growth, the entire tentacle had become quite massive. Ulysses, how do you feel about using this thing to make a body for yourself? A white light shot out from Richard's body, forming into a black spiritual crow. Liar! You damn deceiver! You're not a progeny of the Divine King. You're just a lucky ant! Ulysses roared unceasingly at Richard. The moment Richard stepped out of the steel hall, Ulysses realized it had been deceived. It wasn't blind or deaf, its spiritual power could extend through Richard's body to explore the outside world. In the Ascension Room, it had been intimidated by the world will and did not dare to scout around. But once they left that lair, the world will was no longer present. Richard called an ant that wasn't even a demigod teacher, and went to what was called the market to buy slaves. This was entirely different from what Ulysses had envisioned. Ulysses, when did I ever tell you I was a progeny of the Divine King? Richard said, sitting on a chair and looking at it with a distant gaze. This world master had been incessantly roaring since he picked slaves in the commercial lair, annoying him to no end. You, Ulysses stared at Richard as though looking at a shameless scoundrel. Moreover, I am now your master, and you had better show some respect. Otherwise. Richard snorted coldly, the threat clear in his voice. Suicide could also be an order. At this moment, Ulysses finally tasted despair. Following you, an ant, I, Ulysses, am done for, Ulysses said in resignation. Done for. Richard chuckled coldly, you should be grateful, for it's because of me that you weren't taken away to be an experimental subject. Do you know where you are now? Where? According to your classifications, you are now in the dwelling of a divine king. And, Richard continued with a cold laugh, the divine kings you mentioned, there are no fewer than 5 of them in the wizard world. At those words, Ulysses' entire body shook instantly. Kid, do you know how great a divine king is? Ulysses clamored, in the presence of a divine king, all main gods bow down in submission, just as an ant like you would before a deity. I certainly know that it's no secret there are 5 truth wizards in the wizard world, Richard said indifferently, even a great wizard on a conquest of other worlds must bow down to them. Impossible. Our god's civilization only has 3 divine kings. The abyss demons only have 2 dominators. You liar, I will never believe another word you say. Richard snorted coldly, Ulysses, I command you to shut up. The next moment, the ranting Ulysses fell silent. Ulysses, I have no interest in a war of words with you. You will see the strength of the wizard world with your own eyes, and when that time comes, you'll be grateful for the correct decision you made. The life of a wizard is much more relaxed than that of a wizard apprentice. After a decade or so of growth, the fuzzy ball within the fragments of the secret realm split off a seed, which had now become a new holy tree elf. Richard named it Fuzzy Ball number 2. It was a good start. If the growth could continue to double every 10 years, the fragments of the secret realm would soon turn into a field of herbs. For this purpose, Richard also started looking for nectar with life energy in the commercial areas as food for the holy tree elf. This nectar could promote the growth of the holy tree elves. A regular holy tree elf could only live for about 50 years, but if they grew, their lifespan would also increase. This was undoubtedly a great help for Richard's breeding plan. Furthermore, Richard also began the second phase of training for his adaptation body. In the wizard's data, whether in physique or spiritual power, the point between 49.9 and 50 was a qualitative change. Once Richard's physique reached 50 due to the rebound effect, the upper limit of the energy levels his adaptation body could handle reached 100. On that basis, for every extra point in physique, Richard's adaptation limit would increase by 10. Training the adaptation body meant consuming more magic stones. Although Yalad was busy with the wizard commerce, it would take a century or two before significant profits were made. The business of selling magic potions in the commercial district was continuing, but the speed of earning was already struggling to keep up with Richard's consumption. As a result, Richard, like a normal alchemy wizard, had to take on some alchemy work and make magic equipment for apprentices from wizard families or free wizards. After the qualitative change in his spiritual power, Richard found making magic equipment to be much easier. Operations that were very difficult during his apprentice days were now easy tasks for him. Moreover, due to Richard's approachability in a particular franchise request, many wizard apprentices sought him out specifically for magic equipment creation. Number 23, Wars Luciro. Richard handed out a gemstone-studded magic wand to the apprentice in front of him from his pocket. Ice crystal wand, take a look. If there are no problems, pay the final amount. The apprentice nervously accepted the magic wand, checked it with an infusion of magic power, and immediately bowed respectfully to Richard. Master, your craftsmanship is truly extraordinary. After speaking, the apprentice took out an old magic book from his magic pocket. This book is an encrypted magic book lost during the Wizard War. Have a look. Richard received the book, and a stream of information flashed through his mind. Material, unknown magic book. Extractable information, fire element amplifying rune array. Extraction cost, 5 spiritual power. Richard nodded, not bad, you're an honest man. The wizard apprentice smiled reservedly, thinking wizards have odd hobbies, that there are still those who collect such worthless books. Encrypted magic books and encrypted notes were collected by almost all wizard families, but with efforts over many years to decode them, the ones that could be solved had been solved long ago. Those unbreakable magic books gathering dust in libraries were easily taken out by the apprentices from wizard families for bartering. All right, we're even. Welcome to come again. If you have friends who want custom-made magic equipment, feel free to refer them. I'll give you a 10% commission. Richard put the magic book aside and waved at the apprentice. I will spread the word for you. The apprentice bowed again and then quickly left the wizard tower. After he left, Richard chuckled and took the magic book in his hands, choosing to refine it. Fire element amplifying array? Good stuff. Richard had been in the alchemy business for 10 years now. 7 years ago, in conversations with apprentices, he learned that wizard families did not value encrypted notes very much, so he started the activity of trading encrypted notes for magic stones. One encrypted note could be exchanged for 1,000 magic stones. Although most of these encrypted notes and magic books were junk, as long as Richard found one that was useful, it would cover all his losses. Putting the magic book on the shelf in the basement, Richard leisurely made his way to the laboratory on the second floor. Vuni, or rather Ulysses, flew in from the window, a gemstone hanging from his mouth. After he flew in, there was an immediate knock on the door of the wizard tower. Richard went downstairs to open the door and met an angry wizard on the doorstep, ranting furiously at him. Richard! Your crow has come to steal my gem fruits again. My gem tree isn't for its cultivation. Richard gave an apologetic smile and offered some magic stones as compensation. After resolving the problem, Richard went up to the second floor and watched Ulysses helplessly. Ulysses, as a world master, do you actually enjoy stealing other people's fruits all day? Ga ga ga, I just like to see him angry. Over the years, Ulysses had also come to understand the world of the wizard world through various channels. 5 divine kings, and over 1,000 divine beings, with the number still expanding. This terrifying strength made Ulysses admit that what Richard had said years ago was right. If he hadn't signed the destiny contract with Richard, his future would have been even more miserable. Moreover, I need to recover my strength, right? His gem fruits can alleviate the injury to my divine soul. I'll soon be able to use the annihilation flame that you desire. Chapter 109. The Annihilation Flame, one of the abilities of Ulysses, the Master of Crows. It possessed the ability to devour light, held extremely high temperatures, and could ignite the soul. Moreover, this flame was very gentle and did not possess the expansiveness of regular flames. This type of flame originated from Ulysses's bloodline talent. Although he had lost his original body, as a world master, simulating his talent ability was effortless. The reason Richard wanted to see this flame was simple: he wanted to find runes within it. Runes are the cornerstone of the wizard world, they are the summation of a wizard's control over laws. Runes existed in various phenomena, and wizards, by deciphering the appearance of phenomena, would glimpse their essence. To give an imperfect analogy, runes are akin to the various formulas in physics. Richard was very interested in the nature of the annihilation flame. According to Ulysses, this flame partially overlapped in nature with the dark water rune. Particularly, the gentleness of the annihilation flame greatly appealed to Richard. If he could extract the runes of the annihilation flame and combine them with the dark water rune to form a new water and fire annihilation spell, undoubtedly, this spell would be more stable and powerful than the original realm of annihilation. When will you be able to use the annihilation flame? Not long now. After eating a few more of his fruits, I should be able to use it by the end of this month. You still need to eat his fruits. Richard couldn't help but sigh with his hand to his forehead. The wizard visited by Ulysses was named Alexei, a wizard from the Soul School. He had planted a gem tree in his yard, the fruits of which had nourishing effects on the soul. "Gah, gah, gah, it's his fault for shooting a fireball at me," Ulysses complained angrily. Originally, seeing the gem tree and driven by the nature of a crow, Ulysses wanted to snatch some gem leaves, but Alexei hit him with a fireball technique, nearly turning him into roast bird. Since then, a feud had formed between the man and the bird. "Fine, steal if you must, but don't overdo it," Richard instructed reluctantly. For the sake of his research, he had to sacrifice Alexei's comfort for now. Suddenly, a month had passed. Richard appeased an enraged Alexei with a forced smile and turned to the laboratory on the second floor. "It should be ready now, right?" Richard looked at Ulysses, who was now emanating a faint, hot aura that hadn't been there before. "It's ready, but I can't guarantee you'll find what you're looking for." Ulysses spat out a wisp of black flame, which immediately raised the temperature of the entire laboratory gradually. Richard pulled a crystal ball out of his pocket. This was the crystal ball of Great Wizard Qing Shuang, which stored the dark water rune. Its material was quite extraordinary. Richard had modified it, engraving several magic arrays within the crystal ball to make it capable of withstanding considerable heat. Using magic power as a guide, Richard drew the annihilation flame into the crystal ball and then sealed it with chains of runes emanating from his hands. The sealing skill was a special spell outside of the 6 major schools. Its sole purpose was to trap items or even living beings within a certain object, place, or even space. When dealing with creatures of immense life energy, wizards often chose to seal them away permanently. As long as they did not appear, it was as if they were dead. There were many kinds of sealing skills, each requiring a price, and the prices varied. The sealing skill Richard used was called the rune chain sealing technique, from a book of encrypted notes. Using this sealing skill merely required the wizard to expend a significant amount of magic power, arguably the mildest price among sealing skills. But the effect was also the weakest: he needed to periodically stabilize the seal with magic power. If it were some immensely powerful sealing technique, he would not need to stabilize it later, but the cost could include memories, lifespan, or even the soul. The annihilation flame was successfully sealed within the crystal ball, and the magic arrays Richard had previously prepared began to show their effects. Under the high temperature of the annihilation flame, the crystal ball merely became extremely hot without melting. Richard placed it into the water, continuously cooling it down with cold water, quickly bringing the temperature under control. "Gah, gah, your wizard's sealing techniques are quite interesting," Ulysses remarked in surprise. "A mere legend can control my annihilation flame with such methods." "Wizards have many interesting methods," Richard responded indifferently. "A wizard's methods come from wisdom, not from bloodline or some unsystematic experiences." After sealing the annihilation flame, Richard began his research and experiments. It was a long and arduous process. Richard had started learning from the Plastic Energy School during his apprenticeship, which provided a solid knowledge base for his current research on the annihilation flame. During this research journey, Ali also became a wizard, which greatly assisted Richard. Through various physical tests and analyzing the rune arrays, Richard successfully decoded the Annihilation Flame in the 20th year of his research and summarized the Annihilation Flame rune. This was undoubtedly great news for Richard. Have your runes been created? Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder, looking at the rune on the experiment table. The rune looked like a cluster of twisted flames, its complex structure dazzling the eyes. The civilization of the gods also had something similar to runes. The Lune rune of the Divine King Thousand Faces could do the same things as wizard runes. However, Lune runes are law texts, requiring the observer to possess the strength of a divine, essentially the world master, to even see them clearly. Yet this little one beneath him was merely a legend. It was unbelievable that he could also create something similar. Richard infused magic into the rune on the test bench, and the next instant, a wisp of pitch-black flame was born from the rune. "Look, is it your Annihilation Flame?" Richard said proudly. Ulysses drew the flame towards him and then swallowed it whole. His eyes widened immediately, mouth slightly agape, as if he had witnessed something unimaginable. "Ga. It really is the Annihilation Flame." Richard nodded in satisfaction, then wiped away the rune. The Annihilation Flame rune was just the first step in Richard's plan. He needed to merge the Dark Water rune with the Annihilation Flame rune using a rune array to ultimately create a spell that was uniquely his. Richard glanced at the laboratory's wall clock. "Is it already 2 in the afternoon? Time really flies." After becoming a wizard, eating was no longer a necessity for Richard, so sometimes when he was immersed in research, he would neglect the time and spend days and nights in the laboratory. Upon leaving the laboratory, Richard swept the area with his spiritual power and found his 2 demi-human servants. They were sunbathing in the yard. Richard's life was very simple, and since he was often soaking in the laboratory, these 2 demi-human servants, aside from cleaning the room, had almost nothing else to do and lived leisurely lives. At the thought from Richard, Kemonomime number 1 received the message. "Master has come out, I should go cook," number 1 informed number 2 and immediately went to the kitchen on the first floor of the Wizard Tower and started preparing food. The training from the slave trading company was very thorough, number 1's culinary skills were very proficient, and in just half an hour, she had filled the entire dining table with dishes. Richard observed her. When he had bought this Kemonomime, she was only about 16 years old, with fur looking youthful and glossy. Now, looking again, number 1's fur had become somewhat dull. Richard touched number 1's ears, signaling her to go back to sunbathing. "After becoming a wizard, my perception of time has become more and more dull. I can't believe 20 years feel like not long ago," Richard sighed. Ulysses, perched upon his shoulder, squawked loudly. "Ga. You think this is a long time? Just wait until you become a divine. Then, 200 years will pass in the blink of an eye. This is the necessary path for a short-lived species to transform into a longevity species." Richard didn't say anything else, silently finishing all the dishes on the table. Number 1's skills were quite good, each dish on the table was complete with color, fragrance, and taste. After finishing, Richard considered whether to increase number 1's purchasing budget to let her buy more expensive ingredients for cooking. With such good cooking skills, it would be a pity not to use quality materials. After eating, Richard walked out of the Wizard Tower. The sunshine outside was bright, the sky sparkling with flowing light. "Richard, you finally decided to come out." A stream of light fell in front of Richard, transforming into an exceptionally beautiful woman shimmering with flames. "Ali, long time no see," Richard greeted lazily. Influenced by great wizard Susanna, after becoming a wizard, Ali integrated the blood of a fire element creature, causing her body to partially undergo elementalization. Therefore, now every movement she made sparked flames. "Have you completed your rune research?" Ali asked curiously. Richard nodded. "Do you need my help?" Richard scratched his head, pondering over his research direction. "I need a bit of help with knowledge. I need some magic books on water and fire element spells, and the rings don't need to be high, first ring or second ring will do." According to Richard's plan, he wanted to use 2 rare runes to create a new spell. Naturally, this required a lot of knowledge about rune arrays. Looking more at other spells would help him gain a broader understanding. "That's easy, but what will you trade for it?" Ali approached Richard, a seductive smile on her lips. Ali was well aware of Richard's collection of encrypted notes. Even during his apprenticeship, Richard had decoded a bloodline alchemy formula from the encrypted notes, and now he was extensively collecting them, easily leading Ali, someone who knew him well, to speculate. Richard pulled out a scroll from his magic pocket and threw it to Ali. How about this? A fire element amplifying rune array. Ali looked at it and immediately agreed to the trade. That's enough, I'll bring the items over in a bit. Half an hour later, Richard received dozens of scrolls that recorded magic models. Sigh, knowledge is boundless, learning never ends. Let's continue researching. Chapter 110. Spring passed and autumn came, and in the blink of an eye, 8 years had elapsed. During these years, Richard had been designing his new version of the water and fire annihilation spell and even had a name for it, calling it the Heart of Annihilation. But designing a new spell was not so easy. In the laboratory, Richard gazed at the rune array on the experiment table and fell into deep thought. Alas, it failed again. Although he had prepared for failure, as the failures accumulated, his mental defense was gradually eroding. He even began to doubt whether his approach was correct, perhaps the two runes were not as compatible as he had thought, and designing a new spell was a misguided idea. Caw, caw. Richard, someone is looking for you. Ulysses's voice suddenly rang out, and when Richard looked towards the window, he saw a familiar owl next to Ulysses. Entering the laboratory, the owl spoke in human tongue. Richard, come to Anna's place. The voice of my teacher. Richard was startled by the words and suddenly remembered that this year appeared to be the year of the society meeting. After tidying up the laboratory, Richard donned his wizard robe and hurried to his sister teacher Anna's wizard tower. When he arrived, he ran into Chax. Brother. Richard greeted Chax, who over the decades had grown more rounded and his bald head more lustrous. Long time no see, junior brother, Chax greeted cheerfully. The two entered the wizard tower where Anna and Yalad were already waiting for them in the parlor. As soon as they were seated, Yalad went straight to the point. This year is the year of the society gathering, Anna, Chax, how are your projects coming along? Anna shook her head, teacher, a few years ago I was introduced by a friend and have already joined the Golden Gear Society. The Golden Gear Society. Yalad frowned, but soon he sighed, ah, you have a talent for alchemy machines, so joining the Golden Gear is appropriate. The Golden Gear Society was an alchemy wizard society focused on the research of alchemy machines, and Anna, talented in this area, fitting in wasn't unreasonable. But what bothered Yalad was that his area of research was synthetic beasts, which naturally conflicted with those who tinkered with machinery, and now his own student had become one of them. Anna awkwardly bowed her head, aware that her teacher had difficulties with some wizards researching alchemy machines. Yalad then turned his gaze to Chax. And you, Chax? Me? Chax also shook his head, my combat beast isn't fully trained yet, I guess I'll have to wait until the next society meeting to present it. Well, alright then, Yalad sighed helplessly, this time I'll just introduce Richard into the society. The headquarters of the Golden Dawn Society was located on the 12th residential layer, appearing from the outside like an alchemy workshop, with thick pipes and towering chimneys, and was styled in the alchemy machine manner that Yalad detested. Arriving at the door, Richard familiarly greeted a few wizards. Carlos, long time no see. Mitchell, you've changed your body again, which race is it this time? Zakaria, we must not have seen each other in over 100 years, it seems you've fared well in the plain war. These wizards also responded familiarly to Yalad. It seemed that Yalad was well liked in the Golden Dawn Society. Upon entering the building, what met Richard's eyes was a hall that resembled a fleshy cavern. Teacher, this, Richard frowned, the hall's walls and floors seemed fleshy, and the pillars looked like the bones of some creature, with blood vessels faintly visible in the decorations. If this were anywhere else, Richard would have already started casting spells. Merlin's aesthetic is like this, you'll get used to it after seeing it more, Yalad said nonchalantly. As more wizards gathered in the hall, some of Yalad's old friends also came over to him, including the giant Gerald Richard had met years ago. Yalad, is this the student? A wizard with two heads asked. It doesn't look like he follows your path of synthetic beasts, another wizard joined in. Yalad sighed helplessly, the student who follows my path hasn't finished his project yet, we'll have to wait until next time. The wizards nodded upon hearing this, then shifted their gazes to a new wizard who had arrived, smiling. Merlin, have you made your magic equipment yet? Yalad's student has already made one. The questioned wizard, draped in a wizard robe, looked no different from an ordinary human, but as the wizards asked, the flesh on his face suddenly twisted. You phew! Merlin snorted coldly, his facial flesh returning to normal. He approached Richard, inspecting him with a scrutinizing gaze. Boy, Show me your magic equipment. Richard furrowed his brow, suddenly hearing Yolod's voice by his ear. Give it to him, Merlin is the vice president of the society, and checking the work is his responsibility. Richard took an annihilation bomb out of his pocket and handed it to Merlin. After inspecting the annihilation bomb, Merlin said with some dissatisfaction, "It's not that complicated." Upon hearing this, Yolod walked over to Richard and said, "Merlin, are you questioning the judgment of the great wizard?" Merlin's face stiffened, and he reluctantly returned the annihilation bomb to Richard and handed him a badge. "This is the badge of the society, from now on you are part of the society." After Merlin left, Yolod began to introduce the structure of the society to Richard. "Our society's structure is quite loose, only consisting of the president, vice president, and members. Merlin and Traz are the vice presidents, and the president is the great wizard, the immortal heart." "The president is a great wizard!" Richard exclaimed. "No need to be surprised," Yolod explained, "the president and vice presidents of the society aren't the first generation. The Golden Dawn Society was established since the pioneering era, it has a very long history, and it's quite normal to have a great wizard as a president. The president and vice presidents are responsible for organizing meetings and overseeing the admission and exit of members. To expel a member, both vice presidents need to agree, and also need the approval of the president. So you don't need to worry too much about Merlin." Richard nodded. Although Merlin's attitude toward him was unfriendly, Richard was not a person who dwelled on such things. As long as it did not involve benefits, he could let the poor attitude pass. As the meeting progressed, the hall quickly filled with wizards. Wizards exchanged pieces of information they had learned over time and traded materials they held. "Third-level active flesh, good stuff," a wizard asked while looking at the materials Richard displayed. "How much of this do you have, and what do you want in exchange?" Yolod patted Richard on the shoulder and then left his side. The meeting itself was also an academic salon, and Richard had some questions needing answers, so he had Yolod introduce an alchemy wizard who had researched the water and fire annihilation spell. "Master, I've heard you've researched the water and fire annihilation spell, and I would like to consult you on a few questions," Richard said respectfully. The wizard frowned, and a mechanical friction noise emanated from within him. "Questions on this topic aren't cheap. How much third-level active flesh do you have?" 40 kilograms. Impressive," the wizard exclaimed. "Ask then, that amount is sufficient." Although the market price of third-level active flesh was 10 magic stones per gram, this material was difficult to cultivate, and few wizards were willing to sell it. Only the wizard commerce would periodically release a batch to the market to ensure a complete range of goods. "Thank you, Master. I have 3 questions. First off, the integration of rare runes in a second ring rune array." After the inquiry, Richard had paid 30 kilograms of active flesh to obtain answers to 3 questions. "The price of knowledge is truly not cheap," Richard lamented. 30 kilograms of active flesh, which is equivalent to 300,000 magic stones or 300 magic essence on the market. A one-ring wizard participating in a plain war could earn a net profit of 700 to 800 magic essence. His 3 questions were worth almost half the earnings of a plain war. Fortunately, it was worth it. The answers to these 3 questions were very exquisite. If Richard had to explore them himself, it would likely take him 100 to 200 years to come up with them. Moreover, these 3 questions directly affected the progress of Richard's spells, and once solved, his path to spell design became unobstructed. The duration of the meeting was a month long, but most wizards would leave after obtaining what they desired. Richard returned from the meeting and dived straight into the laboratory to begin spell design. Seeing this, Yolod did not disturb him, for as a wizard, he understood the invigorating feeling that comes from solving long-standing problems. 3 months later, Richard looked at the rune array before him and revealed a satisfied smile. Did it succeed?" Ulysses flew onto Richard's shoulder, having been closely monitoring Richard's spell design over the years. As a former world master, it was very curious about what Richard could create from his own resources. It believed itself to have reached the pinnacle in utilizing its bloodline talent, otherwise, among the many annihilation crows of the crow realm, it wouldn't have become the leader. "Want to see the effect?" Richard smiled at Ulysses and then flew out of the laboratory window, transforming into a streak of light as he made his way to a desert. As a place of residence for wizards, each living level had its own testing ground, and for Richard, this desert was that testing ground. Richard manipulated his spiritual power to form runes and then used these runes to form a dense rune array. As the spell was ready, a human head-sized black fireball appeared in Richard's hands. "Let's see how powerful you are," Richard wickedly shot the fireball, and it exploded thunderously 1 kilometer away. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound went into Richard's ears. In an instant, Richard saw the originally human head-sized black sphere expand to the size of a person and then quickly disappear. Without any light or booming sound, as calm as the surface of the water on a spring day. Richard arrived at where the spell had erupted. The part devoured by the spell had already vanished, leaving behind a hemispherical depression at the edge where sand had melted into glass. Ulysses, what do you think of this spell? Richard asked Ulysses. The spell was too calm, he could barely perceive its actual power. For the former me, this would be nothing, but for your current strength, Ulysses hesitated a moment, then slowly said. It's truly monstrous. Chapter 111. To test the specific power of the Heart of Annihilation, Richard had spent a fortune on a test target and the final results left him quite satisfied. The ultimate power of the Heart of Annihilation was 2000 energy levels, about double that of the original Realm of Annihilation. Although magic power consumption had also increased by almost 2/3, the stability of the Heart of Annihilation was far higher than that of the Realm of Annihilation, making it usable as a regular spell. Moreover, a spell of 2000 energy levels among one-ring wizards could be described as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. With this spell at his side, Richard felt confident that even if he were to participate in a plain war now, he would be able to survive. Having completed the test, Richard returned to the wizard tower, satisfied. A wizard apprentice had been eagerly waiting outside his door, and as soon as Richard returned, he immediately greeted him. Master, you're back. Richard nodded at him. Which number are you? Number 45, Master. Entering the wizard tower, Richard took out a magic wand from another laboratory on the second floor according to the number, and then returned to the reception room. Number 45. The wizard apprentice bowed respectfully and then took out an old notebook from his magic pocket, offering it with both hands to Richard. Master, this is the encrypted notes from our family's library. Richard took it, and a message came from the miracle furnace. Material, unknown wizard's notes. Possible materials to refine, 13 extensions of the magic defense magic array. Refining cost, 5 spiritual power. Good, you're an honest person, said Richard as he leafed through the notes, waving a hand at the apprentice. You may go back. If there's business, you can refer them here, and I'll give you a 10% commission on the profits. No problem, Master. After refining the notes, Richard moved to the basement of the wizard tower. This was where Richard stored alchemy materials and kept encrypted magic books. Upon reaching the library, Richard placed the notebook in order on the bookshelf. Over decades, Richard had received encrypted notes that nearly filled an entire bookshelf. Although most were useless trash, a small part had brought unexpected gains to Richard. Looking at the packed bookshelf, Richard scratched his head. There's a bit too much. Looks like I need to clear out some of the useless trash. In the process of clearing the trash, Richard unexpectedly found a familiar notebook. This notebook. Holding the wrinkled notebook in his hand, memories from over 70 years ago, when he had just arrived at the academy, surfaced in his mind. Back then, to complete Ilad's test, he and Ali had ventured into the Blackstone mountain range to hunt the black-striped water python, and by accident obtained a notebook from a death apprentice. Speaking of which, I haven't visited that wizard's laboratory in the Blackstone mountain range yet, Richard said, stroking the notebook with a slight smile on his face. During his apprentice days, he was too fearful of the various guardians in the laboratory to venture near, but now he had become a wizard with a powerful spell like Heart of Annihilation. There was no reason not to explore. Without hesitation, and after tidying up the bookshelf, Richard promptly arranged the prepared magic equipment according to their sequence and handed it over to 2 kimono mimi. I'm stepping out for a bit. If any apprentices come by during this time, distribute according to their number. Yes, Master. ×2. Besides the magic equipment, Richard also casually stuffed Ulysses into his magic pocket. Since the residential floor of the Tower of Truth was a secret realm space and almost devoid of world guardians, with day-to-day security managed by ordinary wizards, Richard was confident about Ulysses moving around. But it was different on the native soil of the wizard world. World guardians would patrol the wizard world, and they were extremely sensitive to otherworldly creatures. If encountered, and if they sensed something off about Ulysses, Richard could be in big trouble. Following the teleportation gate out of the Tower of Truth, the sparse magic power of the wizard world gave Richard a jolt. On the residential floor, Richard could offset the magic power consumption of flying just by his cells automatically absorbing magic power, but this approach would not work after entering the wizard world. It's no wonder so many wizards choose to live in the Tower of Truth. The magic power in the wizard world is indeed rather unfriendly to wizards, Richard remarked. The trip from the Tower of Truth to the Blackstone mountain range at a wizard's speed would take about a month, thanks largely to the fact that most of the journey bypassed uninhabited regions, making it very safe to fly. Should one encounter uninhabited regions, even wizards would have to take a detour. During the flight, Richard encountered numerous airships. The passengers on the airships would crowd to the windows when they saw Richard, hoping for a closer glimpse of a wizard's visage. For the vast majority of people in the wizard world, wizards were a mysteriously powerful existence. A month later, Richard arrived at the Blackstone mountain range, but as he had just reached the skies above the range and prepared to explore the ruins, a beast's roar came from deep within the mountains. Roar! A giant beast fluttered its wings and flew out from the depths of the mountains. It had 3 snake-like necks, and at the end of these necks, 3 ferocious and majestic dragon heads were staring intently at Richard. The comer was the guardian god of the Blackstone mountain range that Richard had seen years ago. Which young wizard dares to trespass into the Blackstone mountain range? This is the territory of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. The 3-headed giant dragon spoke in human tongue, using the authentic wizard language, which surprised Richard slightly. In the Dark Age, when wizards were not yet the masters of the land, dragons ruled the earth and skies, and all creatures born on land and flying in the sky had to submit to them and offer sacrifices. Dragons built their nests from gold, and back then, the peaks of every mountain in the wizard world glimmered with gold. And now, fearsome dragons too had to speak the wizard language and guard wizard homes. Master, I am Richard, a wizard from the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Facing the giant dragon, Richard did not treat it with the disrespect reserved for otherworldly slaves. This dragon had 3 heads, equivalent to a 3-rings wizard. Facing such a powerful being, and a powerful being from his own camp no less, respect was essential. Wizard Richard, didn't your mentor tell you? If a wizard wishes to enter the Academy's territory, he must report to the Academy in advance. The dragon's words made Richard somewhat embarrassed. Yalad had told him about this rule decades ago, but at that time, he had no intention of returning to the Academy, so he had forgotten it. This was my mistake, I will report to the Academy now. Be careful when exploring the mountains, don't start a forest fire like you did over 70 years ago. Richard was startled upon hearing this. You, remember me? The dragon snorted, I remember the scent of every little troublemaker who has caused a stir in the Blackstone mountain range. Upon his return to the Academy, Richard immediately went to the 100th floor of the central Black Tower and reported to Deputy Dean Alex. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Alex, wearing glasses, looked up and, somewhat surprised, said. Richard, why have you come back? Didn't you advance to a wizard not long ago? He remembered his old friend's prized apprentice quite well, especially since Richard had caused more than just one troublesome incident. There are some matters I need to deal with at the Academy, and I specially came here to report to you, Richard said respectfully. Dealing with matters? All right, I've noted it down. After leaving the 100th floor, Richard took the opportunity to visit his old mentor, Yalad. After taking on 3 promising apprentices in a row, Yalad's good fortune in finding students seemed to have run out, not having found a single suitable apprentice in decades. After exchanging a few words of pleasantries with Yalad, Richard left the central Black Tower and headed to the commercial district. Anna's Cottage, now renamed Richard's Magic Potion Store, specialized in concentration potions. The shopkeeper was none other than Richard's agent, Kevin. Kevin, who had survived the apprentice wars, became a senior wizard apprentice and did not choose to take the wizard examination but opted to graduate directly. While working part-time for the Academy, he managed Richard's store. Now Kevin was over 80 years old, his body marked with wrinkles and white hair. For a wizard apprentice, his life was roughly at its midway point. Kevin, long time no see. Entering the store, Richard greeted Kevin warmly. Kevin jerked in surprise upon seeing the visitor, then promptly performed the wizard's salute to Richard. Master Richard. Richard waved his hand, indicating that such formalities were unnecessary. He pointed at a boy beside Kevin. Your son? Or your grandson? Kevin patted the child's head, this is my grandson. Tofu, quickly give Master Richard a salute. The boy shyly gave Richard the wizard's salute. Not a bad little fellow. Richard smiled and handed him a ring. Just a trinket for practice, when fitted with a magic stone it can defend against a magic missile. Tuofu took the ring and bowed to Richard, "Thank you, Master." After some small talk, it was time for business. "Since becoming a wizard, my perception of time has become increasingly dull," Richard said as he pulled out a contract from his pocket and handed it to Kevin. "Perhaps by the time I come again, you may no longer be here. This is a contract. When you feel you can't go on any longer, find a successor to take over your position." Kevin took the contract, glanced at it, then tucked it into his pocket, and said respectfully, "I understand." Leaving the academy, Richard headed straight for the Blackstone mountain range. Having filed the report, the three-headed dragon did not impede his way this time. However, Richard had apparently overestimated his own scouting abilities. After a century of change, the landslides of the past were now covered by lush vegetation. Richard searched the Blackstone mountain range for a long time without locating the so-called ruins. "I didn't expect that even after becoming a wizard, I'd need to find a guide," Richard said somewhat moodily. Arriving in Blackstone City, the small city had not changed much despite the passage of decades. Richard found an old guide and spent a magic stone to have him lead him to the ruins from those years ago. "My lord, not to brag, but our John family is the most knowledgeable about the Blackstone mountain range here in Blackstone City," claimed an elderly man with graying hair as he led the way. "Starting with my grandfather's generation, our family has been guiding people. There's not a place in the Blackstone mountain range that I don't know." I've met your grandfather," Richard casually replied. Hey." The old man suddenly turned around, his expression a mix of surprise and fear. "You've met my grandfather?" Richard remained calm. "About 70 years ago. Old John once led me into the mountains. He was quite skilled and even helped me track down a scoundrel." The old man was taken aback. This apparently young wizard in front of him did not seem to be lying, but if he had met his grandfather 70 years ago, then he must be at least in his 80s. Gulp. The old man swallowed hard. "You are a wizard? A real wizard?" Richard nodded, then turned his gaze toward a partially sparse slope in the distance. "You can go back now, we've arrived at the place." Chapter 112. Due to geological changes, the exterior of the wizard's laboratory was concealed by vegetation and dirt, but Richard could still sense the faint magic fluctuations inside. Richard approached the hillside, and as soon as he landed, he felt a swift magic fluctuation. Hiss hiss hiss. A faint rubbing sound came from the ground, and a thin vine that appeared metallic emerged from the earth and quickly wrapped around Richard's legs. Richard glanced at the surrounding vegetation and faintly saw animal bones underneath the sparse plants. "This is quite interesting," he said. Richard grabbed the vine, which was covered in metallic spikes that would puncture the skin of an ordinary person. But he was no ordinary person. As a wizard, these vines were hardly different from common roadside weeds to him. Richard exerted a little force, and the metallic vine snapped. "It's deeply rooted," said Richard, as he broke off each vine that was tightening around his legs and then used a spell to dig through the soil. Sensing the danger, the metallic vines began retracting, but Richard quickly grabbed them. It was too late for them to escape then. With his spell excavation, Richard soon found several tangled and strange rootstocks. All the vines had grown from these rootstocks. Richard dug them out. They were glossy with a metallic texture but felt like squirming animals in his hand. He placed them in a crystal box and sealed it with a rune chain sealing technique. This would be great material for research. Using a spell, Richard blasted open the soil outside the laboratory, revealing a dark entrance. Before Richard could enter, a red eye lit up within. Intruder detected, implementing expulsion strategy. A figure resembling a stone giant, an alchemy puppet, emerged from the cave, its body covered in moss, with dirt and moss constantly falling as it moved. "An alchemy golem, excellent," remarked Richard, his eyes gleaming at the sight. The demon statue army was famous during the Wizard Wars for the alchemy school. Although the golems had been technologically iterated upon to be more compact and flexible, made from alchemy alloy instead of enchanted stone, it didn't mean the old golems were useless. With proper modifications, an alchemy golem could be equipped with various alchemy weapons, turning it into a cannon on the battlefield. Upon encountering Richard, the golem didn't attack immediately but mechanically repeated, "Leave quickly." Richard ignored the golem's cries and instantly transformed into a hulking armored giant over 2 meters tall. Such a perfect specimen, Richard couldn't bring himself to use the high-caliber spell of annihilation. After years of neglect, the golem's energy was almost completely depleted. If Richard could completely drain the golem's magic, he would gain a complete golem. Sensing Richard's transformation, the glow brightened in the golem's eyes, and the repeated phrase "leave" quickly ceased. Intruder detected, executing annihilate strategy. Buzz. A magic power beam shot towards Richard, followed by the golem charging at him. A magic barrier flickered around Richard, completely blocking the beam, and then he collided with the golem. The golem was formidable, its strength like that of a wild rhino. At the moment of impact, Richard's body involuntarily moved backward. At the same time, the golem's fists sparkled with runes, the fiery runes turning its fists into molten iron. Bang bang bang! In an instant, Richard and the golem exchanged 3 punches, and the smell of scorched flesh and blood quickly permeated the air. But rather than fear, a slight smile appeared on Richard's face. That's about enough. Right after he spoke, the previously vigorous golem suddenly halted, its crystalline eyes losing their glow. After years of dissipation, there wasn't much magic power left in the golem, maybe enough to chase off a few wizard apprentices, but not enough for a wizard like Richard. As his fist's injuries healed, Richard approached the golem and drew an array on the ground. Magic poured in, and a space rift appeared above the array. Richard moved the golem into the secret realm, where several holy tree elves immediately swarmed around it. Having bred for decades, the number of holy tree elves had grown to 32, the initially small fuzzy ball now their leader. The current secret realm had turned into a flower sea, beautifully colored flowers filling the entire realm, while Richard's herb field, due to being too small, occupied only a tiny patch. Boss, what is this? Richard ignored the small creatures, warned them not to touch the golem, and then left the secret realm. Back in the wizard world, Richard released Ulysses from his magic pocket. Upon emerging, Ulysses immediately started shouting at Richard. "Ga! I warn you, kid, stop stuffing the great lord of the crows into that little bag. Although I am now your servant, even servants have dignity." Richard paid no attention to him, casually pointing to the entrance ahead. "Go in and scout." "Ga! Are you even listening to me?" Richard waved his hand impatiently, "Just go already." "Ga!" Ulysses flew around in the air twice, then dove into the laboratory entrance. After about 10 minutes, Ulysses flew out of the entrance. "Ga, no problem, there's no magic left in this stuff." Getting Ulysses's response, Richard floated up and carefully entered the passage. The passage was dark, covered with wet, slippery moss. Although there were traces of enchantments throughout the passage, under the power of time, these enchantments had long since failed. Spring water constantly seeped out through the crevices in the walls. The passage led straight into the belly of the mountain, and after flying for a few minutes, Richard arrived at a fairly spacious room. Richard snapped his fingers, and a ball of white light appeared in response, illuminating the entire room. It was a reception room, and in the corner lay a skeleton draped in a wizard robe. Richard went up to examine it and confirmed that the body was an apprentice, likely the same apprentice who, seeing the laboratory years ago in a hurry, believed the wizard had died upon seeing these bones. Following the door of the reception room, and through another corridor, Richard came into an even larger room. This was a laboratory. Under the illumination of the light ball, Richard saw another skeleton wearing a wizard robe. But this time, it wasn't an apprentice's. Richard approached the body. The skeleton was black-gray with a hint of metallic texture. The moment Richard touched it, the miracle furnace transmitted a message. Raw material, unknown wizard's body. Possible extract, mystical steel. Extraction cost, 20,000 magic power. Mystical steel. Richard's heart trembled. AO steel was a top-tier material in alchemy materials, equal in rank to secret silver essence gold. Its properties of hardness and magic conduction were extremely balanced, making it one of the best materials for crafting top-tier alchemy puppet components. Without hesitation, Richard immediately chose to extract. This extraction was different, as his body drained magic power, it also continuously absorbed magic power. He took out a few magic stones from his magic pocket and had his flesh swallow them. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, the magic power from the magic stones replenished his body quickly and then fueled the miracle furnace. After half a minute, the extraction of magic power was complete, and the miracle furnace began the extraction process. The skeleton in front of Richard instantly vanished. Ulysses, perched on Richard's shoulder, seeing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim. "Ga! You're really lucky, managing to use a treasure that only a divine king could possess. Richard responded indifferently, I remember giving you an order not to reveal a single piece of information about it to the outside. But it's just you and me here. The extraction finished, and a piece of AO steel weighing about 1 kilogram appeared in Richard's hand. The AO steel wasn't big, just about half the size of a palm, and its black-grey exterior, under the light, shimmered with star-like reflections. Though it was small in weight, on the market, this 1 kilogram of AO steel could be exchanged for 400,000 magic stones, and it was priceless. Many wizards researching alchemy machines lacked only a small piece of AO steel to complete their creations. After refining the AO steel, Richard searched around the laboratory, looking at various experimental equipment and biological specimens. Most of these devices had become useless over the years due to the lack of magic power, but some of them still held some value. Raw material: unknown wizard's surgical knife. Refining technique: unknown wizard's dissection technique. Extraction cost: 10 spiritual power. Seeing the enchanted surgical knife in front of him, Richard unapologetically pocketed it. In addition to the surgical knife, Richard also found a coded notebook detailing metallized biological transformation technologies. Yalad also mastered this technology, but after refining it, Richard discovered that this unknown wizard's technique differed significantly from Yalad's, which was certainly valuable knowledge he could exchange with alchemy wizards studying synthetic beasts in the future. After searching the laboratory, Richard continued to explore along the passage. A wizard's laboratory would definitely have a storage room and a study. Following the corridor for a while, Richard quickly found the study. Unfortunately, after who knows how many years, all the protective measures in the study had failed, and the books stored there had turned to dust. Richard searched around, getting nothing but a face full of dust. The study looks like this, the storeroom probably won't be any better. Richard slapped the dust off himself and quickly headed to the storeroom. As Richard expected, the storeroom specimens and materials were also destroyed due to the failure of protective measures, ruined or broken, and even the storeroom had partially collapsed due to geological shifts. Richard was about to turn back and leave when something caught his attention out of the corner of his eye. Is this a chip? Chapter 113. In a corner of the warehouse, a crystal card lay quietly on a shelf. The card's exterior bore many scratches and signs of wear, and a considerable part of it was missing. Yet, Richard could ascertain that this was definitely not a product made by a wizard. Richard picked it up, and in an instant, information transmitted from the miracle furnace. Material: unknown crystal chip. Extractable information: basic life creation technology, severely incomplete. Extraction cost: 40 spiritual power. As Richard read the information sent from the miracle furnace, his pupils shrank suddenly. Basic life creation. Creating life was not about crafting synthetic beasts. Life must have stable heredity, self-growth, and stable reproduction. Synthetic beasts could neither grow on their own nor reproduce, not to mention establish heredity based on reproduction. Within the alchemy school, creating life was a lofty goal out of reach, and countless wizards had struggled their entire lives without coming a step closer to it. Ulysses, have you seen something like this before? Richard asked quietly. His voice trembled slightly. The information from the chip was somewhat too frightening. If a civilization possessed the technology of life creation, then were wizards their creations? Was the wizard world their cultivation garden, and was the conquest of the world by the wizard world just like a staged play? Ulysses glanced at the crystal chip. What is this? Never seen it before. Richard took a deep breath, striving to calm himself down. Ulysses, do you think there's a possibility that we were created by someone, rather than having evolved from natural life? Ulysses was somewhat puzzled. What kind of muddled questions are these? Isn't creating life a normal thing? What? Richard froze for a moment, then he asked urgently. Are you sure it's about creating life? As in creating life that can reproduce stably, inherit stably, and grow stably from nothing? Indeed, I never mentioned it to you. A considerable part of the races within the gods' civilization were created by the now vanished Titan civilization. Ulysses's response left Richard somewhat stunned. Suddenly, he realized that even in his past life, humans were not Earth's first wave of life. Tell me more about this. The upper echelons of your wizard civilization should be aware of these matters. Ulysses flew in front of Richard, taking the Titan civilization I know as an example. The Titan civilization, according to the term used by the gods' civilization, is referred to as the pioneer civilization. That is, a civilization that once existed, but now has become extinct, disappeared, or degenerated. Such civilizations are widespread among world communities, and every civilization the gods' civilization has come into contact with bears traces of pioneer civilizations. Ulysses's words were undoubtedly a thunderbolt to Richard, causing some of his long-standing beliefs to be shattered. His experience from his past life led him to believe that the emergence of a civilization requires hundreds of millions of years from primitive life forms. Yet in this world, perhaps civilizations were not so difficult to come by. Do you have any more questions? Richard steadied his mind and shook his head, then pocketed the crystal chip. Nothing else. Since pioneer civilizations were common, Richard felt a weight lift off his chest. Upon leaving the Blackstone mountain range, Richard returned to the academy and selectively reported the wizard remnants found in the Blackstone mountain range. After reporting, the academy did not demand Richard to hand over any of his gains. Richard was one of their own, after all, the water hadn't flowed to a stranger's field. Later, Richard cut in half the AO steel piece handed to him and gave it to Yalad, instructing him to contact the members inside the association to see if anyone was interested. Although valuable, Richard, who did not specialize in alchemy machines, found limited use for AO steel, and keeping half for future upgrades to his alchemy golem was likely sufficient. Apart from that, there was another reason Richard was selling the AO steel. He was in dire need of magic stones. The adaptation body was a gold-devouring beast, and now that Richard had obtained an alchemy golem, should he wish to retrofit it, he'd have to spend a fair amount of magic stones to acquire the basic knowledge of alchemy machinery, then another sum to perform the retrofitting. His current magic equipment, while adequate during his apprentice years, was inadequate for a wizard. Upgrading the magic equipment would also be costly. Additionally, Richard had yet to complete his bloodline alchemy, with buying bloodlines representing another expense. All of it was money. Following this, Richard immediately returned to the Tower of Truth. Back in the Wizard Tower, he plunged into the laboratory and began to extract the information from the chip. In an instant, the familiar sensation of a heavy hammer smashing into his head assaulted him again. This feeling was the first since Richard had become a wizard and his spiritual power had undergone a qualitative change. After completing the extraction, Richard absorbed the white light. In an instant, millions of characters surged into Richard's mind, nearly causing his brain to crash. Fortunately, with decades of meditation, his spiritual power had reached 55 points, allowing him enough remaining energy to pull through. After receiving the millions of characters of information in his mind, Richard immediately began to sort it out. The information extracted from the chip was incomplete, with many parts lacking context and necessary annotations, rendering them useless. Yet even so, the information that Richard managed to understand, though with difficulty, acted like a key, unlocking the door to a new world for him. He recorded this information in Chinese to prevent it from being stolen. Organizing the information took Richard nearly half a month, during which he hardly slept or rested. After he had finished, Richard slumped down in his chair, his face filled with happiness. Of the information preserved by pioneer civilization, only 300,000 characters were useful, but even that small amount significantly advanced his understanding of bloodlines and cells. Since this knowledge was rather fundamental, it laid a solid foundation for Richard, greatly benefiting his future research in these areas. Richard massaged his temples. Pioneer civilization. I'll have to keep an eye out for news about this. A single incomplete chip brought such benefits, I can't imagine how great it would be if the chip were intact. 3 months later, Yalad arrived at the Tower of Truth. You're lucky, a member of the club has been searching for AO steel for over 300 years, and this piece of AO steel just happened to solve his problem. Speaking, Yalad handed over a bag of magic essence to Richard. With a sweep of his spiritual power, Richard found that the bag contained a total of 220 pieces of magic essence, 20 more than the market price, which was equivalent to 20,000 magic stones. Thank you for your trouble, teacher. With that, Richard took out 20 pieces of magic essence from the bag and handed them to Yalad. Yalad frowned, what is this for? Richard calmly responded, Teacher, you have worked hard for the wizard commerce over the years, and I, who can offer no help, can only assist with magic stones. Yalad's expression eased slightly, the wizard commerce's affairs are progressing slowly, I am currently looking for suitable magic potion formulas. You have had a hard time. After seeing off Yalad, Richard immediately went to the commercial level of the Tower of Truth. Having gained knowledge from pioneer civilization, Richard decided to fully complete his own bloodline alchemy formula. During his apprentice stage, Richard had only performed bloodline alchemy twice. The reason the third bloodline alchemy was not completed was mainly that it required an exceedingly rare bloodline that even the wizard commerce at Black Tower Wizard Academy did not sell. However, the commercial level of the Tower of Truth essentially gathered all wizard commerce's shops, making it easy to find such a bloodline. After searching around, Richard finally found the remaining 2 types of bloodlines needed for his formula at a famous 7-star wizard commerce, and also stumbled upon a type of honey rich in life energy. 70 magic essence, thank you for your patronage. The clerk handed over quartz tubes containing 2 types of bloodlines to Richard and also gave him a 10-pound jar of honey. The honey was mainly for feeding holy tree elves. Before this, Richard tried many types of honey, but none were effective, offering very limited growth for the holy tree elves. According to Fuzzy Ball, holy tree elves should have their own cultivation method, but it was monopolized by the nobles. Therefore, Richard could now only rely on feeding them honey in the hope that they would grow from the accumulated energy. On the way back to the wizard tower, Richard passed through the 11th floor of the residential level. In an open area, a group of wizards was building a massive structure that resembled an ancient Roman beast fighting arena. The wizards constructing the dual arena appeared extremely robust, their life energy so dense it was nearly tangible. Curious, Richard stepped forward to ask, and a bald wizard in a white robe responded enthusiastically. "Friend, we are building a dual arena." "A dual arena? Are otherworldly slaves going to duel and perform?" The white-robed wizard shook his head. "What's so interesting about otherworldly slaves dueling? We're going to have duels between wizards." "Wizards dueling?" Richard was stunned, wondering which wizards would engage in such foolish acts. "Yes, friend, I see you are also one who pursues physical strength. Don't you ever feel an itching in your hands? That's your body craving battle." The white-robed wizard patted Richard, and a huge burst of power came at Richard's shoulder. Richard's expression remained unchanged as he instantly activated his bloodline, causing the muscles in his shoulder and arm to swell, resisting the force. Impressive flesh control. The white-robed wizard was surprised. As a wizard who specialized in physique, Richard's ability to change impressed him greatly. "Friend, would you like to join our Jialong Club? The club is filled with wizards who specialize in physique and have deep research in flesh and blood," he offered excitedly. Richard was a bit confused. "Jialong Club? Is it a society? I'm already a member of one." No, a club is a club, a society is a society," the white-robed wizard explained. "A club is just a place for a group of wizards with common interests to gather. It's not secret." With that, he pulled out a metal card from his magic pocket and handed it to Richard. "This is our club's card. If you're interested, you're welcome to join us." Chapter 114. Richard took the business card, thanked the giver, and then turned to leave. Owing to the knowledge of pioneer civilization, he indeed intended to explore further into physique-related research, and since the Jialong Club wasn't an association, he indeed could join. Returning to the Wizard Tower, Richard immediately started preparing for bloodline alchemy. Purifying the bloodline, drawing the alchemy array, and preparing nutritional potions. After the preparations, Richard took out the bloodline for his third bloodline alchemy. This time, the bloodline was called Soul Darkness Horse, extinct in the wizard world but still surviving in small amounts on other planes as hybrids. The Soul Darkness Horse had an ability called Shadow Shuttling, which allowed it to shuttle within shadows over a certain range, essentially a limited short-distance spatial leap. Placing the purified bloodline on the alchemy array at his chest, Richard prepared to fuse the bloodline. But this time, he hardly felt anything during the fusion. Richard only felt a slight warmth at his chest, followed by a warm flow circulating through his body with his magic depleting significantly, but overall, he had no significant reaction. Is it because my physique is too high? Or because the adaptation body has developed my life core? After the fusion, Richard activated the bloodline. With a thought, in the next instant, his figure appeared in a shadow-covered corner of the laboratory. "Not a bad ability," Richard commented, satisfied. This ability didn't consume much magic, about the same as a Heart of Annihilation, but its effect was quite astounding. Though shadow shuttling had its limitations, it caused minimal magic fluctuation, making it very useful either on the battlefield or in executing certain covered missions. After completing his third alchemy, Richard didn't delay and immediately started preparing for the last bloodline alchemy. The last alchemy's bloodline was that of a magic dwarf. This creature had no special abilities but possessed great strength and high resistance. Magic dwarves were highly resistant to various forms of elemental damage, physical damage, even toxins, and their resistances significantly leaped after reaching adulthood. Had it not been for the sudden rise of wizards, magic dwarves might have become the dominant race after giant dragons. Unfortunately, the emergence of wizards relegated magic dwarves to a slave race of wizards. This time, too, the bloodline fusion elicited no violent reactions. The fourth bloodline alchemy was of wizard level, and logically, some reaction should have occurred, but there was none, so Richard concluded that the weakened fusion reactions were likely related to the adaptation body developing the life core. The development of the life core made his cells more receptive to foreign bloodlines. Feeling the surging power within his body, Richard suddenly felt an urge to fight. Is this what they call a combat urge? No wonder the Jialong Club built a dual arena. Richard took a deep breath, suppressing the combative urge within. As a wizard, he had to restrain his primal instincts and lead his actions with reason. This constituted a stark difference between wizards and native races. With the completion of the 4 bloodline alchemies, the bloodline alchemy formula of the Black Knight he received from encrypted notes was now thoroughly completed. But Richard's journey with bloodlines didn't intend to stop there. The knowledge from the pioneer civilization gave Richard a deeper understanding of bloodlines, and he planned to use this as a foundation to upgrade the Black Knight bloodline formula. Physique evolution had its advantages over spiritual evolution. For some powerful creatures, mere gradual growth could reliably elevate them to third-level creatures like the giant dragons Richard had seen. However, for wizards whose innate bloodlines were not as strong, the benefits of physique evolution were freedom from experiencing soul darkness during promotion. If undergoing spiritual evolution, a wizard would face soul darkness with each advancement. However, the downside of physique evolution was also clear: its rate of improvement and the difficulty of breaking through bottlenecks were several times higher than those of spiritual evolution. Among the wizarding community, spiritual evolution was the mainstream method of advancement, and personally, Richard also favored spiritual evolution. But if one could evolve physically in advance, no wizard would choose to experience soul darkness. Bang! 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 In the dual arena, 2 wizards, barely resembling human forms, were brawling. Meanwhile, in the stands of the arena, variously shaped wizards excitedly cheered them on. That's the way. L, use your oscillation fist skill. Bazak, where's your gale spike? Use it. Dodge left, dodge left. Ah! Walking among these wizards, Richard looked somewhat bewildered. Are these people really wizards? They don't seem much different from regular people. By this time, 20 years had passed since Richard completed his bloodline alchemy. During these years, Richard continued researching alchemy machines and the knowledge left by the pioneers. The knowledge left by the pioneers greatly inspired Richard, and combining this with the adaptation body, he developed a witchcraft called combat liberation. This witchcraft was still quite crude, its effect being to forcibly promote physical evolution through the high pressure of combat and the stimulation of magic, thereby accelerating the growth of the physique. Therefore, Richard went to the dual arena, wanting to join the Jialong Club. Passing through the stands, Richard found the white-robed wizard who had given him the business card. Jimmy, are these wizards all members of the club? Jimmy took the business card Richard handed over and patted a seat next to him. Sit down, friend. Any questions can wait till this fight is over. In the dual arena, a wizard covered in scale armor with arms similar to mantis scythes made of magic equipment roared and his flesh suddenly swelled, transforming into a 3-meter-tall scale armor giant. Across from him, a lion-headed wizard with golden hair and 4 arms also refused to show weakness. Dense blood mist erupted from his body, and his figure also ballooned dramatically. The atmosphere in the dual arena reached a climax at that moment, with subhuman slaves walking among the audience with silver trays, as wizards threw magic stones into them, loudly supporting their favorite gladiators. Richard frowned. Is this gambling? Go. Go. What did you say? Jimmy turned to look at Richard. I asked if you are gambling? Betting on which of the 2 will win. Of course. During the conversation, 2 massive figures collided in the dual arena. Magic power surged within the scale armor giant, and just the magic fluctuation created an elemental breeze in the arena. The golden-haired giant was even more astonishing, his 4 arms glittered with runes, and thick purple thunder coiled around them, making him look like a thunder god incarnate. Boom! The scale armor giant was sent flying backward, his abdomen bore 2 charred fist holes. Meanwhile, the golden-haired giant now had only his arms. The 2 arms he had used to punch the scale armor giant had been pulverized into a mist of blood. Jimmy flew from the spectator seats to the duel arena and announced the result to the audience. I declare. In this duel, Bazak wins. Oh! Bazak! 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 The wizards in the stands cheered, some passionately even released a few spells to celebrate. Richard sat among them, feeling somewhat out of place. Half an hour later, the duel arena returned to calm. Jimmy came to sit beside Richard in the stands. How did you find this duel? Speaking strictly from a combat perspective, Richard's mind recalled the scene of the 2 gladiators fighting. Very good, their manipulation of magic power and flesh was skillful, far beyond my own. But there's one thing I don't quite understand. Go on. Why make the combat public? Richard frowned. Wizards seem to have become performers, playing to an audience. Why not? Jimmy countered, everyone who comes to watch is a wizard, who is nobler than whom? Some prefer the secret pursuit of truth while others enjoy basking in the glory before a crowd. It's purely a matter of personal character. Moreover, gladiators need healing, and the duel arena needs maintenance, these all require magic stones. Surely not all of these should be paid for by the club members. Richard was speechless, and after a silent moment, he asked. Do all members have to enter the arena? Jimmy shook his head with a smile, of course not, as I just said, some prefer the secretive exploration of truth. Changing the subject, he continued. So, are you thinking of joining the club? I am considering it. Then have a match. Jimmy's eyes sparkled. Richard was caught off guard, wondering how it had suddenly come to having a match. Jimmy flew into the arena. Have a match so I can gauge your level. It will help me know who among the club members you can spar with, and I can also introduce you to opponents of similar strength. As he spoke, an astonishing magic wave burst forth from Jimmy, who Richard correctly perceived as a 3 rings wizard. Come on, the duel arena is empty now, just the 2 of us, Jimmy invited with a hearty laugh. Seeing this, Richard hesitated no more, leaping into the duel arena. Jimmy took off his white robe, revealing a body full of lustrous, well-toned muscles, matched with Jimmy's sunny smile which inexplicably brought the term philosophy to Richard's mind. Jimmy opened his arms wide, his skin lit up with magic patterns. Use all your abilities, but limit it to physical melee, don't suddenly throw a spell, okay? Richard took a deep breath, a layer of black scale armor sprouting from his skin and immediately covering his entire body. After undergoing bloodline alchemy 4 times, this layer of black scale armor could now withstand attacks up to 70 energy levels, and its color had deepened. Additionally, Richard's bloodline transformation no longer caused his body to swell but instead increased the density of his muscles. Richard somewhat maliciously speculated that this might be due to the magic dwarf bloodline. However, regardless of the reason, the increase in muscle density undeniably enhanced Richard's strength and agility. Seeing Richard's transformation, the magic patterns on Jimmy's body brightened. As a 3 rings wizard, he could estimate Richard's strength just by his rich combat experience. Bang! Richard swiftly moved, a black fist appeared before Jimmy. Jimmy didn't dodge or parry, taking the punch directly with his head. Good strength. Jimmy straightened his jaw, Richard's punch was heavier than he had anticipated. Seeing how easily Jimmy took the punch, Richard let loose, his right arm muscles bulged, and he threw another punch. Boom! This punch was even faster than the speed of sound. The resulting shockwave kicked up a cloud of dust in the duel arena. Bang bang bang! Jimmy stepped back 3 steps, the magically reinforced ground of the arena bore 3 deep footprints. As the dust cleared, a dark fist print appeared on Jimmy's chest. Excellent technique, that punch was at least 500 energy levels, managing this much just with physical strength, your control over flesh is unbelievable, Jimmy admired. Richard stood still, feeling every cell in his body cheering, his physical condition was better than ever. This was a perfect opportunity for evolution. Richard took a deep breath and gestured to Jimmy. Master, could you demonstrate your strength? Chapter 115. Oh! A playful smile appeared on the corner of Jimmy's mouth, are you sure? Richard nodded vigorously. Master, let me witness the power of physique evolution. Good. Jimmy's expression turned serious, and the magic pattern on his body suddenly disappeared, his aura vanishing in an instant. Even when Richard probed with spiritual power, all he felt was emptiness. Jimmy's hands came together in prayer, his tone as calm as a deep pond in the mountains. In the past, I followed Garen Great Wizard in campaigns across other worlds, and by chance, I acquired this secret called Unity of Heaven and Man. Since you wish to see the strength of the way of the physique, I shall show you. With those words, Jimmy's body suddenly grew taller, and the magic power of the entire dual arena crazily flowed into his body. In an instant, Jimmy's figure seemed immensely majestic, like a demon god standing tall between heaven and earth. Richard swallowed hard, as every cell in his body quivered wildly under the terrible intimidation. This was indeed the precursor to evolution. Without hesitation, Richard pulled out a bottle of adaptation potion from his magic pocket and chewed it, bottle and all, swallowing it down. At the same time, the magic power inside him began to stimulate his cells at a specific frequency. Combat liberation, activated. Under the dual stimulation, Richard's cells began to break down and disintegrate, but they were immediately replaced by new ones. These new cells were stronger and more vigorous than the old ones. Jimmy noticed Richard's condition and couldn't help asking. "Richard, what's happening to your body?" Richard looked up with difficulty and said. "Nothing, please continue." Upon hearing this, Jimmy didn't say any more and swung out a punch. In that moment, Richard felt as if the sky were collapsing and the earth caving in, the whole world seeming to collapse into that single punch. Boom! The punch stopped in front of Richard, but the fierce punch winds tore off most of the scales on his body, leaving him bloodied. That was just the punch wind. Had Richard been hit by the punch itself, he likely would have turned into a mist of blood in an instant. Richard took a deep breath and admired from his heart. "What powerful witchcraft!" Jimmy said indifferently, "You're not bad yourself, having evolved through my punch." As a three-rings wizard who specialized in physique, how could he not see the state Richard was in? He handed Richard a black crystal ball. "Test your physique, this is a crystal ball specifically designed for that purpose, with negligible error." Richard accepted it and poured his magic power into the crystal ball. As a fine electric current passed through his body, the crystal ball displayed Richard's physique data. Physique, 64.7. "Not bad," Jimmy expressed surprise. "When you entered the arena, your physique was only around 60, this evolution boosted it by nearly 5 points. Thanks to the training of the adaptation body, Richard's physique had been slowly growing over the years, from 50 when he first advanced to be a wizard, to 59. And in just these few seconds, Richard's physique had surged by more than 5 points. However, as your senior, let me give you a piece of advice." Jimmy patted Richard's shoulder. "There are many ways to enhance your physique, don't always focus on near-death stimulation. Although this method makes your physique grow quickly, it can create a path dependency, causing wizards to always think about promoting evolution through life and death battles. If you continue down this path, sooner or later you will die on the battlefield." Richard nodded, taking Jimmy's advice to heart. The fight over, Jimmy registered some information with Richard and then met with a few club members. The Garen Club had many members, with many being second ring and three rings wizards. These wizards were very experienced in combat, and they were all black wizards, each one a fierce individual who had fought their way out of the plain battlefield. These black wizards were not as cold and ruthless towards Richard as he had imagined, not like heartless killing machines. On the contrary, they were quite amiable when he sought their advice, and through his interactions with them, Richard gained a lot of information about the plain battlefield. This information was precious to Richard, a novice to the battlefields. After leaving the club, Richard returned to the Wizard Tower. But as soon as he entered the Black Tower wizard community, he encountered Ulysses, who had come looking for him. "Gah! Boy, you're going to join the war." In Anna's Wizard Tower, wizards of Yalad's faction gathered. "Let me introduce you, these three are your senior brothers." Yalad pointed to three wizards on one side of the parlor, all exuding a fierce aura. The three wizards nodded to Richard, acknowledging this new junior brother. Yalad sat at the far end of the parlor, his gaze as deep as a dark pool. "The order from the headmaster has already been given. 3 years from now, the Black Tower Wizard Academy will launch a conquest of a miniature world." Upon hearing this news, everyone in the parlor fell silent. The plain battlefield might be a place to make a fortune, but it was also where countless wizards met their end. Only 7 wizards were in the room, but over the years of teaching, how could Yalad have only 6 students who became wizards? What about those who were not present? They all turned into skeletons and remained forever on the plain battlefield. "You are all my students, and there is some connection between you all. I don't expect you to go out of your way to help each other in this war, but if you come across an opportunity to lend a hand, it's best if you do, Yalad said, his voice filled with exhaustion. He had said these words more than once. Before every war, he would say this to his students, hoping they would survive. But reality was often cruel. I understand, teacher, said an older student whom Richard didn't recognize. He was the most powerful among Yalad's 6 students, already at the second ring. Observing the magic fluctuations within him, it seemed his spiritual power had reached its limit, and he was just one ritual away from becoming a 3-rings wizard. Eric, you've grown up, Yalad sighed as he looked at the speaking wizard, then turned his gaze to Richard and the other 2. Anna, Shax, Richard, this is your first time participating in the Plane War, and there are some rules I need to remind you of. In the Plane War, all wizards must obey the commands of the Great Wizard, and no one may defy the orders. Secondly, each of you participating in the war must bring at least 1 expendable soldier, whose strength must reach the level of level 1 creatures. Lastly, regarding profits, since it is your first time participating in the war, the Academy will not reward any of you with magic stones, and you must hand over half of the profits you obtain in the plane. After this war, when you participate again, you will be rewarded with magic stones from the Academy like the other wizards, and will give up only 1/3 of your profits. Don't even think about hiding any earnings. If discovered, all profits will be confiscated. After Yalad finished speaking, Richard and the others nodded to indicate they had taken note. The wizards then shared their specialized areas of witchcraft before each returning to their own business, leaving only Anna and Richard in the reception hall. Sister, I need your help with something. What is it? Richard found an open space and opened a space rift, from which he moved out the alchemy golem. Anna quickly walked up to the golem, her eyes shining as if she had seen a rare treasure. Where did you get this? It's an ancient alchemy golem, these are pretty much impossible to find now, Anna asked casually as she gently touched the patterns on the golem. Richard replied indifferently, a few years ago, I came across a ruin from which I obtained this golem. I've been studying it all this time, but unfortunately, my skills aren't quite there yet. That's why I'm asking for your help, sister, to modify this golem and install a few magic equipment slots. Modify? Anna suddenly became agitated, that's sacrilege. Such a thing, if not thoroughly researched before a rash modification, could lose many of its researchable aspects. And what of it? Richard raised an eyebrow, if I die, all the knowledge in the world won't matter to me. Anna fell silent, her face troubled as she looked at the golem. I can modify it, but I must make one thing clear. With the urgency of time, the structure of this golem will definitely change after the modification. Don't blame me later for ruining your object. Richard smiled slightly, no worries, as long as it works. Alchemy machinery was not as important to Richard as shaping magic. If not for his current low level of strength, needing some assistance, he might have sold this thing for magic stones. Fine, explain to me what you want. After making arrangements for the golem, Richard returned to his wizard tower to prepare some expendable soldiers. For wizards, the most common expendable soldiers were otherworldly slaves, synthetic beasts, and elemental creatures. Among these, elementals were the most cost-effective, requiring just one summoning array. Richard drew a summoning array on the floor of his laboratory. As magic flowed in, a flame giant appeared in the lab. Human, our contract has ended, and a new one must be signed, declared the flame giant with authority. Indeed, a contract must be signed, Richard cackled, and from his hand, several rune chains suddenly sprouted, instantly binding the flame giant. The flame giant immediately sensed something wrong and tried to flee back to the elemental territory, but Richard's rune chains firmly kept it anchored to the material world. Human, what are you doing? Richard pulled out a soul contract from his magic pocket. Now, you have 2 choices. Sign this contract, or die right here. Saying this, Richard placed the contract before the flame giant. Decide for yourself. The flame giant scanned the contract with its mind. Its flames immediately flared in rebellion. In the language of the elements, it roared. Slave contract. You lowly creature dare to enslave the kin of the great flame lord Field. Hearing this, the magic fluctuation around Richard surged drastically, nearly scattering the flame giant's fiery form. I believe your name is Philster, Richard said coolly. Philster, you'd best take a good look at the situation. The flame giant Philster then realized that this human, whom he hadn't seen in decades, had actually reached the level of a flame warrior. Now, I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. In 3 seconds, either the contract is complete, or your soul will be scattered to the winds. With that, Richard raised 3 fingers. 3. The flame giant struggled ceaselessly, but the rune chains held it steadfast in place. 2. I am a vassal of the great Lord Field, kill me and wait to be burned to ashes by Lord Field himself. 1. Magic waves emerged around Richard, and more than a dozen ice cones appeared in front of him. Stop. I'll sign. Chapter 116. Once signed, that settles it. Richard smiled and signed his name on the other side of the soul contract. As the contract burned to ashes, an invisible soul chain linked Filster and Richard together. Dispelling the rune chain, the flame giant Filster silently lowered his head. Master. Good, Richard nodded in approval. Gah. This fool is hardly fit for cannon fodder. Ulysses flew in from the window and landed on Richard's shoulder. In the upper plane war, cannon fodder is at least of legendary status. Only natives use those below legend as cannon fodder. That's true, Richard's hand emitted a black flame, but I have a way to turn it into a level 1 creature. Gah. With annihilation flame. Ulysses looked at the black flame, puzzled. He was unaware that his innate flames had this effect. Richard smiled mysteriously and said no more. The knowledge of a pioneer wasn't limited to just flesh creatures, elemental creatures were also included. With the knowledge about elemental creature evolution, combined with Richard's knowledge of plastic energy, it was enough support for Richard to modify Filster. If the modification succeeded, Richard would gain a flame giant wielding annihilation flame. Even if it failed, Richard's loss would only amount to a soul contract, and a cannon fodder could be bought in the slave market. The modification of the flame giant wasn't complicated, the most troublesome part was continuously improving the rune array. After all, pioneers were not wizards, and to adapt their knowledge into a wizard's rune system required certain modifications. Fortunately, Richard understood the properties of annihilation flame well enough, and had learned sufficient plastic energy knowledge while designing the Heart of Annihilation spell, which helped him smoothly improve the rune array. In less than 6 months, Richard had completed the improvements to the rune array and merged the annihilation flame with the flame giant's element core. Looking at the element core burning with black flames in front of him, Richard left the laboratory satisfied. The fusion needed some time, and there were other things he had to do in the remaining time. Entering another room on the 2nd floor, Richard opened a space rift and brought out the alchemy golem Anna had modified. Following Richard's vision, Anna had installed 3 magic equipment slots inside the alchemy puppet and modified the entire mind core of the puppet, deleting the original master's commands, adding new data, and changing the master to Richard. Lifting the back panel of the golem, Richard took out an annihilation bomb launcher used during the apprentice's war from his magic pocket and installed it. Richard had modified this device while studying alchemy mechanical science, increasing its range to 5 kilometers, and also produced a firing table. Besides that, Richard made some improvements to the annihilation bomb, lowering its cost to 100 magic stones each. Although compared to a wizard's spell, this cost still lacked cost effectiveness, Richard believed that if he continued his research, the price could be further reduced. After installing the barrel, Richard took a complex mechanical device from a shelf in the laboratory and installed it into the golem's magic equipment slot in the abdomen. Thanks to Richard's meticulous design, the slot size was just right to fit the mechanical device. Richard started the machine, and an annihilation bomb was pushed out from the device, perfectly loaded into the barrel Richard had installed. Heh, space magazine, Richard chuckled as he watched the scene. Magic pockets were one of the most common types of magic equipment in the wizard world, widely used by wizards for storage due to their characteristic of having more internal space than appears externally. But during his improvements to the bomb launcher, Richard suddenly had an idea: if a person could use a magic pocket, could a machine use it too? Then, Richard conducted experiments, and afterward, he concluded that by feeding magic power into the magic pocket, any object could be extracted from the pocket. Since there was no intellect to choose, the magic pocket would deliver items to the machine hands in the order they were placed. So Richard filled a magic pocket full of annihilation bombs and completed the entire process of taking out and loading using an alchemy mechanical device, creating the current space magazine. With this device, the alchemy golem could be directly transformed into a small artillery platform. After installing the annihilation cannon, Richard opened the chest of the golem and took out a large annihilation bomb from the magic pocket and placed it inside. This annihilation bomb didn't contain any elements and was harmless at the moment. Its purpose was to self-destruct at a critical moment to buy Richard time, or to utilize waste. With the golem modified, Richard filled it with magic stones and then closed the lid to start the golem. Buzz! A buzzing sound echoed, the entire exterior of the alchemy golem began to light up with runes, spreading from the heart to the whole body. The golem's eyes lit up with a red light, it scanned Richard, then emitted a mechanical voice. Master! Walk 2 steps, Richard commanded. The alchemy golem moved its feet, thud. 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 The alchemy golem was heavy, even though much had been hollowed out of its large body, it still weighed several tons, each step causing the furniture in the room to tremble. Stop, use molten rock fist. Buzz. Another faint buzzing sound. The alchemy golem halted in its tracks, its 2 fists ignited with runes, and a fiery aura instantly filled the entire laboratory. Good, stop, enter hibernation mode. Richard waved his hand, the red light in the golem's eyes disappeared, and its entire body instantly turned into a human-shaped boulder. Richard checked the energy consumption of the golem. In just a minute, the golem had consumed nearly 1 magic stone. The energy consumption is still acceptable, Richard muttered as he closed the cover. Although the strength of the alchemy golem was not comparable to Richard's, compared to a typical one-ring wizard, its strength was quite impressive. Its enchanted stone exterior, whether facing physical or elemental attacks, provided considerable protective effects, and it was also not difficult to repair. Now that Richard had equipped it with the annihilation cannon, it was excellent whether acting as a guard or clearing out lesser troops. For new wizards, the First Plane War was the deadliest war. During this period, the wizards had neither sufficient resources, nor sufficient knowledge, nor adequate experience. They were utterly defenseless wizards compared to those who had experienced war, making them more likely to die at the hands of the natives of the plane. With this alchemy golem now, Richard effectively had a loyal wizard guard. This greatly increased his chances of survival. Moreover, Richard also possessed weapons like the Heart of Annihilation and the help of Ulysses, the world master of the other world. For this plane war, Richard was very confident. Gah! You finally agreed to heal my wounds. Ulysses landed on the table in front of Richard, which held 3 soul crystals and a large piece of active flesh. The soul crystals contained pure soul power, one of the remedies for healing soul injuries, while the active flesh was used for breaking through physical limits. Ulysses's current body was a synthetic beast, and it could only grow through such means. Richard nodded slightly, since he was going to the upper plane battlefield, and Ulysses was such a great help, he naturally needed to use it. Over the last few decades, due to Richard's prohibition, Ulysses's soul injury had remained unchanged, only slightly recovering during the periods when Richard needed the annihilation flame. The main reason for this was the vast difference in their strengths. Even with a destiny contract in place, Richard was afraid this world master would play tricks on him. Now, with the upcoming plane war, Richard couldn't help using Ulysses's assistance. Ulysses opened its mouth and swallowed the 3 soul crystals. The next moment, the magic power in the room began to crazily flow towards its body. Ulysses's current body, previously puny, was not very large. But after devouring the soul crystals, it swallowed the nearby active flesh as well and began to rapidly increase in size. Its feathers also ignited in black annihilation flames. Gah! With a loud caw, Ulysses's daily strength returned to that of a level 1 creature. Gah! Regaining strength feels really good. Ulysses flew a few circles in the laboratory before landing on Richard's shoulder, its voice somewhat ingratiating. Gah! My dear master, if you bring me some soul crystals, I promise you won't suffer a scratch in this plane war. But Richard clearly wasn't buying it. Wait till I become a second-ring wizard, then you can become a second-level creature. Gah! My master, we do have a destiny contract between us. I've been your loyal servant for 10,000 years, why be so guarded against me? Ulysses shifted its eyes as it spoke, only it knew what it was thinking. A contract isn't omnipotent, Richard said coldly. If you want to regain your strength early, then provide me with some new knowledge. Gah! Knowledge? My master, we annihilation crows are not like you wizards, our growth relies on fighting and devouring. According to your terms, we follow the path of physique evolution, and it's the most primitive kind. If you want new knowledge, all I can offer you are the secrets of becoming a divine. Ulysses spoke enticingly. The secrets of becoming a divine, master, do you want them now? Richard's heart stirred. In the wizard world, how to become a great wizard was a deep-seated secret, held only by some age-old wizard families and the Tower of Truth. For the hope of advancing, 3 Rings wizards had to sell themselves to the Tower of Truth, exchanging the benefits they would gain after becoming a great wizard for a chance to advance. Ulysses's words, however, opened up another path for Richard. God's civilization was a diversified civilization, encompassing multiple races, indicating that their methods for advancing to World Master didn't involve bloodline restrictions. If Richard could acquire this knowledge, then he could bypass the Tower of Truth and become a great wizard on his own, or even, cultivate his own great wizards. At this thought, Richard's heart pounded rapidly. Sigh, Richard suddenly let out a long breath, turning to look at Ulysses, his eyes cold. Ulysses, if you try to influence me mentally again, you will never regain your status as a world master in this lifetime. His recent thoughts were overly greedy and arrogant, contrary to his character, they must have been influenced from the outside. Gah, I haven't done anything. Ulysses protested loudly, the voice of an annihilation crow naturally arouses people's greed, those were your own desires. Your current body isn't that of an annihilation crow. Now Ulysses was left speechless. Gah, just my luck. But what I said is true, I really do possess the secrets of becoming a divine. And I can also use some items to wield some of the divine's powers ahead of time. Chapter 117. What do you want? Richard asked in a deep voice. The power of faith, of course, Ulysses replied. Don't you wizards have religions in your world? When a group of beings pray to something, that thing gathers a peculiar strength. That strength is the power of faith. Religion. Richard remembered the cult of the Crimson Lord he had eradicated years ago. Looking at your customs, I estimate that you have no religion, Ulysses continued. You wizards pride yourselves on rationality so much that you've probably tossed religion into the trash heap ages ago. That is indeed true, Richard responded lightly. In the wizard world, only mortals believed in religion, and the first impulse of a wizard who encountered a divine being was to dissect it. The power of faith should be fairly easy for you to encounter. You conquer other worlds, you must have encountered religions that worship a world master as a divine being. Such world masters possess the power of faith in their bodies. If you can acquire some, I could perform techniques that only the divine can utilize. When he finished, Ulysses added. Don't think I'm trying to take this opportunity to heal myself. Purifying the power of faith consumes spiritual power, using it would only exacerbate my injuries. Oh! Richard squinted his eyes, his face full of suspicion. You would be so kind. Don't look at me like that. Ulysses got slightly irritated. I see potential in you and I'm thinking of investing in you. If you're not interested, forget it. Invest in me. That furnace you carry is a treasure not even a divine king might possess. With such an artifact, your ascent to godhood is almost certain, Ulysses clamored. Perhaps, you might be the next divine king of your civilization. Is there a problem with investing in a future divine king? It had to be said, Ulysses' words were indeed persuasive, making Richard glow with happiness. Cough, cough, the path to truth is fraught with hardship and perils, it's too early to talk about these matters now. Richard feigned a cough and turned to head to the next laboratory, preparing to upgrade his magic equipment. Richard owned many pieces of magic equipment, but after becoming a wizard, many had lost their original effects. For instance, his guardian pendant, a magic shield that could resist an energy level of 50, now couldn't even match the black scale on his body. There was also the spirit protection ring. After the qualitative change in Richard's spiritual power, any attack that could affect his psyche made these rings unable to even give a warning. All these needed to be replaced. After sorting everything out, aside from the Demon Eater's sword, all his other magic equipment needed to be replaced. But replacements needed to be available. Richard was so impoverished that he had to sell AO steel, a rare material, for magic stones. How could he afford magic stones to craft so many wizard-level magic equipment? So after some thought, Richard decided not to bother with fancy magic equipment. He would focus his magic stones on just 2 pieces of magic equipment, the Concealer Cloak and the Demon Eater Sword. He was a black wizard. In a plain war, sneaking deep into enemy territory, stealth-enhancing magic equipment was essential. The Demon Eater Sword was almost complete after having finished the first 2 phases of the project, requiring only the final phase, which wouldn't cost many magic stones. Creating equipment required designs, but beginning from scratch was obviously too late now. Therefore, for the upgraded version of the Concealer Cloak, Richard chose to simply borrow the design from his teacher Yalad. As Yalad's youngest student and a partner in the wizard commerce, He had some influence there. Using an IOU worth 100,000 magic stones, Richard managed to get his hands on the design for the concealer cloak. After solving the issue with the design, what remained was merely purchasing materials, crafting the rough draft, engraving the spells, and then refining the appearance. 6 months later, Richard looked with satisfaction at the pitch-black cloak in front of him and at the large sword beside it emanating an ominous aura. The upgraded concealer cloak not only possessed the ability to hide its aura and mask magic fluctuations, but it also had a spell for shadow infiltration. This spell allowed Richard to briefly enter the rift between the material world and the shadow world, thus evading enemy attacks. However, the attack's energy level couldn't exceed 200, otherwise, Richard would be forced out of the world's rift due to the space disturbance caused by the energy fluctuations. Using it to evade attacks was a bit stretched, but it was perfect for infiltration. After storing the magic equipment in his magic pocket, Richard left the laboratory, ready to check the integration effect of the flame giant. After 6 months of integration, the element core of the flame giant had gradually absorbed the annihilation flame and made it a part of itself. When he arrived at the laboratory, under the quartz cover, the element core had evolved into its final phase, and the originally fiery red element core had almost entirely turned black. It looks almost done, just needs a final spark. Richard muttered to himself, the magic power surging in his body as he channeled a stream of magic power into the element core. With the infusion of magic power, the element core instantly darkened, turning the last bit of fiery red into a black flame. Boom! The flames of the element core erupted instantly, and chains of flames converged to form a 1-meter-tall black flame dwarf. I, Philster, am alive again. The flame dwarf shouted. Indeed, you are alive. The flame dwarf glanced aside, and the human who had threatened him into signing the slave contract was looking at him coldly. Now, get off the experiment table. Following a command filled with rage, Philster involuntarily retracted his flames and obediently curled into a ball, rolling off the experiment table. Seeing the experiment table turned into magma by Philster, Richard couldn't help but place a hand on his forehead and sighed. Philster, contain your flames and tell me your current state. Upon hearing the command, Philster returned to human form and contained his flames. Master, I have broken through the bottleneck and have become a flame warrior. Flame warrior? A level 1 creature, right? Richard pulled out a notebook from his pocket and began to record the information. Besides that, have you gained any abilities? Can you still summon and use your normal flames? Any psychological problems? Richard's barrage of questions left the somewhat slow-witted Philster slightly confused. Nevertheless, he soon began answering them one by one. After the Q&A session, Richard nodded. Philster's growth had 2 aspects. The first was the growth in strength. Through fusion and the replenishment of magic power, Philster had broken through his bottleneck and become a level 1 elemental creature. The second aspect was a change in how he used his strength. Now, Philster's body was composed of annihilation flames and no longer had the body of a common fire element. This change benefited Philster by making him more lethal, but the downside was that his body became smaller, energy consumption increased, and some skills that flame giants could use, he could no longer use. All right, Richard said, pulling out a crystal ball from his magic pocket. This crystal ball was a specially made elemental creature cage from Wizard Commerce, designed for wizards to store elemental creature cannon fodder. Get in. Yes. Philster's successful fusion solved the last issue Richard faced before the war. In the remaining 2 years, Richard focused on meditation and training in adaptation body, and he occasionally visited the Jialong Club to exchange battlefield experiences with some black wizards. After mixing with these black wizards, Richard gained a deeper understanding of this group. Black wizards penetrated deep into enemy territory where everything around them was not only an enemy but also precious loot. In such a situation, preserving oneself was the top priority, and one must resist temptation. A black wizard who could not control his greed was bound to die because of it. 2 years flew by swiftly, and soon, it was the day of the Plain War. Richard, along with a few senior disciples, traveled through the teleportation gate to the expedition layer above the working layer, located in the canopy of the World Tree. The space was vast, and hundreds of thousands of wizards occupied only a fraction of it. Most of these wizards were free wizards who had joined the Plain War as mercenaries through contracts. On one side of the crowd, hundreds of war airships made of cold metal were parked on the ground. These war airships were the White Wizards' war machines, specifically designed for the plain battlefield. Their main cannons could even reach an energy level of 8,000, almost comparable to a full-strength blow from a three-rings wizard. Soon, ripples appeared in the void, and thousands of working wizards from the Tower of Truth flew into the sky, guided by a three-rings wizard, to perform a massive spell. As the working wizards waved their magic wands, a huge magic array appeared in the sky. Then, a rift appeared in the center of the magic array. Behind the space rift, the tip of an enormous object appeared. Is this the floating city? Gazing at the gigantic object in front of him, Richard felt as if he were back to the first time he saw the world tree. A metallic artifact tens of thousands of meters in diameter slowly squeezed into the wizard world from the void. The lower half of the floating city was a hemisphere, with various alloy armor plates seamlessly joined together, offering a mechanical aesthetic. When the wizards reached above the floating city, it took on a different appearance. Countless spires stood erect on the metallic ground, among them, the tallest was the black spire at the very center. This spire was the command center for the war, all war commands were issued from here. With the command center as the nucleus, various other lower height spires rippled outward to the edge of the floating city. White wizards boarded the war airships, and the lower half of the floating city opened up passages for them. Wizards like Richard, as well as free wizards, had to directly land on the floating city from the upper half. The floating city truly is the pinnacle of alchemy machines. Anne, a wizard who studied alchemy machines, gazed at the floating city somewhat entranced. As a researcher of alchemy machines, Anne wanted to disassemble and examine every part of the floating city. Richard did not respond, his knowledge of alchemy machines was still rudimentary, and his only thought about the floating city was damn impressive. As the wizards finished entering, a figure flew out from the central spire. This figure constantly enlarged during its flight, eventually transforming into a massive black-robed wizard hundreds of meters tall. Welcome, everyone, to this expedition of spreading the wisdom of wizard civilization. I am Black Tower, the commander of this expedition. Chapter 118. War paid heed to the principle of a famous claim, and spreading the wisdom of wizard civilization was a common pretext for the wizard world to invade other worlds. Besides this claim, the wizard world also justified spreading the light of reason, educating savage natives, and avenging their own kind among other reasons. Using war to spread wizardly wisdom, subjugating and educating barbaric locals, this was the essence of the wizard world or wizard civilization. With the appearance of the Black Tower Great Wizard, the floating city began to transmit ripples of energy within. Standing on the floor, Richard could distinctly feel the floor vibrating, albeit the vibrations were incredibly subtle. The floating city was awakening. As the commander, I hereby declare the following rules. During the war, any wizard must obey all commands from the headquarters. During the war, any form of fratricide is prohibited. During the war, free wizards need only turn over a third of their acquired wealth. During the war, the Black Tower Great Wizard consecutively pronounced over a dozen rules in midair, doing with the movements and earnings of wizards comprehensive regulation. After announcing the rules, the Black Tower Great Wizard opened a rift and pulled out a somewhat ethereal rune wand from within. He lifted the wand high, and a beam of light shot into the void. Subsequently, Richard felt a jolt, and the floating city began moving towards the space rift from which they came. Simultaneously, starting from the central spire, a magic barrier spread over the tops of all spires, extending to the edge of the floating city, and enveloping the entire upper section of the city. In the void, continual space storms impacted the magic barrier, sparking ripples. Richard felt somewhat nervous. If the barrier shattered, the space storm would instantly tear apart most wizards except for the Great Wizard. He glanced at his side and found that the wizards who had experienced war appeared remarkably calm. His senior, Eric, noticing his gaze, explained to him. Don't underestimate this magic barrier. Its threshold stands at 50,000 energy levels, and in a critical moment, it could reach 100,000. No space storm can break through it. Richard chuckled, slightly relieved. As the floating city fully entered the void, the space rift gradually sealed shut. Standing on the edge of the floating city, Richard could clearly see the appearance of the wizard world within the star realm, a massive, glowing bubble. Is this the wizard world? As Richard gazed at the glowing bubble, a sudden panic fluttered through his heart. This panic felt like that of a baby leaving the cradle, the vast world rendering him bewildered. Junior brother, stop looking, this is your room. A voice came from behind Richard. He turned to see Chax sitting behind him riding a giant black wolf, holding 2 bags. Room number, communication crystal ball. Chax threw one of the bags. Richard caught it, finding a metal card and a black crystal ball inside the bag. On the battlefield, commands from the headquarters would be transmitted to every wizard through this crystal ball. Thanks, senior brother. The lower hemispherical structure of the floating city was split into 3 layers, the lowest slave army layer, the middle war machine layer, and the topmost, nearest to the deck, wizard residence layer. Following the numbers, Richard found his room below the deck. The room was fully equipped, even having a quiet room for meditation. The travel time through the star realm was lengthy, and invading a world's barrier took even longer. If nothing unexpected occurred, the wizards would stay in the floating city for at least a year. Aldo, in the language of the Black Crystal Worm clan, means insect nest. In ancient times, the great mother worm god Aldum was born into the world, becoming the first black crystal worm. During the first millennium of Aldum's life, she was immensely happy, curious about everything in the world. But in the second millennium, she began to feel lonely. Thus, she birthed 36 mother worms as her children and divided the world into 36 parts for her children, forming what are now the 36 insect countries. The mother worms, emulating their own mother, bore their children, and to enable these children to grow healthy, they dug beneath the ground, and built above it, creating the original 36 insect nests, the holy sites we visit today. In an insect nest constructed of sand and stone, an aged black crystal worm taught a group of youngling insects the history of the black crystal worms. The appearance of the black crystal worms somewhat resembled mantises, but between their eyes grew a black crystal, and their bodies were significantly larger. Even the newly born was the size of a baby, and they could grow up to around 2 meters in length as adults. Mr. Sta, the teacher, a young black crystal worm interrupted, Mr. Sta's words differ slightly from yours. He said that the divine created the mother worm god, who then birthed us. Absurd. Sta roared in anger, his wings trembling behind him. Sta is just a madman obsessed with his observatory, pay no heed to a word he says. Dong! 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 A bell toll interrupted Sta's furious outburst. He shook his body and called for recess. The young worms swarmed out of the classroom, leaving Sta alone in the room. Sigh, the young worms no longer show proper respect to the mother worm god. Leaving the classroom, Sta returned to his dwelling, a room at the peak of the insect nest. Black crystal worms used the insect nests as their residences, with all worms living within these mountain-like colossal insect nests, few living independently outside. Sta, you're back. I made a new discovery today. A voice came from outside the door. Sta knew without a doubt that his brother Sta stood there. He hissed, a gesture among black crystal worms equivalent to a sigh. Sta, what have you discovered again? Sta opened the door and welcomed Sta inside. As insects born in the same batch and grown up together, Sta and Stade were brothers, both in terms of bloodline and in terms of feelings. But unlike Stade, there seemed to be a problem with Sta's thinking organ during its development. The roles of black crystal worms were destined at birth. Warrior worms responsible for guarding the insect nest, priest worms responsible for star-watching rituals, cultivating worms responsible for cultivation, etc. The insect's body structures at birth determined what they were to do. Yet Sta was somewhat different. As a warrior worm, he, unexpectedly, enjoyed star-watching like priest worms. This was an unthinkable thing among the black crystal worms. Where's your telescope? I'll find it for you. Sta excitedly walked to the observatory's platform in the room. Indeed, Stade was a priest worm. As a priest worm, from childhood, he was followed by a warrior worm who obsessed over star watching. After searching the observatory for a long while, Sta finally excitedly pushed Stade to the telescope. Let go, Sta. I can look on my own. After Sta released his hold, Stade peered into the telescope towards the sky. The weather tonight was very good, the sky void of any clouds, allowing every star to be seen clearly. Isn't it just the same as usual? Stade asked, somewhat discontent. Take a closer look again. Sta waved his arms beside him. As a warrior worm, his arms were a pair of extremely tough chitin scythes, which could easily cut or clamp off the bones of wild beasts or the stems of certain fungi. All right, I'll take a closer look. Stade grudgingly said, then peered through the telescope a few more times. This time, Stade noticed something unusual. As a priest worm, his memory of the star map could not be mistaken. Yet today, he could vaguely make out a star. Insect nest core, mother worm hall. Are you sure? A warrior worm clad in golden armor asked loudly. In front of him, a priest worm wrapped in white silk was communicating with the mother worm. In the priest worms, only the most powerful 3-star priests wore white silk. After a while, the priest worm stood up. Slav, the mother worm has confirmed that the great mother worm god commands us to quickly assemble the army. All worms that have reached the star level, warrior worms and priest worms alike, must go to battle. High priest. Are you sure that all the star level creatures must go? Warrior worm Slav asked again. The strength of the black crystal worm group was divided by stars, with the 1 star constituting a level 1 creature. If we are together, just the insects from our insect country alone could reach millions. What kind of enemy warrants mobilizing so many insects? The high priest shook his head. I do not know, I am merely conveying the command of the mother worm god. He too was puzzled, as ever since the black crystal worms defeated the earth cave demon spider race, no other races in this world were capable of competing with them. What kind of enemy warranted them deploying such a multitude of insects? He thought, and a piece of information flashed through his thinking organ. It seems that yesterday a priest worm reported a star appeared in the sky that shouldn't have been there. Could this enemy be an extraterrestrial? The high priest shook his head, discarding the thought. Regardless of who this enemy was, the command of the mother worm god must be obeyed, even if the enemies turn out to be a bunch of mushrooms. Seeing high priest unable to provide an answer, Slav left, huffing. As a warrior worm, he must follow the command of the mother worm. After he left, the high priest once again began to communicate with the mother worm god. Great mother worm god, where do our enemies originate from? The sky or the underground? After a long while, a message was conveyed to the soul of the high priest. From beyond the heavens. Prepare yourselves, we will follow the headquarters plan later. In the war machine lair, Richard and hundreds of wizards boarded the war airship. 1.5 years had passed since they set off, and the floating city under the control of the Black Tower Great Wizard was about to break through the world barrier. By then they would face the siege from the entire world. Richard, are you scared? Beside Richard, Ali, emanating illusory sparks, watched him closely. According to headquarters orders, the Black Wizards were divided into several small groups. Each group was balanced, including members across the 4 schools: plastic energy, alchemy, undead, and mind, led by a second ring wizard, and the entire airship of Black Wizards commanded by a 3 rings wizard. Their role on the front lines was simple: to clean up natives left by white wizards who sanitized the area, as well as to carry out raids and disrupt enemy placements. Fearful of what? Richard chuckled. It's just killing, after all. Chapter 119. Who? The dull sound of horns echoed across the plains, and on the land known as Blackbone Plain, millions of insects surged like a tide. By the command of the mother worm god, the 3 insect countries near Blackbone Plain gathered all the insects in the insect nest that had reached level 1 creatures. Insects from other nations were also continuously converging here. Among these insects, some had charged into battle against the earth cave demon spiders, some had single-handedly killed bone-armored rhinos as big as small hills, their names renowned within the insect nests, but on this battlefield, they were just ordinary soldiers. What kind of enemy warranted such a large force from 3 insect countries? They soon saw the answer to their question. What is that thing? An insect exclaimed in panic. A colossal entity emerged from the void, its mere corner casting a massive shadow over the Blackbone Plain. The high priest sitting at the center watched the floating city, his body trembling uncontrollably. He closed his eyes and prayed. Mother Worm God, may your glory protect us. Unlike the high priest, the commanding warrior worm at the center was extraordinarily excited. Since the last earth cave demon spider was slain by it, the 36 insect countries had not seen a war in thousands of years. As a physique-evolved insect, its body craved combat intensely. All insects prepare. For the glory of the mother worm god. The commanding warrior worm let out a roar and flew up into the sky, its chitinous scythe-like arms glowing white like jade, yet they emitted a staggering sharpness. It had once used these arms to exterminate the earth cave demon spider clan, and now, it was about to add more feats to its scythes. A flash of white light shot out from the floating city, engulfing the warrior worm commander in an instant. The swarm fell into a silent desolation. As the floating city fully entered this world, a hatch on the lower hemisphere slowly opened, and countless bizarre creatures poured out. Some were clad in scale armor, some wreathed in flames, some tens of meters long, and others less than a meter tall. They varied in species and forms, including flesh creatures and element creatures. The one thing they had in common was that, like lunatics, they launched an attack on the ground-dwelling black crystal insects. What a mad race, the high priest observed the frenzied creatures, and his antennae twitched, conveying an order. Entire army, engage and eliminate these extraterrestrial intruders. The mixed slave army has been deployed, war airships are ready. Inside the floating city, a cold mechanical voice echoed through the war machine layer. The slave armies now deployed were mostly made up of Great Wizard's own otherworldly slaves and war-grade synthetic beasts, hereafter referred to as war beasts. A small part was comprised of slaves put together by participating wizards. Their purpose was simple: trigger as many enemy traps as possible, allowing the wizards to observe more information. This was the first move in a wizard's otherworldly expedition. There were 3 moves in a wizard's planar war. The first move, slave army triggers traps to disrupt enemy formations, giving wizards time to observe the world and exhausting enemy firepower as a bonus. The second move, the white wizard army, accompanied by war airships, makes a spell bombardment. The last move, the black wizard army cleans up any stragglers and expands the spoils with the white wizard army. Standing inside the airship cabin, Richard's communication crystal ball intermittently transmitted war suggestions from the command center. The slave army's probing had started showing results, and the command center's experienced 3 rings wizards had already made preliminary assessments of the otherworldly natives based on the battlefield situation. The world is provisionally named Insect Nest World, with magic concentration 3 times that of the wizard world, and the air contains special spores, slightly toxic, immunity at physique of 60. This world has special world rules: eternal night, with shadow magic receiving bonus effects, and the 4 elements rules are balanced. The species is tentatively named the Black Crystal Worm Clan, with 2 main types of combatants. One type transforms their arms into scythe-like appendages for close combat physique evolvers, and the other commands elements with their spiritual power as spiritual evolvers. The majority of this race's physique evolvers are preliminarily assessed with a physique of 60 points, skilled in cutting type physical damage, low element resistance, no special resistances, suggesting spell-based kills. Listening to the information from the communication crystal ball, Richard turned to Ali with a smile. It seems like this is home turf for you shaping wizards. For races without special element resistance, shaping wizards, who specialize in elements and energy, were their most formidable foes. Ali leaned on her magic wand, its ruby head emitting a scorching aura. What home turf? A race that can dominate a world surely has its own measures against elemental attacks. In the end, it's all about the energy level. As she said this, she looked at the alchemy golem standing next to Richard somewhat enviously. Your golem can fight and defend, and you're on the path of bloodline alchemy. As long as you don't venture into particularly dangerous areas, you're sure to survive this war safely, perhaps even make a fortune. Richard chuckled, offering no rebuttal. Though the alchemy golem was formidable, his real safety net was Ulysses on his shoulder. On the battlefield, the slave army clashed with the black crystal insects. A huge flame giant roared, hurling elemental fireballs and blasting open a patch of green blood among the black crystal insects' swarm. But before it could bask in its glory, a warrior worm charged in front of it and severed its element core. A giant flesh beast python dozens of meters long charged violently among the black crystal insects. Those it touched either suffered broken bones or died instantly, but it wasn't long before a group of warrior worms set their sights on it. In the blink of an eye, swords flashed and dozens of warrior worms joined forces, swiftly turning a massive flesh python into chunks of meat. In the sky, a dragon bird with scale armor opened its mouth and spewed out flames, incinerating everything in its path to ashes. Upon noticing the situation, priest insects immediately cast spells. Thunder and flames assaulted the dragon bird like a violent storm, while a mysterious white light immobilized it in the middle. The situation on the battlefield was extremely tense. In the center of the Black Crystal Worm clan, high priests from 3 insect countries gathered together. These otherworldly beings are truly fearsome, fighting with a reckless disregard for death, said a high priest wrapped in white silk, with tendrils on its head bound by a golden thread. But our warriors are equally brave, replied a high priest across from him, wearing a golden ring around its neck. And we have more than enough warriors, reinforcements from other insect countries are continually arriving here. Looking at the current situation, at most 6 insect countries would suffice to handle this group of extraterrestrial visitors, said the last high priest slowly. Yet the mother worm god has sent an oracle to every insect country. What do you mean? The golden ring priest's tendrils twitched twice. The greatness of the mother worm god is beyond doubt, we must not become complacent now. The slave army's rate of consumption was swift, nearly half of the million-strong slave army had been depleted in merely 5 days. The black crystal insects' losses were several times greater than the slave armies, but this was offset by the continuous stream of reinforcements from other insect countries arriving at the Blackbone Plain. So much so that the observed number of black crystal worms even exceeded their pre-battle count. Yet the consumption of these slave armies was not without value. They provided the wizards with vital first-hand data. Over 5 days, all wizards had found methods to counter the black crystal worms within their own combat systems. Slave army's depletion exceeds half, white wizard army, prepare. Slave army's depletion exceeds half, white wizard army, prepare. The cold broadcast echoed through the war machine layer, and all white wizards took up their positions, awaiting orders from command. As the base of the floating city opened once more, fleets of war airships flew out in sequence, with the majority of the White Wizard Army members standing outside the airships, establishing a White Wizard formation centered around the vessels. A White Wizard Army comprised of official wizards is not a haphazard militia like the one Richard had seen during his apprentice days. Each school of wizards had its own role to play. All wizards prepare, direction dead ahead, spell type elemental area, release at will. At the command of the White Wizard leader, sole wizards responsible for transmitting orders relayed the information through the mental network to every wizard. Countless elemental magic spells were released almost simultaneously, raining down on the black crystal worm swarm like a deluge, instantly clearing a landing zone. Simultaneously, the war airships began their attack. From underneath the airships, hundreds of low-powered alchemy magic stone cannons extended, firing elemental fireballs at the swarm as if free of cost, each blast taking out an insect. Screams and cries instantly filled the entire battlefield. By the mother worm god above, I knew these extraterrestrial intruders wouldn't be so easy to deal with. In the midst of the black crystal worm swarm, the high priest looked up at the metal fish in the sky and flicked its tendrils. With its experience, the war airships of the wizards were nothing more than giant beasts modified with an outer layer of metal. And those members of the White Wizard Army were mere flying insects capable of casting spells. In the Aldo world, the black crystal worms had seen such things before, but ultimately, they all became food for them. The high priest raised its tendrils, and a mental command was sent to the lower rank priest insects, which then passed the message on to even lower ranks, rapidly disseminating the high priest's command. The order was simple: Moth Army, move out. The Moth Army, the aerial force that ruled the skies above the conquered insect nest worlds of the black crystal worm clan. These insects had their wings specially enhanced, allowing them to fly swiftly at high altitudes and change directions at will. More importantly, the entire Moth Army consisted of dual specialty warriors in spirit and physique, the most elite force of the Black Crystal Worm clan. Upon receiving the command, the Moth Army that had been hidden thus far, took action immediately. Within moments, a locust swarm that blotted out the sky rose from one end of the Blackbone Plain like a black sandstorm, determined to overwhelm the entire plain. New species detected. Army formation changing, Formation Number 1, Formation Number 1, War Airships Fire Support. As the Army Command issued orders, the White Wizard Army instantly adapted, and the war airships performed their most critical function at this moment: fire support. In an instant, the airships unleashed a barrage of fire like raindrops, and at the fore of the airships, a main cannon pulsing with magic fluctuation unveiled its muzzle. For clustered enemies, fire the lightning chain bomb. Ready, fire. The main cannon of the airship shot out a spherical thunder, which upon contact with the swarm, rapidly turned into a thunder net. Hundreds of insects were reduced to charcoal husks under the chain of lightning. Lightning chain effect is good. Ready, fire. The war airships bellowed with thunderous rage, net after net of thunder stopping the insects in their tracks. Countless insects rained down like charcoal. But even so, the swarm continued its relentless advance. Just as the two forces were about to clash at close quarters, the White Wizard Army's formation change completed. Formation change complete, war airships cease fire. As he spoke, the White Wizard commander roared into the mental network. All White Wizards prepare lightning chain, ready, fire. Chapter 120. Tens of thousands of thunders poured out from the magic wand, almost lighting up half the sky as they converged. In an instant, insects fell like rain. Such terrifying elemental fluctuations, the united spell casting of the White Wizard Army is really, Richard exclaimed in awe. The range of the spell cast by the White Wizard army this time was very close, with the elemental fluctuations even causing elemental turbulence in the entire sky. Even inside the war airship, Richard could feel the changes in the elements outside. If it weren't so, how could the White Wizard stand the front-line battlefield? Ali added, speaking as a shaping wizard. She was clearer about the situation outside than Richard. What we're facing is an enemy of an entire world. Within a moment, the White Wizard army, having adjusted their formation, steadied their stance and slowed the approaching Moth army to near extinction. However, due to the proximity of their spell casting, all White Wizards outside the war airship had to activate their magic shields to fend off the threat of the elemental turbulence. At the same time, having witnessed the terrifying power of the White Wizard army, the Black Crystal Worm clan began their counterattack. Activate the Mother Goddess Cannon. A command was issued from the High Priest, quickly transmitted to a corner of the swarm. The Black Crystal Worms, upon receiving the order, extracted a mass of flesh covered in green viscous fluids from their bodies and converged them. In less than a moment, a pile of flesh about 4 meters in diameter appeared. 2 sacrificial insects bowed towards the sky, then entered the pile of flesh, and as they did, the flesh pile began to undergo a transformation. Black crystals surfaced within the flesh, while a brown chitinous layer spread across the surface of the pile. Moments later, the top of the flesh pile split open with a slit resembling a mouth. A warrior worm severed its arms and handed them to a comrade before plunging headlong into the slit. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of liquid churning came from the flesh pile, and then a green acidic ball about 1 meter in diameter, crackling with energy arcs, was shot towards the sky. Bang! Hiss, hiss. The acid ball hit a White Wizard, instantly breaking through his magic shield, and the thick acid poured over the White Wizard, dissolving him into a puddle of pus in the blink of an eye. The few wizards nearby splattered with the acid saw their magic barriers quickly fade. Attention to protection. Enemy strategic weapon has appeared. The White Wizard commander sent out a warning through the mental network, and the formation of the army was subtly adjusted again. Several White Wizards formed smaller squads, using thicker magic shields to counteract the mother worm cannons of the black crystal insect race. At the same time, commands were also issued from the command center. All Black Wizards, attention! All Black Wizards, attention! The enemy strategic weapon has appeared, the enemy strategic weapon has appeared. In 30 seconds, all Black Wizards are to enter the battlefield, target the strategic weapons. Repeat, in 30 seconds, all Black Wizards are to enter the battlefield, target the strategic weapons. Listening to the orders transmitted by the communication crystal ball, Richard put on his cloak's hood and his demon eater sword in hand also ignited with black flames. Ali, stay safe, don't die on me. Ali grasped her magic wand, a slight smile appearing on her face. Same to you, I plan to spend 10,000 years with you. The communication crystal ball carried the cold voice of the command center. Black Wizards, prepare for deployment. With a hum, the ground of the war airship began to slowly open, the sound of mechanical friction continuously reaching Richard's ears. At the same time, the White Wizard army also began spell support, trying their best to create a safe deployment environment for the Black Wizards. Looking at the sea-like army of insects on the ground, Richard grabbed onto a magic statue beside him, took a deep breath, and his body lit up with a magic barrier. Release the decoys. All Black Wizards will deploy in 3 seconds. Richard saw several small alchemy machines released from the underside of the airship, constantly attracting attacks coming from the ground. 3, 2, 1, deploy. The next instant, the bottom hatches of 100 war airships opened simultaneously, and tens of thousands of black figures fell at the same time, flames even appearing on the surface of their magic barriers due to air friction. From the ground, it looked like tens of thousands of meteors were crashing towards the earth. The insect swarms' acid projectiles and primal magic continuously bombarded the sky, forcing Black Wizards to deviate from their landing points to avoid the spells. Those unlucky enough to be hit by acid balls were reduced to thick fluids on contact. With a boom, Richard landed successfully, and immediately adjusted the magic statue to guard mode. Thanks to the White Wizard army's magic barrage, the black crystal worms near Richard had been cleared away, leaving behind scorched black limbs and green viscous fluid with a sour smell all over the ground. At a glance, only a few crippled worms not yet fully dead were struggling desperately. All members of Black Wizard Squad number 35, listen to the order. A voice came from behind Richard. Turning back, he saw a wizard in a black robe, half of his body ablaze with black fires, yelling at the communication crystal ball he was Wakaba, the Black Wizard leader of the war airship Richard was on. Our target is the strategic weapon of the Black Crystal Insect Swarm. All Black Wizards of Squad number 35 immediately make a beeline for the nearest strategic weapon. At all costs, destroy the enemy strategic weapons. After issuing the command, Wakaba glanced at Richard. Kid, welcome to the battlefield. With that, he rushed alone towards the nearest strategic weapon. Black Wizards fight solo, unlike the White Wizards who battle in legions. Seeing this, Richard said nothing and, gripping his great sword, he followed closely, flying towards the nearest strategic weapon. Boom! 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 The blasts of spells were unceasing. Due to their control of the skies, the White Wizard army freely bombarded the Black Crystal Insect Swarm with magic. Boom! A fireball exploded not far from Richard, and several warrior worms, unable to dodge, were torn apart by the blast. Thanks to the cover of the slave army, even though the insect swarm noticed their kin falling from the sky, they were temporarily unable to target effectively. This also made Richard's advance exceptionally smooth. Boom! A fireball burst apart, instantly blasting a warrior worm that had approached Richard into pieces with the fire element it unleashed. As an alchemy wizard, Richard's mastery of shaping magic could only be considered average. Apart from the Heart of Annihilation, the potency of his other shaping spells was just a bit above the average within the wizard group. Even so, the fireball technique with an energy level as high as 400 was more than enough to blast these level 1 creature black crystal insects to death. While killing, Richard also continuously collected data on these insects. Although the headquarters had given suggestions, those were the views of others. As a wizard, one must have their own opinions. Richard casually grabbed a limb from a warrior worm. It resembled a scythe, and the tough chitinous material could easily slice through bone and rock with muscle power driving it. As Yalad's student, Richard had some research on muscle structures. The black crystal insect's muscle structure was quite unique. The forelimb muscle structure of this race was clearly not suited for prolonged movement, but the explosive power it granted was astonishing. A freshly matured level 1 warrior worm could easily cause 300 energy level worth of cutting damage with such an outburst. That energy level might not sound like much, but compared to a race like wizards, which relied on intelligence, such strength would absolutely be considered above average within the slave army. It seems the Dean is about to gain a slave world this time, Richard muttered to himself as he placed the limb into his magic pocket. Wizard civilization classifies conquered worlds into 3 types: resource worlds, slave worlds, and research worlds. Resource worlds are those with abundant magic stones or alchemy materials, and they are favorites among great wizards. The conquest of each resource world means a massive amount of wealth pouring into a great wizard's pockets. Then there are slave worlds, which mainly provide war slaves, the slave armies, for great wizards. After conquering a slave world, great wizards don't strip it bare like they do with resource worlds. Instead, they regularly collect a blood tax from the races within, using them as slave armies. Such worlds are extremely rare among the many, with only a small portion able to become slave worlds. Last are research worlds, which generally refer to those with scarce resources and weaker races. The sole use of these worlds is to provide knowledge for wizards and are the least desired by great wizards. Upon encountering such a world, the gains from a plain expedition could be negligible at best, or at worst, the great wizard might even have to invest a substantial amount of magic stones. After all, whether it's hiring free wizards and white wizard armies or renting floating cities, the expenses are substantial. This current insect nest world has a commendable strength of creatures, and it's said that the Black Tower Great Wizard still doesn't have a slave world. This plain expedition looks to be quite profitable for him. The appearance of black wizards brought some changes to the battlefield situation. With the sacrificial insect's presence, the Black Crystal Worm clan's main base kept receiving news of breaches in the lines. If viewed from above, the edges of the Black Sea formed by the Black Crystal Worm clan were pierced by numerous spikes. These spikes were the result of the Black Wizard's breakthroughs. In the main base, the Golden Ring Priest extended its tendrils to the other 2 priests. Deploy the Mother Worm Guards, and deal with the bugs that have come down from the skies. Agreed. Agreed. Within the swarm, Richard advanced smoothly through the swarm with the aid of the slave armies and spells. But just as Richard began to relax, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end, instinctively retreating backward. A streak of golden light flashed before his eyes, effortlessly piercing through his magic barrier. Had he retreated even a fraction of a second slower, he would have been beheaded. What is that? Richard released his spiritual power fiercely, allowing him to see every detail within 50 meters. Under such scrutiny, Richard quickly found the owner of the golden light, a warrior worm adorned with golden patterns. A new insect. Richard was shocked inwardly. The response of the Black Crystal Worm clan was impressively swift. In the mere 3 hours since their arrival, the Black Crystal insect swarm had managed to relay information, make decisions, dispatch troops, and navigate through millions in the insect sea to reach the front lines specifically to target them. This level of wartime mobilization was nearly comparable to that of wizards. As if sensing Richard's spiritual power, the golden patterned warrior worm made a slight bow towards him, its blade arms glowing faintly with golden light. Stranger from beyond the skies, today I will offer your head to the mother worm god. Chapter 121. Looking at the golden patterned worm in front of him, although Richard had no idea what it was bellowing about, he still mustered all of his concentration. This creature had a formidable physique, and it also possessed a special skill. That golden blade light from before was worlds apart from the strikes of ordinary insects. After the tough talk, the mother worm guard's figure flashed, and a golden blade light once more aimed for Richard's neck. This time, Richard was prepared. The great sword in his hand traced a strange arc, just barely blocking the golden blade light. Clang! The Demon Eater sword clashed with the golden patterned blade arm, and surprisingly, the blade showed some minor chipping. Richard offered a cold smile as the black flame atop the Demon Eater sword instantly spread along the blade arm. The final core magic of the Demon Eater sword was named Erosion Fire, a flame that consumed the life energy within flesh, especially effective against beings with strong flesh regeneration capabilities. Seeing this, the mother worm guard's arms shone brightly, the golden light instantly engulfing the black flames. Although the black flames of the Demon Eater sword burnt magic power, it was clear that this insect's inner energy was different from a wizard's magic power. Under the repulsion of the golden light, the black flames were rapidly extinguished. Yet even as quick as it was quenched, the black flame still gave the mother worm guards a shock. It thought to itself, lucky that it met me, had another insect encountered this fire, it would likely have burnt to ashes before stopping. But before it could ponder any longer, Richard's spell was already on its way. A pitch-black fireball, devoid of any grandeur, flew towards it, yet within the fireball, the mother worm guard sensed a fear of death. There was no time to think, and the mother worm guard spread its wings behind it, its speed surging instantly, narrowly evading the range of the Heart of Annihilation's damage. But the other insects weren't so fortunate. The pitch-black fireball suddenly expanded, engulfing a samurai worm's upper body in an instant. The extreme heat at the edge of the magic carbonized the wound immediately, a strange, burnt scent permeating the air. He actually dodged. Richard's expression was tense. The speed of the golden patterned worm, once its wings were spread, reached an astounding level, even surpassing Richard's reaction speed. Richard's spiritual power could clearly pinpoint its position, but by the time his brain caught up, it had already moved from that spot. His magic barrier was continuously breached, and after the mother worm guard spread its wings, each strike reached a shocking energy level of 500. Ulysses, restrain him for me. Ka, restrain him. Ulysses spat out a glob of annihilation flame, turning a samurai worm trying to sneak attack into ash. Richard was now on a battlefield, and while his focus was entirely on the mother worm guards, it was up to Ulysses and the alchemy golem to deal with those sneaky insects. You can't even handle that. Richard kept swinging the great sword, fending off the strikes that penetrated his magic barrier. But amid such intense combat, the blade of the Demon Eater sword was almost becoming a saw. Ka, who says I can't? Just wait! Ulysses shouted. The flames on its body suddenly gathered in its mouth. With a roll of its eyes, it locked onto the silhouette of the mother worm guards. Opening its beak, a black chain of fire instantly entangled the mother worm guards. To the perception of the world master, the speed of the mother worm guards was just like a slightly faster snail. Perfect opportunity! Richard's eyes sharpened, magic power within him surged wildly, and in a blink, he released 2 hearts of annihilation. The mother worm guard, unable to dodge due to the fire chains, was half engulfed by the Heart of Annihilation and instantly turned to nothingness. With a pained cry, its life force flickered out in an instant. Seeing this, Richard felt a weight lifted from his heart. This worm was far more terrifying than any standard samurai worm. Ulysses, bring that half of the body over to me. Richard ordered casually. One of the great benefits of the plane war was the acquisition of specimens. In the plane battlefield, wizards could obtain first-hand biological specimens. Ka, what do you think I am? An errand runner? Ulysses grumbled, but its body flapped its wings and dashed like black lightning to grab the half-corpse of the mother worm guards, even taking the opportunity to peck at it. Caw, tastes good. As soon as the corpse was in hand, Richard sensed a minor reaction from the miracle furnace. Material, golden patterned black crystal worm corpse. Extractable skill, burst slash. Extraction cost, 10 spiritual powers. Extractable substance, golden patterned black crystal worm bloodline. Extraction cost, 2000 magic power. Extractable substance, pure gold. Extraction cost, 10,000 magic power. Pure gold. Richard's heart trembled, no wonder this worm could easily break his magic barrier. Pure gold was a material with an extremely high magic resistance, excellent for crafting either armor or melee weapons. However, pure gold wasn't the most intriguing information to Richard. What special quality does this worm have, Richard mused, for it was the first time he could extract a skill from a creature's corpse. Why can the miracle furnace extract a skill from this worm's body, and not from a human's? But alas, he was on a battlefield at the moment, and Richard truly did not have the time to delve into the mysteries. Every time the strategic weapons of the Black Crystal Worm clan were fired, they caused some losses to the White Wizard army, thereby affecting their efficiency in clearing out the insects. The consumption of the slave army also accelerated with the emergence of the golden patterned worms. If those strategic weapons weren't destroyed soon, the White Wizards in the sky might fare somewhat better, but the Black Wizards like themselves would definitely not have a good outcome. Refining the skill known as burst slash, Richard instantly mastered this skill. Regrettably, this skill required the muscular structure of the golden patterned worms and the special energy within the insect's body, which Richard couldn't utilize at the moment. Continuing to push towards the strategic weapons, Richard soon converged with several other Black Wizards. Richard, did you encounter those golden patterned worms? Ali inquired. After several hours of battle, the flames on Ali's body had dimmed, and she had also sustained many wounds. As she spoke, she held several magic stones in her hand to replenish her magic power. Yes, I did. Have you encountered them too? Richard glanced at the several Black Wizards. All these wizards were one-ring wizards, and if they encountered golden patterned worms, the losses were likely to be significant. You encountered them, one of the Black Wizards exclaimed in surprise. This Black Wizard followed the physique path and stood over 2 meters tall, his body covered with deep slashes. Just moments ago, these Black Wizards had worked together to kill a mother worm guard, and for this, their meat shield was almost skinned alive. Yet Richard, alone with a magic statue, seemed unscathed after encountering a mother worm guard. Without saying much, Richard directly took out the halved corpse of the worm from his magic pocket. The corpse is here. A shock flashed through the eyes of the Black Wizards. They had all witnessed the astonishing speed and queer demon-breaking slashes of the golden patterned worms, and the fact that such a fearsome foe had been slain solo by Richard was truly unbelievable. Yet the fact was as such, and after their shock, the Black Wizards immediately chose to follow Richard. Black Wizards respected the strong, and although Richard wasn't a second-ring wizard, his strength to single-handedly kill a mother worm guard was sufficient for them to follow him. 500 meters ahead of Richard, a mother goddess cannon was firing shells. And within the guard unit of the mother goddess cannon, Richard clearly saw 2 mother worm guards. Ulysses, you'll be responsible for capturing those 2 worms, Richard whispered his instruction. As long as Ulysses could trap them, Richard could use the Heart of Annihilation to resolve them. Gah, sure, just little bugs. Leave me some flesh later, they taste quite good. Richard's eye twitched twice, looking at the worms bursting in front of him. Taste good? The thoughts of birds and humans indeed differed. You guys, clear the small fry later. I'll handle the 2 golden patterned worms. Just keep yourselves safe, Richard instructed Ulysses, then turned his head to give orders. It was unfortunate that he hadn't encountered a second-ring wizard, otherwise, this demolition operation would have been much easier. These golden patterned worms might be powerful, but they were only level 1 creatures. Against the reaction of a second-level creature with a basic physique of 100 points, these worms were merely faster snails. But Richard forgot one thing, the black crystal worms were also second and third level. Second-ring wizards attracted, there would surely be second-ring level worms that came to stop them. The reason they had it so easy was that those second and third-ring wizards elsewhere had drawn the attention of the worms. These second and third-ring wizards were the focus of the worm swarm's response. You're going to handle it? The battlefield is not the place for boasting, one wizard frowned and said. The magic fluctuations of this wizard were very strong, already at the limit of a one-ring wizard, just one promotion ceremony shy of becoming a second-ring wizard. Whether it's boasting or not, you will see soon enough. Richard responded coldly, and turned to issue a command to the alchemy golem. Straight ahead, 500 meters, launch annihilation bullets. Upon receiving the command, the alchemy golem's back immediately extended a cannon barrel. Understood. A hissing sound was heard as an annihilation bullet landed next to the Mother Goddess cannon, a blinding white light instantly engulfing several warrior worms. What's going on? Why is there an attack? A priest worm asked in panic. But he didn't receive a response before another annihilation bullet came crashing down. Boom! This time, the annihilation bullet landed right on the Mother Goddess cannon. The blinding white light exploded on the Mother Goddess cannon, instantly blasting a hole in it, with streams of molten metal piercing through the cannon like a sieve. The flesh of the Mother Goddess cannon writhed, attempting to repair the wound, but the third and fourth annihilation bullets had already descended. Another loud explosion and the Mother Goddess cannon was nearly blown in half, on the verge of losing its reactivity. The priest worm acted decisively, immediately throwing 2 warrior worms into the Mother Goddess cannon, while he himself utilized the divine power unique to a priest worm. The black crystal on his forehead emitted beams of white light, forming a net in the air, stopping the remaining annihilation bullets. After intercepting them, the priest worm's 2 tentacles lashed out, sending out a spiritual wave from his center that rippled outward, instantly reflecting the actions of Richard and his group into the priest worm's brain. Seeing that the source of the damage to the Mother Goddess cannon was these insects, the priest worm was enraged. Mother Worm Guards! Kill those insects! Chapter 122. With the command of the sacrificial insect, 2 Mother Worm Guards quickly approached Richard's direction. Get ready, those 2 bugs are coming over. While adjusting the alchemy golem to defense mode, Richard reminded them. He was still satisfied with the effect of the annihilation bomb. He hadn't planned on directly destroying that strategic weapon with the annihilation bomb. The fact that it temporarily paralyzed the strategic weapon was an unexpected bonus. A few black wizards, with the cover of the slave army around them, stood ready, their bodies erupting with considerable magic fluctuations. 2 flashes of golden light flickered incessantly through the swarm of insects, and in a brief moment, arrived at the front line. Clang! 2 golden blades, one from the left and one from the right, slashed towards Richard but were blocked by a black great sword. Ulysses! Richard roared in anger, and flames sprouted from Ulysses' mouth, quickly forming 2 fiery chains. The 2 Mother Worm Guards had just tried to pull away when Richard's figure flashed and appeared 10 meters away, while at his original location, 2 black fireballs violently exploded. Hum! The heart of annihilation instantly devoured the 2 Mother Worm Guards, leaving the surrounding black wizards' eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Richard had never used ordinary spells against the Mother Worm Guards, so he had no idea, but these few black wizards had all cast spells against the Mother Worm Guards. The Mother Worm Guard's element resistance was almost immune to all elemental damage below 300 degrees, even spells above this energy level could only cause minor damage. They could deal with the Mother Worm Guards, all thanks to the spell Fire by Ali. But what the hell were those 2 fireballs from Richard? How could they so effortlessly take out the Mother Worm Guards? Richard, is this the spell you were researching? Ali asked in shock. She knew Richard had been improving the realm of annihilation and had made progress, but there had been no enemies on the residential level, so Ali had not witnessed the power of the Heart of Annihilation. Now that she had seen it, with Ali's accumulation of knowledge, she estimated the power of this spell to be at least at the 1500 energy level. That is the Heart of Annihilation. Richard nodded indifferently and then turned his gaze towards the sacrificial insect. He could tell that this insect, wrapped in silk-like material, was a spiritual evolver and also knew some primitive spells. Moreover, according to the messages from the communication crystal ball, it seemed this kind of insect could manipulate an energy known as star power, unleashing energy attacks and techniques similar to sealing skills. While Richard was observing the sacrificial insect was also paying attention to him. The black-robed insect who had killed 2 Mother Worm Guards in one move was definitely not as simple as it appeared. Stop these bugs, the Mother Worm cannon must not be damaged, the sacrificial insect commanded the surrounding crowd. Upon receiving orders, the insectide immediately found direction, and hundreds of warrior worms turned and charged towards Richard's position. Behind them, the sacrificial insect guarding the Mother Goddess cannon also stirred up energy fluctuations. The eternal night sky of the insect nest world was forever studded with starlight. This starlight, under the beckoning of the sacrificial insect, gathered into a mass and then dispersed among the many warrior worms, instantly covering them with a layer of starlight armor. "Group buff, prepare to charge, we need to take out that insect quickly," shouted a black wizard, seasoned from battles. On the battlefield, such beings providing group buffs were always the priority targets, no matter which side they were on. Before his words fell, Richard and another wizard who had undergone physique evolution collided with the insect tide. Behind them, other black wizards instantly began providing spell support. Explosions, electrical zaps, the smell of scorched flesh, the stench. Richard, taking the lead in the charge, swung his great sword, with each strike claiming its target. Beside him, another black wizard transformed into a barbaric behemoth, his body hair moving with no wind, a pair of iron fists adorned with runes pounded the insects before him into a splattery mess. However, even so, the distance between the black wizard squad and the mother worm cannon didn't seem to shorten by much. The warrior worms cloaked in starlight armor seemed endless, one fell, and two more charged up. "This is no use, we can't keep going like this." A black wizard clenched his teeth and took out a purple soul crystal from his bosom, plunging it into his forehead. In an instant, a formidable spiritual shock swept across the battlefield, rendering hundreds of insects senseless, clearing the path forward for Richard. "Charge!" The black wizard beside Richard roared, his body bursting into a mist of blood, his speed surging violently. In the blink of an eye, the barbaric giant reached the side of the sacrificial insect, his rune-laden iron fists aiming straight for its head. "Court death!" The sacrificial insect shouted angrily, and suddenly, a starlight shield appeared on its body, withstanding the iron fists of the barbaric wizard. The next moment, a starlight spear emerged from the sacrificial insect's forehead crystal, piercing through the barbarian wizard's head. But before the sacrificial insect could gloat, Richard's great sword appeared before its eyes. To the black wizards, even the death of a comrade wasn't enough to make them hesitate. Clang! The starlight shield also blocked the great sword. "You flesh insects, the divine gifted armor from the mother worm god, do you really think you can breach it?" The sacrificial insect fired another light spear from its brow, but it was deftly dodged by Richard, who was already prepared. "Ulysses, any way to break through this thing?" "Caw, this is nothing but a crude application of the power of faith, simple." Ulysses spat out a ball of flames, which stuck to the starlight shield upon contact. The luster of the starlight shield rapidly dimmed. "Gah, sorted, remember to leave me a couple bites of this bug." "It's impossible. How could the divine gifted armor bestowed by the mother worm god be destroyed by something like you?" The priest worm saw the starlight shield rapidly dimming, as its two tentacles stood on end as if electrocuted. Richard seized the opportunity, his arm muscles swelling in an instant as torrents of magic coursed into his right arm, forming a rune array in the blink of an eye. This was the physique combat technique he had learned at the Jialong Club, utilizing the power of the flesh and runes. This punch was packed with 800 energy levels. Boom! With a muffled sound, the priest worm's starlight armor was pierced through by Richard's punch, its massive head exploding in an instant, and green goo splattered everywhere. As he retracted his fist, Richard also casually collected the entire body of the priest worm. This thing was a prime subject for research. Following that, Richard took out several annihilation hand grenades from his magic pocket and tossed them at the mother worm cannon. Using shadow shuttling, Richard's figure flickered twice, reappearing beside the other black wizards. "Move. This strategic weapon is dealt with." As he finished speaking, the mother goddess cannon erupted in a dazzling white light, turning the entire flesh pile into ashes in an instant. Seeing this, several black wizards didn't hesitate. They immediately moved towards the other strategic weapons, using the slave army for cover. At the floating city command center, dozens of commanders, using the observation equipment carried by the war airships, were monitoring the situation of the entire battlefield. These commanders were all three rings wizards, each having experienced at least 10 plane wars, and were very rich in war experience. Under their command, the advance of the white wizard army was going smoothly. And in the center of them, a robed wizard was leisurely drinking red tea, not fitting in with the others. "Dean, the 75th war airship has been damaged beyond 50%. The Legion commander is requesting a retreat," a commander reported to the robed wizard. "Retreat at 50%. The Black Tower Great Wizard set his teacup aside, "This white wizard army's commander is a bit too timid. Tell him, when it reaches 70%, then he can retreat. Yes, Dean. Plain war is a clash of kings against kings, generals against generals, especially from the wizard's side. Great wizards at that level of strength must not be deployed prematurely. As the invader, the great wizard would face a world master boosted by the full support of the power of the world. In this state, the world master's strength would be close to 50% more than usual. Even with the intelligence of a wizard, one must be careful when facing numerical monsters. Dean, an abnormal fluctuation has been detected, another commander reported. In the rear of the battlefield, a strong energy fluctuation has appeared, and it is immensely powerful. It is suspected that the World Master is preparing to make an appearance. Oh! The Black Tower Great Wizard stood up. What's the situation on the battlefield? The Black Crystal Insect Swarm has lost close to 4 million insects, the majority being level 1 creatures, over 95% of which are physique evolvers. The Black Tower Great Wizard showed no reaction to this achievement and then asked. And the strategic weapons? The strategic weapons have been destroyed by about 70% under targeted attacks by our Black Wizards, with a loss of close to 1/5 on our side. That will do, the Black Tower Great Wizard snapped his fingers. Let's have our precious students hide. It's time for king against king. Yes, Dean. On the battlefield, all the Black Wizards received the retreat order from the command center. All Black Wizards are commanded, having achieved the objective of destroying the strategic weapons, to transition to hiding and await orders from the command center. Repeat, all Black Wizards to transition to hiding and await orders from the command center. Listening to the message from the communication crystal ball, the Black Wizards advancing towards the strategic weapons immediately began to disengage from the battlefield. The front line was never Black Wizard's strong suit, and since the command center ordered them to hide, no Black Wizard was interested in continuing to engage. They were now prime targets for the insect swarm, with a single one-ring Black Wizard attracting 3 or 4 mother worm guards, plus supporting priest worms. It looks like the strategic weapons have been mostly destroyed, the remaining ones pose little threat to the war airships and the White Wizard army, Richard surmised, listening to the message transmitted by the communication crystal ball. At that moment, there were only 2 Black Wizards left by his side. One was the spell cannon he was keeping a close eye on, Ali, and the other was the old Black Wizard who was on the verge of advancing to the second ring. This Black Wizard followed the undead school and had a deep understanding of shadow magic. In the everlasting night of the insect nest world, his abilities were significantly enhanced. Not necessarily, the old Black Wizard objected. Oh! Richard's eyebrows rose. Lawrence, what insights do you have? Based on my experience from the previous 2 wars, we're probably about to enter the king against king phase. King against king. That is, the World Master against the Great Wizard. As soon as Lawrence finished speaking, there was a change within the swarm. A radiant figure flew in from the rear, and wherever it passed, all the black crystal insects knelt on the ground. The voices of the insects came in waves, eventually converging into a single phrase. Praise the Mother Worm God. Chapter 123. Mother Worm God, the progenitor of the Black Crystal Worm clan, the World Master of the Insect Nest World, the Guardian of the Insect Nest World. This level 4 creature, bearing multiple titles, finally revealed itself after nearly 4 million of its kind had perished. Surrounded by a radiant aura, a gigantic black crystal insect, tens of meters in length and seemingly forged from gold, gradually advanced towards the floating city. Bathed in its light, all the bodies of the Black Crystal Worm clan felt warm and their wounds began to heal rapidly. Ulysses, how strong is this insect? Richard communicated with Ulysses via psychic waves. Nothing unexpected, just an ordinary world master, Ulysses replied. The only praiseworthy thing about this insect is its use of the power of faith. The radiance on its body is the initial purification of the power of faith. Although it can't compare with the power of faith of the god's civilization, for a being that is the world master of a miniature world and a native, it's already incredibly intelligent. Power of faith? Is this the application of the power of faith? Richard, observing the changes in the swarm, exclaimed in surprise. Such extensive life healing, this spell would probably be difficult to achieve even for a great wizard of the undead school. Don't be fooled, Ulysses said disdainfully. The healing effect is a rule effect of this insect. I guess its rules are related to flesh, reproduction, and life. However, the reason it can apply the rules so extensively is due to the help of the power of faith. After speaking, a hint of reminiscence flashed in Ulysses's eyes. There was a time when he too was formidable, but now he could only use the body of a level 1 creature to work for another level 1 creature. It was frustrating to think about. But after his frustration, Ulysses chose to accept reality, and he continued speaking to Richard. When this insect and your great wizards are mixed in battle later, be smart. If you can collect any fragments of this insect's body, it will be of great help to both of us. Now I need to hide, otherwise they might detect me when they go all out later. With that, Ulysses flew to Richard's waist, opened a magic pocket, and crawled inside, leaving Richard alone to continue watching the battle. The plane war is a battle of king against king, general against general. Since the mother worm god had appeared, the Black Tower Great Wizard naturally had to appear as well. A black shadow flew out of the floating city, and in the blink of an eye, the shadow transformed into a 100-meter-tall black-robed wizard. The two formidable creatures confronted each other in the sky, a mountainous pressure descending upon the battlefield. Under this pressure, the entire battlefield fell eerily silent, all creatures watching the two terrifying beings in the sky. Suddenly, the mother worm god seemed to sense something, its golden wings unfolded, and its figure instantly disappeared. At the same time, all the creatures on the battlefield felt a terrifying sensation. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt. He, it's too late to hide now. The Black Tower Great Wizard's sinister laugh thundered like a storm, an evil, frenzied aura emanating from within him, plunging any creature that felt it into terrifying illusions. He slashed open space, pulling out a rune wand from the void. Majestic magic power gathered toward the wand, and in an instant, countless black rune chains shot from the Black Tower Great Wizard's body into the void, forcibly dragging the vanished mother worm god out from it. Boom! Suddenly, a hatch on the bottom of the floating city opened, unleashing a torrent of energy, over 10 meters thick, rushing through the heavenly vault and piercing through the body of the mother worm god. In an instant, golden insect blood splattered across the sky. That is, the floating city main cannon. Richard, stunned by the flow of energy, realized that the contained energy exceeded his understanding, its power reaching at least 100,000 energy level. Only a supersized war fortress like the floating city could operate such a high-level alchemy weapon. Gulp! Richard swallowed hard, looking at the wounded mother worm god. Even after being hit by such a terrifying attack, the mother worm god had not died. Are all these world masters monsters? Mother worm god, wounded. The thought flashed through the minds of the Black Crystal Worm clan on the ground. The being they revered, honored, the supreme mother worm god, was injured. Zzz. The mother worm god let out a roar, its sonorous waves instantly killing thousands from the slave army and several unfortunate black wizards. In the presence of a world master, disorganized lower-level creatures were merely food and cannon fodder. The Black Tower Great Wizard, seeing that the mother worm god still possessed such vitality, swung his wand, sending a purple lightning bolt thousands of meters long across the sky, heading straight for the mother worm god. Its power was at least 50,000 energy level. Seeing this, the mother worm god spread its golden wings behind, vanishing once again. The next moment, a golden light cleaved through space, the mother worm god's front limbs transforming into blade arms, wrapped in a rich golden light nearly flowing, charging towards the Black Tower Great Wizard. Foolish insect! The Black Tower Great Wizard scoffed, his body suddenly dispersing, transforming into black chains that wrapped around the mother worm god, while his figure appeared thousands of meters away. Against a world master with evolved physique, the Black Tower Great Wizard had ample battle experience. Boom! A 1,000-meter-long purple thunderbolt struck the mother worm god in an instant, leaving a charred wound. Zzz. The mother worm god roared again, the black crystal on its forehead emitting golden light, attracting the starlight of the sky, forming a bright light ball as clear as the moon. The next moment, the light ball dispersed, and a web-like network of starlight unfolded in the air, completely restraining the entire space. Restraining space, interesting, said the Black Tower Great Wizard, revealing a sinister smile. The black robe on his body instantly dispersed into a pitch-black canopy, encircling the mother worm god. Numberless black, twisting tentacles emerged from beneath his robe, the mad and terrifying aura causing the mother worm god to shudder. Hiss! The mother worm god let out a wary hiss, her body's golden glow began to condense, ultimately concentrating into the black crystal at her brow. She spread her wings, attempting to escape the scope of the black curtain, but because of the restricted space, she couldn't use her spatial abilities and could only watch as the black curtain drew closer. Unless she left this battlefield. But as the mother worm god, how could she flee so easily? As the tentacles of the Black Tower Great Wizard neared, the Mother Worm God swung her blade arms incessantly, instantly shredding the encroaching tentacles with a curtain of golden blades. Yet, strangely, no matter how many she cut, there were always more tentacles relentlessly attacking her. From the outside, although the body of the Black Tower Great Wizard continued to expand, not a single tentacle approached the Mother Worm God. Those tentacles reached into the void, continuously eroding the space around the Mother Worm God. Unbeknownst to her, the rules of the Black Tower Great Wizard had already begun to affect her mind, and she had not yet realized she was trapped in an illusion. The Mother Worm God's arms swung faster and faster, her sharp blade arms nearly slicing through space. Still, in her perception, endlessly approaching were evil-filled tentacles. Zzz. The Mother Worm God roared angrily, her pair of blade arms swinging fiercely, instantly tearing open space. But it was still in vain. Illusions don't change because of reality. Ha, such stupidity from a world master. The Black Tower Great Wizard leisurely controlled his domain, slowly draining the Mother Worm God's power, aiming to gradually drag her to death in this dark realm. Had he managed to eliminate the Mother Worm God at the start, this plain war would have ended. Only a world master can oppose a great wizard. Without a world master, all the insects of the entire world combined were mere ants before the Black Tower Great Wizard. But soon, he noticed something amiss. The power of the Mother Worm God was depleting rather too quickly, almost as if something were extracting her power. Not good. The Black Tower Great Wizard's figure shuddered, realizing the Mother Worm God's intention. But by then, it was somewhat too late. In the dark realm, along with the explosion of dazzling golden light from the Mother Worm God's brow and her body, the concentrated power of faith combined with her own power immediately tore a huge hole in the Black Tower Great Wizard's domain. The Black Tower Great Wizard grunted, his figure trembling slightly. This dark domain was akin to his body, having it forcibly ripped open was as painful as one could imagine. But the price paid by the Mother Worm God was also not small. In the ground below, among the Black Crystal Worm clan, suddenly hundreds of thousands of insects felt a tightening in their hearts, a strong sadness flooding their minds. It felt as though their mother had died. The high priest of the insect country, understanding the truth the moment the sadness burst forth. It wasn't the Mother Worm God herself that had appeared, but merely a mother worm carrying the Mother Worm God's power. Now, their mother was dead. My friends, the mother worm of our insect country has returned to the embrace of the Mother Worm God, the high priest of the now motherless insect country said to the other priests, bowing slightly, his voice unnaturally calm. May you all expel these extraterrestrial invaders, may you all win glory for the Mother Worm God, may our Black Crystal Worm clan prosper and flourish. Having said that, the high priest issued a command that only the insects of his insect country could receive. All troops, attack, avenge the Mother Worm. Meanwhile, he himself forcibly pulled out the black crystal from his brow, held it in his palms and kneeled towards the direction of the insect nest. Every high priest of an insect country would perform a sacrifice before dying. And the sacrifice for this ritual was themselves. The celestial power they had accumulated for years, the power of faith they had collected, and even their souls were offered as sacrifices to the Mother Worm God. Ordinary black crystal insects didn't have the ability to breed, all insect countries depended on the mother worm to bear offspring. With the death of the mother worm, the insect country would perish. A perished insect country didn't need a high priest. Praise the Mother Worm God. All wizards, attention, all wizards, attention, the enemy world master has disappeared, the enemy world master has disappeared. All troops, attack, all troops, attack. The Black Tower Great Wizard will fight alongside you. The cold command from the communication crystal ball, watching the fearless swarm of insects before him, Richard took a deep breath. Prepare for battle. Chapter 124. With the disappearance of the Mother Worm God, all Black Crystal Worm clans on the Blackbone Plain began to retreat, except for the one where the Mother Worm had died. Although the Black Tower Great Wizard had been tricked by the Mother Worm God and suffered some injuries, he still maintained a crushing advantage over these lower-level creatures. His black robe expanded and instantaneously enveloped tens of thousands of the Black Crystal Worm clan. In just a moment, the creatures under his robe were devoured by an indescribable force. Without organization, countless lower-level creatures posed no threat to the Great Wizard. With the Great Wizard's assistance, the wizard's front line naturally advanced steadily. Boom! A purple fireball exploded next to Richard, turning a sneaky warrior worm into char. Capitalizing on the cover of the fire wave, Richard fired off a heart of annihilation. Buzz. A mother worm guard was devoured halfway, instantly losing its vitality. At this moment, the battle on the Blackbone Plain had become one-sided. After the Black Tower Great Wizard's front had advanced steadily, he returned to the floating city, for reasons unknown whether it was due to his injury or sparing his magic power. On the front line, the White Wizard army continued to expand its victories, while the Black Wizard muddled through, starting to collect his spoils of war. That was the advantage of being a Black Wizard, although their work carried greater risk, the rewards could surpass that of 2 White Wizards. After collecting the body of the Mother Worm Guard, Richard halted his steps. "Allie, Lawrence, are you going to continue the pursuit?" Allie and Lawrence stopped beside him. Over the past few days, the 3 of them had fought with Richard as their core, forming a small-scale White Wizard squad. Though they lacked combined attack skills, they smoothly pursued their enemies by relying on their high individual combat power and the tacit understanding common among Black Wizards. "It's up to you. If you aren't moving forward, I am not either," Allie said nonchalantly, leaning on her magic wand. According to her mentor, Susanna, surviving the war was considered a success for her, and earning magic stones was secondary. Besides, the War Academy would take half of the spoils. The more they earned, the more the Academy benefited. "What about you, Lawrence?" Richard turned his gaze to the old wizard he had met just over 10 days ago. Lawrence had participated in 2 plane wars, both his strength and experience were exceptional. Over these days, Lawrence's shadow magic had helped them escape dangers several times. "I plan to continue pursuing for a while. This is one of the highest gain opportunities in this plane war," Lawrence said with a raspy voice. He was a free wizard, participating in the war for magic stones. With his strength, fighting with the wind in his sails posed little danger. "All right, then let's part ways here." With that, Richard and Allie turned around and flew towards the floating city. Following this brutal war, the entire terrain of the Blackbone Plain was left pockmarked, covered with bones and remnants of spells. These bones included those of black crystal worms, slaves from the slave army, and battle beasts created by wizards. If a wizard studied flesh, these corpses were quite a worthwhile collection. On the way back, Richard encountered Yalad, who was leading otherworldly slaves to collect flesh. As a technical talent of the Academy, Yalad mostly stayed off the battlefield during interplane expeditions. His duty was to collect the flesh left on the battlefield and then create battle beasts to feed the war. "Master." Richard bade farewell to Allie and landed on the ground. "Oh, Richard." Yalad, upon seeing the visitor, walked excitedly towards Richard. "You seem to have adapted well to the war. You look unscathed." Richard smiled, "It's manageable. I was lucky to survive with a few companions. Surviving is enough. For a newly promoted wizard like you, just surviving is already good." Yalad patted Richard, casually swung a magic whip, and struck the back of a soul slave. "Don't slack off." Richard watched curiously as these otherworldly slaves constantly collected flesh from the ground and put it into a large pot. "Is this for making battle beasts with collected flesh?" Richard asked curiously. "Yes, do you need active flesh?" "I can give you some," Yalad winked at Richard. "Normally, there's some loss in producing active flesh." Richard smiled knowingly, "I'll take some." The loss in producing active flesh wasn't much. Richard obtained about 30 kilograms of first-level active flesh, although it couldn't compare to the third-level active flesh produced by flesh tentacles, it could still sell for 1 magic stone per gram. Besides active flesh, Richard learned another piece of news from Yalad. The collection of the scattered flesh of the Mother Worm God was not yet complete, and many flesh fragments remained scattered. These fragments did not need to be turned over to the Academy, any wizard that found them kept them. "If you're interested in these pieces of flesh, this hunting dog can help you find them faster." Yalad pulled a black-furred hunting dog from his pocket, along with a small piece of the Mother Worm God's flesh, and handed them to Richard. The hunting dog's nose had been specially modified to quickly locate any flesh within a 2-kilometer radius. Richard accepted the hunting dog and thanked Yalad repeatedly. "What for?" "You're my student, such a small favor is nothing." Yalad laughed, waved his hand, and turned to chide the otherworldly slaves not to slack off. Leaving Yalad behind, Richard began searching the Blackbone Plain with the hunting dog for flesh pieces dropped by the World Master. The hound's nose was enormous, boasting 6 air passages. With a single breath, it could discern every scent within a 2-kilometer radius. Woof! Suddenly, the hound barked furiously in one direction, and Richard immediately advanced that way. After flying over 1,000 meters, Richard halted. A palm-sized golden carapace lay on the ground, surrounded by a small crater it had smashed upon impact. The carapace was still emitting a faint aura of oppression, causing the hound to hesitate to approach. Richard stepped forward and picked up the carapace. Instantly, information transmitted from the miracle furnace. Ingredient: carapace of the mother worm god. Refinable rule: nurturing, extremely incomplete, dissipating. Extraction cost: 5 soul power. Refinable substance: bloodline of the black crystal mother worm. Refining cost: 20,000 magic power. Refinable substance: pure gold. Refining cost: 20,000 magic power. Looking at the information before him, Richard's lips curled upward uncontrollably. This was a major find. Whether it was the nurturing rule or the mother worm bloodline, both were priceless treasures. Compared to them, pure gold was the least valuable. Richard opened the pouch at his waist and called out Ulysses. Ulysses, take a look at this carapace. Emerging from the pouch, Ulysses glanced at the golden carapace and immediately his eyes lit up. Gah, fine item, this one would taste absolutely great. After speaking, it shifted its gaze to Richard and slyly said. Gah, my dear master, how about letting me take a bite of this carapace? A bite? Richard was somewhat surprised. You are a level 1 creature now, can you even bite through it? Gah! Ulysses exclaimed in astonishment, I forgot. Damn it, why am I a level 1 creature now? Ulysses, frustrated, landed on the carapace and pecked at it fiercely twice, resulting in no damage to the carapace but chipping a piece off his beak instead. Gah, my beak! Ulysses flapped about in pain in mid-air. Richard, resigned, grabbed Ulysses. Enough, see if there's any power of faith you want in there. Gah, no, Ulysses glanced at the golden carapace and shook his head. There are no rules in this thing, let alone power of faith. No rules. Richard raised an eyebrow, are you sure there's no rule inside it? Gah, absolutely sure. All right, I have another question. Richard recalled a saying by the guardian of the wizard world, these beings couldn't sense the rule power within an incomplete physique. It seemed the miracle furnace had a stronger sense of rule power than a typical world master. Do rules have any constraints, like can a creature only master one type of rule? Gah, no, for you at this stage, the more rules the better, Ulysses replied, however, if you're pursuing combat power, it's best to specialize in exploring one rule. Now. Richard noted this qualifying word. Gah, when you reach the divine stage, you will forge a rule body, and conflicting rules cannot coexist in a rule body. Richard nodded. Since there was no issue, he naturally had to refine the rule from the mother worm god fragment. Richard had been a wizard for over 60 years, and his spiritual power, through meditation, had reached 63. If all went well, in another 200 years, he would hit the peak of a one-ring wizard's spiritual power 99.9. However, for a wizard, increasing spiritual power was the simplest aspect of ascension. The materials and the soul darkness during the ascension ceremony were the greatest challenges. Seeing the golden carapace suddenly vanish, an astonished Ulysses exclaimed. Gah, your furnace couldn't possibly handle rules, could it? Richard did not respond, but as his spiritual power limit decreased, a cluster of rule power appeared above the miracle furnace. Fusing it, Richard experienced an epiphany once again, and the previously fused flesh rule surprisingly interacted with the nurturing rule during the integration. After the interaction, Richard realized a new ability. Woo! Richard took a deep breath, the interaction of the two rules had altered his ability to comprehend. He could now use flesh to nurture a clone, with the physique of this clone unable to surpass that of the original. Other than that, the clone's attributes would be identical to those of the original. Richard defined this ability as an even more perfect cloning technique. His current finances were insufficient to support the production of a life box, but in the future, once he had the funds, this ability would save him the cost of crafting a body out of magic stone. Putting the carapace back into his pocket, Richard turned to search other areas. The black bone plain was vast, and this type of body fragment was definitely not the only one. Chapter 125. Phew, this is probably the last piece, Richard muttered to himself as he looked at the fist-sized golden blood clot in front of him. 3 days had passed since Richard found the first fragment, and many black wizards returning from the front lines had joined the search for pieces of the mother worm god's body. Information transmitted from the miracle furnace. Material: remnants of the mother worm god. Refinable substance, mother worm bloodline. Refining cost, 20,000 magic power. Refinable substance, pure gold. Refining cost, 20,000 magic power. Indeed, no rules remnants, Richard noted as he observed the information transmitted from the miracle furnace. In the past 2 days, he had found 2 more fragments, which, like this one, had not the slightest trace of rules remnants. The rules remnants had lasted much shorter than Richard had anticipated. However, this was a good thing since refining rules would require Richard to use soul power, which was not so easily replenished. If it dropped below 50 in spiritual power, his body would suffer from a mismatch between spirit and flesh, leading to limb imbalance and decreased control, among other negative effects. If the remnants hadn't dispersed, deciding whether to refine or not would have been a tough choice. After searching for the fragments of the mother worm god, Richard returned to the floating city. By the time he arrived, the floating city had descended from the sky, transforming into a ground fortress. The lower half of the floating city's metal shell had unfolded to form various defensive structures and city walls. Inside the walls, many logistical wizards were busy adjusting and repairing the compartments of the floating city and installing various alchemy weapons. These logistical wizards were mainly responsible for the maintenance of war equipment, construction of war fortresses and castles, as well as healing and building teleportation gates to the wizard world. Unless it was the most critical moment, these wizards would absolutely not enter the battlefield. The descent of the floating city brought Richard quite a bit of trouble. While sailing through the star realm, their rooms had been in the lower hemisphere of the floating city. Now, it seemed that those rooms were trapped below. Before he found an entrance underground, however, a familiar figure entered his vision. Anna. Richard descended from the sky and greeted a busy silhouette. This group of wizards was fabricating metal parts to repair damaged war airships. At the sound of his voice, Anna's eyes lit up. She immediately tossed aside the tools she was working with and excitedly grasped Richard's arm. Richard? Thank heavens, you're alive as well. Richard grinned, just lucky to have bumped into a few reliable teammates. Luck is also part of strength, Anna sighed in relief. I was fortunate, too. I followed a 3-rings wizard and managed to survive. Chax, though, wasn't as lucky. He lost an arm and half his heart and is now lying in the hospital. Half a heart. Richard couldn't help but feel fortunate for Chax when he heard about his injuries. Losing half a heart was no light matter for a wizard. Without prior bodily enhancements, sustaining such damage would only allow a wizard to rely on their physique for some time. The fact that Chax managed to make it to the hospital was indeed a stroke of great luck. It's good that our senior brother is still alive. The medical wizards will definitely ensure he comes out as good as new, Richard remarked, then turned to inquire about the way underground. By the way, elder sister, how do you get to our old dormitories from the floating city era? I still have stuff left in there. Go south from here to the 3rd spire, the first level has an underground entrance, Anna pointed to a certain spire. Once the floating city unfolded, our previous rooms quickly became storerooms, so if you have things, take them away quickly. Okay, I'll go now. Following the underground entrance on the first level of the spire, Richard easily found his room. At the moment, some wizards were opening the rooms one by one, organizing and packing the items inside. Richard entered his room and took out the flesh tentacles cultivation chamber from the cabinet. This object was the most precious thing he possessed, an unending source of 3rd-level active flesh, a treasure trove that would please any wizard interested in researching synthetic beasts. Besides the flesh tentacles, the other things Richard left in the room were some alchemy materials. After packing everything up, he left the room and returned to the ground. As the war was going very smoothly and various pieces of intelligence were still under investigation, Richard had no pressing missions at present. Taking advantage of this time, he planned to upgrade his equipment. Without dormitories in the ground structures of the floating city, wizards had to establish their own abodes or wait for logistical wizards to build dwellings. Richard obviously could not wait for logistical wizards, so he had to build a temporary residence for himself in the Blackbone Plain. Richard found a level spot outside of the floating city, his magic power surged within him, and with a finger pointed towards the ground. Mud to stone. In an instant, a yellow light shot out from his fingertip, hit the ground, and a roughly 4 square meter area of earth instantly turned into solid stone. After the Apprentice War, Richard had started to pay attention to these spells that seemed unhelpful in combat. The long lifespans of wizards could help them become jacks of all trades. He cast several mud to stones in succession, hardening a large enough area of ground. Richard then took out a seed from his pocket and planted it at the edge of the hardened ground, watering it with a few bottles of alchemy potions. In just a moment, trees as thick as bowls sprouted up, forming the walls of a room. These seeds were demonized seeds processed by wizards, and they were quite affordable, 10 seeds for 1 magic stone, ideal materials for setting up a temporary shelter. After a bit of trimming and adding wood to form a roof and some furniture, Richard's temporary shelter was complete. Entering the room, Richard placed the Demon Eater sword on the table and fell into deep thought while looking at the large and small notches on the blade. The bodies of the Mother Worm guards contained a small amount of pure gold, which made their blade arms far harder than the Demon Eater sword. If he didn't upgrade and modify the Demon Eater sword, it wouldn't be long before it was scrapped. Upgrade and modify. Richard's fingers tapped incessantly on the tabletop as countless ideas collided in his mind. He was planning to make a minor modification to the Demon Eater sword. Given the current situation, the shape of the great sword was somewhat unsuitable for the upcoming battlefield. The blade of the great sword was too thin, prone to chipping and even nearing damage to the core runes along the notches on the blade in battles with the insects. Therefore, Richard intended to transform it into a magic wand while retaining the 3 core magic spells of the Demon Eater sword. What wizard could be without a magic wand? Moreover, Richard possessed knowledge about amplifying fire element spells, which a magic wand could effectively enhance. With a plan in mind, Richard promptly set in motion. However, before making the magic wand, he needed to extract the pure gold first. Pulling out the bodies of insects from the magic pocket, Richard had collected a total of 7 bodies of Mother Worm guards during the war. Due to the power of the Heart of Annihilation, most of the bodies were incomplete, severed in half, and many were lacking blade arms, which had the highest content of pure gold. "Ga, we had an agreement," Ulysses suddenly spoke up from Richard's shoulder, "leave a bit for me to eat." Richard gave him a glance. Even a world master still had desires for taste. "Ga, you young ones who haven't reached 100 years old wouldn't understand." Noticing Richard's glance, Ulysses said disdainfully, "When you reach my age, you'll realize how important the senses you presently neglect are. Thousands of years are enough to try all kinds of flavors, but once you tire of them, you'll find that eternity is also a form of pain. At that point, you'll come to understand the importance of new sensations." Richard responded with a hint of mocking smile. "If eternity is such a pain, why don't you resolve it once and for all?" "Ga, that's because death is even more painful." Although Richard somewhat looked down on Ulysses's behavior, he still needed Ulysses's help, so he had to give up the insect bodies. Fortunately, Ulysses wasn't asking for much. Of the 7 bodies, he only took 1, leaving the rest for Richard. After refining with the miracle furnace, Richard extracted about 1 kilogram of pure gold from these bodies. This left Richard slightly disappointed. Though pure gold was on par with mithril and AO steel as top-tier alchemy materials, unlike these metals sold by the gram, pure gold was sold by volume. 5,000 magic stones for 1 cubic centimeter. This pricing was primarily because pure gold's density was so high that selling by weight would make cutting extremely troublesome. Looking at the tiny piece of pure gold the size of half a finger in his hand, Richard complained. "All these bodies, and there's only this little pure gold. Ga, you're still not satisfied with that much?" Ulysses retorted from the side, "Pure gold in our place, even a little mixed in, would be considered a legendary weapon, and if there's more, it could even reach a demigod artifact level. If you have a weapon made purely of pure gold, some impoverished divine beings would have to step down. But this is still too little, it can only make an alloy," Richard said helplessly. "Ga, the insects only did a plating, you shouldn't be so ungrateful." Having refined the pure gold, Richard proceeded to disassemble the Demon Eater sword. The material of the Demon Eater sword was not bad either. The excess parts, once removed and stripped of runes, could be remelted and used as material for the magic wand. After disassembling, the original Demon Eater sword was transformed into a metal bar adorned with runes. With the insertions complete, Richard began drafting the design for the magic wand. He designed the shape of the magic wand to be a short stick level with the eyebrows, with the headpiece temporarily vacant, and various rune arrays neatly arranged inside the staff. These rune arrays were mainly to harmonize the 3 core magic spells and establish a fire element amplification array. After the design was set, it was time for production. The parts removed from the Demon Eater sword were melted down into liquid metal, and Richard added a touch of alchemy materials mixed with pure gold to make a much harder alloy. Next came the shaping of the staff, engraving runes, constructing the magic conducting circuit, and other intricate steps. The entire production process took Richard nearly a month. During this time, the White Wizard Army's war efforts had paused, focusing on fortification construction, while the Black Wizards start to assign tasks based on strength to infiltrate behind enemy lines. With the last rune engraved, the metal magic wand with slight gold patterns emitted a faint magic fluctuation from the table. This was the sign of a successful creation. Richard sat back in the chair and let out a long breath, having finally completed the magic wand before the command post assigned him a task. But before he could catch his breath, the command from the communications crystal ball beside him came through. All One Ring Black Wizards are to immediately come to the floating city.